Hello, and welcome back to Outer Wilds. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Ooh, it's been quite the journey so far already through this game, and I'm very much excited and looking forward to seeing where this is going. We've done quite a bit yesterday, although it was a bit on a bit of a shorter stream, but we went mostly to Brittle Hollow. Did I actually go anywhere else yesterday? I don't really think so. Well, kind of. Since what we discovered in the midst of Brittle Hollow automatically brings you to other places as well. So I guess in that sense we did go somewhere else. Also, I did try to go to a very special place, which is the Quantum Moon, but failed to do so for now. So that's still on the agenda, and there are a couple of other things as well that are definitely still on the agenda. So let's get into this and take a look at where we might be going this time around. I'm ready. Good morning. Hello everybody, welcome back to this beautiful game. Let's resume our expedition and see where we're going. I'm gonna have a quick look at the rumors map slash solar system map for a little bit here, just to make sure that I remember what I wanted to do at the end of yesterday's stream. I mean, I do remember most of it, but there might be a couple of things here and there that we might need to double check on. Let's see, let's just put the suit on, because I always forget that for some reason. And view the log. Alright, so the first point on the agenda for today is definitely go back to the Hanging City, because it does say... Where's the bubble for that? Wasn't it here? Tower of Quantum Knowledge, that's the gravity cannon, quantum. So this is all the quantum stuff. But the Hanging City itself, that's over here. Right, and it says, Nomai City suspended beneath Brittle Hollow's northern glacier. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. In theory, I did visit the school district yesterday. I found, what was it, about 3 messages, I think? 3 messages that told us a little bit about the, well, additional bits and pieces about the history of the Nomai, what they were doing here, how they got here, why they're here, and their species in general, information like them doing festivals every 10 years, and they're a nomadic species, which I guess the name's very fitting for that. They're roaming the universe in search for, well, knowledge really, right? New information, new and exciting discoveries, and then reconvene at certain points in time to tell each other about their adventures. That was the school district, which I think technically was the lowest of the districts, at least according to the signboard at the entrance of the city. So I'd imagine that if I maybe try to go to other places there, we might find something. One little bit that I'm now... I wouldn't say concerned about, but that struck me as odd, is that there is ghost matter there as well. There was ghost matter in the school district that theoretically blocks your path, but actually doesn't, because you can just take another way around. Which now makes me think that maybe that's the case in other places as well, that for some reason you just need to find a way around the ghost matter, because I was always under the assumption, and I do still think that it's the most likely thing, is that we somehow get an explanation for what ghost matter is, or some sort of information or understanding for us to make it possible to actually pass through it. But then again, maybe that won't be the case. Either way though, that's the other districts that I want to look at. That's definitely first on the agenda. Well, there is still a lot to do, right? Ash Twin Project, obviously I want to go back to that. The Quantum Moon. The thing with the Quantum Moon is, I want to go there, but I kind of failed miserably in using the launch gravity cannon for that ship they have. So maybe my original assumption in that you have to quote-unquote capture the quantum moon with it first before shooting the ship into it might be true as well. I don't know. I had just assumed that the quantum moon, and that is definitely another thing I want to do as well. When we return to the Hanging City, what I want to do is shoot my probe into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, and I want to see and observe how the quantum moon moves. But one thing that I kind of hadn't anticipated, and now that I really think about it, it strikes me as odd that I thought it would work like that, is because the quantum moon constantly shifts places, I kind of assumed that he would always just appear somewhere and then disappear and appear somewhere else. And it's doing that, but at the same time it is still behaving like an actual celestial body, meaning that it rotates around a planet or wherever it goes, right? And that's something that for some reason I hadn't anticipated. I thought it would just stay still in relation to whatever object it appears next to, which is why I thought that the gravity cannon would just naturally align with it, that they just built it exactly at the place where the quantum moon always appears, but that clearly wasn't the case. Okay. Well. One thing that I also find strange. Why is this still a question mark? They build a larger, more sophisticated eye signal located on Brittle Hollow's South Pole. That's the observatory saw. I think... Did I always get sidetracked when going to the observatory? I think so. It might have been that I, for some reason, thought that the Tower of Quantum Knowledge sits beneath the observatory, which obviously it doesn't, and I knew that, but somehow there was always so much to discover that I never really stopped to consider to go back there and try to... one thing that I forgot, of course, again, is to mark my location that I want to go to. It'll be fine. Shouldn't be too difficult to see. Although we could just... Nope. Still in the gravity field of our home planet. That's the moon. That's Giant Steep. Which I do still want to go to the broken up gravity cannon thing. Okay, let me very quickly... oh, isn't it stopping time anyways when I look at this? So, in theory, we don't have any chance of crashing while I'm looking at it. Right. That makes it easier to locate. There we go. Oh, not the headlights. This one. There we go. I love this, by the way. I mean, with the arrows, it's obviously really, really easy to make a proper approach to where you want to go. But at the same time, it works so well, and it's such a cool feeling. Okay, so... that's the North Pole. I think that I always just went to... Rather, I waited for the crust to open to be able to fly inside, right? There is a way to go inside, though, that wasn't here. It was, like, next to it, right? It was this little crater thing with the trees. I guess it would be quite far away because that's the original entrance to the city, at least I assumed it was. And it has those giant suspended bridges that then lead to the Hanging City. But the Hanging City itself is technically located beneath the North Pole, I guess. I need to double check next time if I can maybe just mark the... because that's just the ship. If I can just mark the that other entrance instead of always having to do this. Oh boy. Ugh. Okay. Hanging City, that's the bridge. Oh, right, we have the... I always forget that we have this gravity thingy here. Well, that was pretty close, wasn't it? Oh. Wait, what? Okay, well, this is kind of an awkward position to be in. I kind of got stuck in that gravity thingy. Holy shit. It's really pushing you around a lot here. Just want to land somewhere. I wish they had built an actual landing pad somewhere here, so that you weren't forced to constantly do awkward maneuvers around the place. But yeah, I definitely need to figure out how to approach the landing city properly. So what I was looking for is this entrance, right? With the gravity stones that are hanging on the wall. Because then you can just come here and cross the bridge and it'll be fine. Instead of having to do what I just did and potentially fly into the black hole. That would have been bad because, well, would it have? Technically the white hole's only 20 kilometers away, something like that, right? So, okay. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that I looked at everything in the school district. We have the meltwater district, which, according to the symbol, is where we are. Right? And I don't really think that I've looked at this yet. Yeah, there's a bunch of things here. Black hole forge controls. Well, that sounds interesting. I love that they've built these glass-like structures. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because they probably had to have some way to look at what they were doing. Which is also what I think, whatever this weird suspended thing is, it has to be some sort of laboratory / control mechanism, whatever thing, to either work or control the black hole, right? Okay. Oh, there we go. I was looking for the ball, but... Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so when they're saying black hole forge control, I still wonder why they built that upside down while everything else seems to be, well, the right side up is a big word for a city that's suspended beneath the planet's surface, but okay, well, now I know how to access it, I guess. I need to find a way to go to that teleporter properly. Alright. That's where it came from. Once you get a feeling for how the city is built up, it's actually not that difficult to navigate, which I like. It seems very confusing at first, but then it becomes quite clear how you're supposed to do this. The Ashwin project requires powerful, highly advanced warp core. How should we obtain it? Hi, welcome. Don't be gravitized. It's not that easy to deal with gravity, okay? When you're next to a black hole. Oh, nobody answered this? Interesting. There's some gravity to the situation. Yeah, you could definitely say that. I think this is a pretty new and important piece of information. So the Ashwin project has a warp core in it. I don't think I knew that before. Also, there have to be some additional scrolls here, right? Because of the screens, or... I never know if I want to call them screens or, I don't know, message boards? Whatever the proper name could be. Solution 2. We could craft a new advanced warp core inspired by the vessel's warp core. Abandoning the vessel's warp core in its casing means losing valuable knowledge. Why is that? This is true, however it's knowledge we have little hope of recovering. It would be best to relearn, I think. Well, are they essentially talking about abandoning the warp core altogether? I would very much like to craft such a powerful core. More relevantly, I believe the Black Hole Forge crew and I could recreate the basic design. This is the safest path for our clan. The greatest challenge here, I think, is we don't have the design for such a powerful core or any of the original crafters of the vessel's core. No, but Pope was apprenticed to Anona, who created the original design, and our Black Hole Forge is adept at crafting simpler cores. I believe I can be of use here. The vessel's warp core was created before my time, but Anona explained many of his designs to me. Is the safest path the best one? Our goal is worth the risk. Is it, though? We've tried for so long to find something that I and others now believe might be impossible to find. If the search for the eye is a futile one, we should choose the option with the least potential harm. Scroll readers, yeah, fits. Okay, let me think about this for a second. So, they abandoned their original vessel. Isn't that the one we found, though? The one with the escape pod 1 next to it? Why exactly would they abandon that? Or are they talking about something? They might be talking about something else. Wanted to recreate the warp cores. I definitely get a better understanding of what this Black Hole Forge is supposed to be. So somehow they're actually utilizing the black hole that they built, like the black hole itself, in order to then create more of these small warp cores from it. It's, I guess, in a simplified way, you could probably say that they're just almost taking away a tiny bit of the black hole, like clay, and putting it into one of their warp devices, warp cores, and that's how they're creating new ones, new little ones anyways. But they need an actual black hole in order for that to work, I guess. This is what this sounds like. And as we've already discovered, they rebuilt or created their warp technology. Okay, so far so good. It still doesn't explain what this Eye of the Universe is supposed to be and why they're looking for it. Because it seems very specific, right? If their whole entire species and the different clans of their species are there to go and venture out into the universe to just find new stuff, then it seems almost contradictory that they would look for a very specific thing instead, right? Unless that was somehow this clan's special mission, or maybe they just discovered knowledge about this potential eye and desperately wanted to get to it. Safety word might be a good idea to employ, but yeah, just assume that I don't want any answers whatsoever. I'm just riffing off here at what this might mean. Should probably just take the normal door. Make this easier. Okay, there should probably be another scroll here. That should be the school district, right? Yeah, I think that's where the classroom was. There we go. That's another scroll. Just double check. Does this just lead back to the entrance? There is another message here. I feel strange trying to recreate Anona's warp core without him. At times, it still feels strange to no longer be his very young apprentice, and for the Black Hole Forge to be in my care and not his. Hypothesis. This will always feel strange. Even though my time with him was short, I miss my old mentor, and deeply. To have the chance to try this thrilling, but I don't want to disappoint everyone. I think I can do this, probably, but what if excitement has clouded my assessment of my own abilities? Was I wrong in volunteering to build it? I was born in the star system and never saw Anona's warp core with my own 3 eyes. I only know what he taught me. What if I've bitten off a larger portion than I can consume? Still, all I can give is my best. And as Anona would say, should my best prove insufficient, then we will find another way to achieve what's needed. I've Clarioned root in the Forge, and I have my clan. I'm not alone. Yeah, I can imagine that. That's why I do try to voice what I'm thinking, because I do enjoy that as well, when other people are, you know, trying to figure things out, and you know the answer, and you're... Because everybody thinks differently, and I'm always really, really impressed when, you know, I'm most of the time not really the person, for example, like when there's more complicated stories in games and stuff, I tend to not really think about certain story details. I'm always more occupied, I guess, by the world design, things like that. So I'm always really, really impressed when somebody like just predicts story twists and turns, and then to see how they do that and at what specific point they figure out how that works. It's always incredibly interesting to see. But to the point that he just talked about, so they were recreating the warp technology. And obviously, we also learned yesterday that they discovered a glitch or something that didn't seem right, where they arrived before they departed when they warped, right? They arrived like a very, very split second, 1,000th of a second before they departed. And yesterday, I assumed that they just never discovered that for some reason. But now this makes me think that maybe because they recreated the warp technology, maybe they somehow... something actually did go wrong, or they just made a little, not necessarily mistake, but they just had a slightly different technique to achieve warp, and that's why it happened. Or it might be something special to do with the solar system, or alternatively could also be, because there's also still that big mystery as to why so many supernova are taking place, right? In the background as well, we see all kinds of stars constantly exploding, and there has to be a reason for that. So maybe there's also another outside thing that is happening that might be influencing their warp. Solution 1. We could retrieve the warp core from the vessel. This would require a return to Dark Bramble. Oh. Bloom, my father, said many good Nomai perished there. My mentor Collius and his old mentor once discovered and studied an anglerfish fossil on Ember Twin. Using that knowledge, we could avoid the anglerfish entirely. I wonder if that's still there, because that might help me as well. Avoiding the anglerfish. I remember that anglerfish fossil. We used to play in Fossil Fish Cave when we were children. Is that on Ember Twin? What Meloray and I learned from that fossil would theoretically help us evade the anglerfish, but our hypothesis was never tested on a live specimen. The vessel's warp core is broken. At best, recall those present when the vessel crashed said it sustained lethal injuries. There is no guaranteed reward for this risk. That sounds like it might be pretty dangerous for us to approach this vessel if we do find it. Okay. Perhaps we could still repair it. My grandmother told me there was little time to assess the nature or extent of the damage. Even if it no longer functions, the old core would be a valuable blueprint, provided we're able to transport it back here. Alright, so this definitely explains why they were recreating the warp technology instead of just taking the one they already had, is because this vessel apparently crashed on Dark Bramble. So, their actual ship they came here with seems to be a different one than the one we found here, next to the escape pod. Or is it the escape pod then? Maybe I completely misjudged that. I guess the escape pod is just a lot larger than I thought. Where does this lead? Wait, what happens if I... Yeah, this way it goes down. Okay, this way it goes up. Let's just lead back to the surface. Ah, it shouldn't, right? Actually makes me wonder what the planet is made out of on the inside. It looks a little bit like ice. I mean, technically it could just be ice from another element, right? It doesn't need to be water. Huh. Was this maybe a former entrance? They never really... Oh. Well, I guess it is kind of an entrance. This might... help? Wait. Hanging city's there. Isn't this the pole? I thought it was. Or is this another structure? But yeah, that means the vessel must still be on Dark Bramble, and the escape pods are the big things, like one of the big things that we found here. That's one of them. One is on Ember Twin. Okay, I definitely wasn't here. Huh. Or maybe I was next to it and didn't look at the top here. Has anyone observed the phantom moon that sometimes greets us? Oh, maybe I already read this. Your thoughts interest me. I'm interested in play for moon. Is it much like it's violent for? Yeah, I already read this. Could be none of us left. Definitely already read this. This is kind of your first information that you get, that they looked into the quantum moon and that it exists here. Yeah, I was here. I got teleported back here when I first visited the White Hole Station. Okay. Dog, hi, welcome back. Yeah, I definitely complained about not being able to get into the city. This does make it easier, because this location should be quite easy to find. Well, the issue isn't necessarily that there is no way to get into the city, it's more that you need to remember where that was. Yeah. This is, I think, even the first place that I visited when I came here. Because this is broken. So I would need to, let me see. Is there a way to quickly determine where the hell that hole is that I just came out of? Maybe I should keep my fuel and everything in mind a bit more often. Other than, again, they do have quite a bit of stuff here that might refill your oxygen supply. Okay. I guess it's this little part with all the small little icy glacier parts. I think it's the only place that actually has running water at this site. I wonder why this exists, though. Maybe this was their way of getting water from the surface? If this even is water, right? Could, in theory, be something else. But this is good, because this also has an actual control pod to it, so we can utilize it every time to come back here. Okay. This has taken quite some time, so I'm not entirely sure how much time is still left in this loop. Yeah, this is where it came from. That's good. We saw these things. Okay. So before I venture into Dark Bramble, I definitely want to go to the stuff on Ember Twin and make sure that I grab whatever information I can about the anglerfish and how to avoid them. Okay. So I'm somewhat certain that this was everything here. And now I need to figure out how to get to that thing. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Black Forge District. Melt. That's why it's called Meltwater District, right? So this might have been their a district for resources? For grabbing water resources from the surface? Makes sense. Melted water flows into the Meltwater District. Yeah, I didn't remember that this was the, what it was called. They're confusing names. They're pretty good at naming things, actually. Makes a whole lot of sense. Okay, this is called Eye Shrine District, or... No, that has to do something with the Black Hole Forge. Eye Shrine District? Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is blocked. I might have to use the other side then if I want to get to the Black Hole Forge. Oh god. That turning always gets me. One quick look around. That's where it just was. Doesn't seem to be anything else here. That's the giant bridge. Okay. That looks interesting. Hopefully gives us more information about what the hell this eye even is. If I can even... It's starting to break apart. Are these their beds? I don't know if this really looks comfortable. I don't even know what they were, really, right? If they were fleshy beings, or... Because I assume this is stone, or stone-like. Guess for us humans it wouldn't really be a comfortable bed. More beds. Although it's quite curious that they built this seemingly next to this shrine. Because it looks more like a living district, right? Oh, there we go. I imagine I've been hard on Poke again. This in turn means I've made things difficult for her sister, Clary. If Poke and I are oil and water, Clary is our emulsifier. She certainly makes us a better team than would mixing through shaking. Although sometimes I would like to shake Poke. Jokes aside, suppose my own fear of never finding the eye prompted my argument with Poke. That would be immature of me. I should apologize, at least to Clary, who could then tell Poke. My own fear of never finding the eye. Why would that be your own fear? I thought the eye was more almost like a thing the whole clan was looking for. This makes it sound more as if individuals were looking for it for some reason. Oh. Well, I don't think there's that much time still left in the loop, so... They have bones, yeah. In theory, they should be somewhat similar to us, or to humans. That's what it looks like, but... Although, I suppose, they're lying on those stone beds. Maybe they had a more comfortable material that just doesn't exist anymore now because it's been so long since they were here, right? What is this eye of the universe? The eye is older than this universe, so imagine how much it could teach us. How do they know that? Perhaps it is a cosmic library. Suppose the eye is a more advanced being. The eye is the source of the signal that brought us here. Okay. How can the eye be older than the universe itself? That's a good question. Suppose it is a relic from a previous universe. The early universe was unimaginably hot and dense. If anything existed before, it would have been destroyed. Suppose the universe is older than previously assumed. What is the eye's signal? Of note, from the signal, we were able to determine the eye's approximate age, or perhaps its lack of age. Suppose the eye wishes to communicate. The signal is the eye's voice. It speaks a language we don't yet know. Or maybe the signal is the eye's attempt at expressing itself. The signal is a call. Were we the intended audience? Be welcomed in this place. This shrine is a space to reflect on what brought us to this star system, the signal from the eye. Okay, so that's why they came here. And then they crashed in this system. We observed the eye signal in our travels and followed it here to find its source. What we know is this: the source of the signal, which we have chosen to call the Eye of the Universe, is older than this universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to its possibilities. Interestingly enough, this place has a little bit of a... It looks somewhat similar to a church. At least it's almost like a stained glass window, right? Which makes sense if that's what they were looking for. It doesn't really explain why they think that it's older than the universe. They're questioning that discovery, but there's nothing here that explains what they base that assumption on. They just say that they know. How goes the ventures? They're going great. I mean, it's crazy to me how much there is to see here on Brittle Hollow. Which makes sense since they built the city here, but it really is way, way more than I thought. I actually want to know what they built this glass out of. Is it more... Because this planet is pretty icy. Did they just freeze water to make it look like glass? Or did they actually build or find a way to build that? I mean, they're pretty advanced, right? They would know how to build things like this. Okay, before I go on about what I just found, let me just quickly see if there's anything else we can see here. I no longer believe, as I did as a child and Ember Twin, that the Eye of the Universe, the source of the signal, wishes to harm us. But it may not want to be found either. If they don't even understand the signal, or cannot translate it, why would they even assume that it's conscious or anything to that extent? The terrible circumstances of our arrival here were almost certainly exactly that, circumstance. I suspect imagining we're special to the Eye in some way is wishful thinking. The Eye might have called out to any sentient species, or it might not have been calling out at all, or that my ancestors heard the Eye signal holds no great deep meaning. This wouldn't be so bad, I think. In fact, the Eye may not have wishes at all. We have no evidence supporting this. I'm a huge fan of the way this is told, because it brings up a couple of really, really interesting, what I guess, fallacies, right, that we often make, like mistakes that we make as humans, in that we kind of assume that we're more important than we actually are. And that can heavily influence even, you know, really, really good science when you're going in with like false assumptions, or your theories are based on things that you just think are true, but actually don't really have any real factual evidence attached to them, right? Could be a byproduct of gravity crystal refinement. That is also true. Those crystals seem to be everywhere, right? What if you're wrong and you're more important than you know? Well, it's not really about... That's another really important thing, right? You always have to assume that you can be wrong. So you need to be open to the idea that it's just not the way you thought it was. But just assuming that it's something that you have no evidence for is, you know, right, that doesn't really, it oftentimes doesn't really help. Or it's, I think it's just making things more complicated. Oh, I think the sun's exploding. Is it? Yeah. Well, this was a really, really good trip. That was a ton of information about them and things they assume and think. I wish it would have told us a little bit more about the signal of the eye. Yeah, assume you were wrong. I don't know. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because of what is currently being discussed in terms of dark matter in the universe, for example, right? Where it might not exist at all. It might just be something that we assumed because we couldn't really explain gravitational phenomena that were observed, and we sort of inserted dark matter almost as a placeholder, right? Which it could very well be true, but it could also be true that maybe there's a tiny bit that we just don't know yet, or that where our knowledge is just slightly off about how space-time works in terms of its mathematical influence on other, you know, objects. And so might just be that the math is wrong, instead of there existing some mysterious material or gravity influencing thing, matter, that we haven't discovered yet. It seems to be impossible to discover as well. Yeah, that's a... Well, first of all, I'm a big fan, I said that already, about how the game brings that up, right? And it's actually pretty brilliant how they incorporated these messages into it, because it's a actual visual representation of a conversation, right? I think it's cool visual instead of just having dialogue where people are talking to each other. Like if you cannot see those people, like typically games do, where they just give you a piece of paper with a note that somebody's written. These are almost like scribbled notes, right? When you maybe like when you think back to, I don't know, elementary school, and you know, you were passing around little notes, and somebody would write something, and then it gets passed to the next person, and they would answer, and it gets passed back to the person who originally wrote it. It seems a bit like that, and it's an incredible visual representation of how they're going back and forth, and it makes you aware of how they communicated and why they communicated, because they weren't sure themselves. There's a bunch of theories that they thought might be true, and that they were basing their discoveries on, and what they wanted to do in the future. and how they were approaching these things. Even to the extent that they were discussing whether or not they should go and recover their warp drive versus recreating it, right? So it's a really cool visual in terms of game design, I think. It's simple, but very effective. Go this way. That's actually an interesting observation, because I feel like, sadly, in some, well, especially those, you know, usual AAA games, they want to force you into doing things a certain way because, well, games are so expensive to make that they kind of have to, right? They have to trigger the one cutscene that costs like $5 million to shoot, and so there is no other way that you can go, and they need to force you into that. But by doing that, they're kind of, not only are they killing curiosity, but they're also, more often than not, you just don't want to go the right way. I think most people actually, especially when it comes to video games, your first course of action is always to not go to where the game tells you to go, because you think that you might miss something, right? So I feel like there are very often they also completely misunderstand how people typically traverse these games. This game does it way better, obviously. Okay, so Vessel, warp core. Yeah, I would have liked to know what kind of special signal the eye sent out. Also, if this signal was sent out by the eye and it led them here, why would only be this one... Why only one clan? If all of the Nomai are flying through the universe trying to discover different things, and the signal seems to be so important or so special, why would it lead them here? Why has nobody else come by? Because as far as we know, it's been a very long time since they were here. Although that might also be based on false assumptions. It's really difficult to speculate about this eye. Because it almost seems to me as if they want you to think a certain thing when it's not actually that. There has to be a reason. Why does it lead them here? Why is the solar system so special? I think I just need to find out more about this, because it's... Even though I found a lot of information on it, all of the information actually just made it more mysterious and difficult to understand why it supposedly was something this important, or... Because they were treating it with a lot of... almost, yeah, as if it was some sort of really, really important special signal that might have even been meant specifically for them. But then on the other hand, they're making it look like it's just some random radio frequency that traveled through the universe that just so happened to find them or lead them here. It's so contradicting in its in what they told us. The game takes advantage of it and everything's drastically different. It's so cool how you can, like, they give you complete freedom in a sense, but at the same time it's very purposefully built to still keep you on the predestined tracks of the game. It's a really, really good example of, well, great game design, I think. It does very much seem like it will click at some point. which I'm a big fan of this visual as well. It makes it seem like there are all these different questions, and there are, obviously, but I'm pretty sure that at some point there will come some big, well, maybe I shouldn't call it a big revelation, but rather it will click and make sense. Not only why they came here, but what the signal was and everything else. I'm all here for it. Black Hole Forge is suspended below the hanging city. I found a switch in the Meltwater District that raises and lowers the forge. Right, I need to... So Meltwater District is the one that is on the same level as the bridge. So when I come there, I can just immediately go there, take the forge back up, and then we're going up and looking at it. I looked through the Meltwater District. The Eye Shrine District, I'm pretty sure I also discovered everything there was there. It didn't look like there were any other potential ways to go. Nomai named Poke planned to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. The Nomai crafted warp cores at the Black Hole Forge before delivering them to Ash Twin. I guess to conclude that thought, what I find so interesting is there are all these different mysteries, right? There's the Ash Twin project, this weird time dilation thing. We have the time loop. We have the time problem with the warp. We have the supernova, and it very much, even though if you really only take what I know at this moment, there are no correlations between those things. Absolutely no connections. If you only take the facts. But it very much seems like there is some deeper meaning behind all of that. And how it connects. I found a switch in Meltwater, debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for the Ash Twin project. The Nomai traveled to the solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. They named the source of the signal the Eye of the Universe. Because this is also... I don't think they only wanted to create the warp to get away from here, right? Because they hadn't even found this eye, why they came here in the first place. So their first goal would not have been to just leave the solar system and get back to their travels or get back to the other clans. So why did they need a warp core for the Ash Twin project, which so far just seemed to have been about storing memories, maybe even preparing for a possible time loop? What does that have to do with a warp core then? Unless maybe they needed to warp the memories out, but why have the encasing then? The Nomai learned how to evade anglerfish, theoretically at least, by studying an anglerfish fossil they found on Ember Twin. I definitely need to go back to Ember Twin, though the reason why I didn't is because there was this ghost matter, and I'm not entirely sure how to get past that. The vessel's warp core broke when the ship crashed in Dark Bramble. Alright. So a bunch of stuff we know. Still want to go back to the Hanging City, though, because I definitely want to look at the Black Hole Forge. Oh, the devs actually had a character writer with them. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder why the heck... Okay, this is actually somewhat annoying. Why would a game like this, it clearly, you know, is great, but definitely didn't have a $500 million budget, right? Why do they have a good character writer? Like, where's that guy or girl when they're writing those incredibly bad stories for the next Ubisoft AAA title? Can't imagine they would be too, you know, costly to obtain for those kinds of projects. I guess they just don't care. Well, whatever. Let's get back to same place. Also, good test of my knowledge as to whether or not I can rediscover the proper entrance to the place. Okay, this way. There we go. They are a relative of one of the devs. Well, I mean, that's very good for the development team. Still weird that they wouldn't write for other games as well, right? Because clearly they're pretty good at it, I think. Oh yeah, I could also just fly in here. But I guess... that's the tower. So I was already in that. And I still need to look at this. But I don't think this had an entrance from this side, right? Pretty sure. Wait, this is the South Pole, so we're definitely on the wrong side here. North Pole and... oh, this is actually pretty easy to see from the outside. Looks quite a bit more similar when you're on the planet's surface, but when you're looking at it from space, this is quite easy to find. There we go. Yeah. Most games don't hire character writers at all. That is very true and very sad. And it's also reflected in how terrible most games' dialogue is, sadly. Okay, right. This is the Meltwater District, which is the middle one. Where was the... oh, it's right at the start, right? It's not here at all. It's here. Right, right. In this glass thing. So let's move this up. Oh. Looks very awesome. Can you imagine working in that thing and being that close to an actual black hole? That would be terrifying. Although I guess... well, it depends on the size of the black hole, right? Because if it was pretty small, it wouldn't be too dangerous unless you got really, really close to it. But I guess the distances would still be... what's the actual math on that? Because, well, obviously black holes need a certain mass to exist in the first place. So, you know, if you're taking real-world physics for that, I guess at the point where a black hole can even exist, it would already be too dangerous to be close enough to it where you could literally see it with your eyes, right? Although, well, you could see it with your eyes, it's just this distance would definitely be way too close. Okay. Oh. Ah. Nope, this was not good. Oh boy, I think I got kind of lucky there. I didn't realize that the that thing wasn't active anymore. Oh yeah, it's not glowing. Ooh. Wait, where do I need to... I can just... oh. Is there even a platform to stand on here? Everything seems to just be broken up. Oh, can we go this way? Nope. Not only is this entirely broken, but it also looks like it's way higher up than I thought. Because I had assumed that the sort of difference in elevation between all the districts was somewhat similar, but it seems like it's not. Maybe try this side after all? This is broken as well. There's no way to get through here. That's where I just was. Tried doing that with my ship. Ooh, there's one of those projection plates over there. But it doesn't look like... let me see. What was the... Oh, this is what I wanted. And then zoom right. No, that looks active, though. I mean, from here it looks like it's glowing, so if I can get there, I should be able to walk. The universe simply is. That is very, very true. Huh. There could be another upper entrance somewhere that I might be able to take. I don't know if this actually breaks apart. Because I could wait for this to just fall into the black hole and look at it once I'm at the white hole. Like I did with the quantum tower. But... if I could get on top of that broken up thing, maybe that would work. But it really doesn't look like the right way to do this. Because the jetpack's just not powerful enough to get me up there. But even if I were to fly in with my ship, I'd still need to park it somewhere where it can get out and actually do that. Let's see. Although I could... no, the probe... well, now I'm further down as well. But I don't think that I'm gonna see any way of getting in there. Let's see, can I shoot it up there maybe? Okay, that's the teleporter, that's the forge. That's really unfortunate. I don't think there's any way in from here. No, wait. Wrong thing. That's the forge. That's the staircase I'm looking for, I think. At this point, at least, it should be somewhat easy to get the ship inside the planet. So maybe, hopefully, that'll give me a good way of seeing if there's any place to land or another way to get there. Let's see. It's so cool that you can see the white hole from here with all the bits and pieces from Brittle Hollow flying around it. And it's so incredible that they're utilizing that as well in order for you to be able to understand what is even happening, right? And to see how those things connect. Okay, that's the Hanging City. Echo Forge. Ooh, I need to be careful not to fly too close to that thing. Oh! Well, that was almost bad. I mean, I could just fly between these things. It's not that easy to actually look up with your ship. Oh, now I'm actually trapped in the... Wait. There we go. What am I hitting? Oh. There's a platform above me. Come on. There we go. Ooh, I see that. That looks like some sort of arm to potentially take bits and pieces out of the black hole. Okay, this is the elevator where I would have had to go. I mean, I could just try and brute force a landing here. I don't think this is really gonna work. Maybe. Technically, if I'm fast enough, I could maybe try and... But I mean, they're completely broken, right? Yeah. I think even the upper part of these elevator shafts aren't really working anymore. Man, there has to be an easier way into this thing. Unless they do want you to wait until it breaks again. It's a really, really big piece, though. I wonder if it would even break. Never mind stay in one piece to look at it. Every time you let go of your thrust button, it's actually quite scary just how strong the gravitational force from the black hole is in here. Off. Okay, let's take a look at the other side. It's a pretty big crystal structure, though, or ice structure, rather. That's the shrine. Oh, that looks pretty beautiful from this side, too. Yeah, it's really encased in the middle there, right? And the outside is this. So... If I somehow got this elevator to either reverse or to work at all, maybe that would lead me in to where I want to go. Oh, hey, Quantum Moon. Where's the sun? I think I do still have some time, but I'm really not sure if this is going to break apart. I don't just want to wait for it to break apart, though. I take one more quick glance at this place here. Also, what's broken? Oh, it might be the upper part of the ship. Can I repair this? Ah, yeah, there we go. I thought this was broken too, but I think it's just a weirdly formed satellite dish. Alright, because it's also quite odd that this thing would still work. But since there's another one, I don't think you can actually reverse this one. Okay. This is definitely more difficult than I thought it would be. Also, just thinking about it, it really looked like there wasn't any other... Or maybe I just overlooked a very obvious solution. Now I'm thinking, okay, so the black hole forge, I can move up and down. So maybe it'd be possible for me to use that movement to get up there? The problem is it doesn't really have any platform on it, really. So is that a thing that could work? Would I even be fast enough to do it that way? I think it might be possible. Actually kind of weird that it's upside down. I mean, yeah, sure, that part of the city is the other way around, but should it move down when I move the ball down and up when I move the ball up? It's fairly fast though, isn't it? Okay, if I could somehow move onto it very, very quickly. I don't think you can do that. Well, almost. It seems so strange, though. It doesn't really seem like that's the way you're supposed to do it. For some reason. Ooh. Why do I always have so much trouble flying into this weird thing? Into the hatch. Were there trees in here? I don't remember. I probably should have refueled when I was in my ship, huh? Where's the exit? Let's see. I need to start rotating it, right? Where was the... There we go. Rotate and... Yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Jetpack's pretty used up now. I already read that. I never tried what would happen if I walked back onto it. Because it's still glowing, right? Huh. So this only works if you already warped from one place to another. I wonder if there's some significance there too. Because so far, the warp cores... Like, one of them is glowing white, one of them is glowing black. So similar to the... Oh, right, this was here. Nice. Similar to the whole... black hole, white hole business. But why are you able to warp back once it's activated? If that's a thing, shouldn't you also be able to do that with the actual white hole somehow? Where's my entrance point? There, on the other side. Okay, a lot of time has already passed though, so at this point I'm assuming that most likely the whole black hole forge thing is not gonna break apart before the time loop resets. Which means you have to somehow access it from here. Right? Let's move it again. It's so fast, though. I could put my scout unit on it, but that doesn't really help with the projection plates and everything that are up there, right? Or is there a way to move this from the outside? What did this... It's just the controls. I don't think there is, though, right? Yeah, I don't think that the scout thing would be able to move it, honestly. You even have to go up the stairs. That's... Yeah, no way am I gonna make this. I don't really understand how this is supposed to work. Okay, Sonic's exploding. Okay, so this definitely doesn't fall into the thing. The teleporter is here, though. Which makes me think... Okay, so if I were to try this a couple more times, I think there is a possibility that with a lot of effort and multiple tries, you could actually make that jump. I think that's possible, and once you're up there, you could, you know, very slowly inch your way upwards by utilizing your jetpack properly. I don't think that's really the intended way, but it might be possible. I don't know if I really want to try it. The thing is, I know how this one teleporter works. I can go to the Whitehall station and utilize that teleporter to get back to the Hanging City. But how the hell am I supposed to activate the other teleporters? And if that's how that one teleporter works, then what are you supposed to do? Did I really just spend the entire loop trying to get up there? Guess I did. The teleporter is right, like the upside down teleporter is right next to the gravity plates, right? So I'm pretty sure that that would be a proper way in. What's so weird to me is I still haven't discovered how to utilize all the other teleporters too. And first I assumed that, for example, the Whitehall station might just... Because they talked about alignment, right? But the Whitehall station can only rotate. And it can only align itself to Brittle Hollow, it seems. But what are the other teleporters for then? And how do you use them? That would probably be my way in, right? The Black Hole Forge, Anglerfish Fossil, the vessel. The Whitehall station was used as a model for these towers, which were built for the Ashton project. Maybe it's time to go back there. Maybe there would be a way to somehow use the teleporters from that point. So much to look at still. Yeah, we have the high energy lab. That was their testing site for the phenomena they observed, right? That's not necessarily connected to the warp sites, though. No, my shipwreck. I mean, I could go to a lot of places still. The problem I have is that, you know, once you're hung up on an issue like this, you want to find the answer to that before moving on to the next thing. But I feel like, since most of these things are connected somehow, if you're stuck on one thing, and that's a beautiful thing about how this is built up, if you're stuck on one thing, you can just go somewhere else, and I think you might accidentally make a discovery that'll lead to exactly what you were looking into before. The Southern Observatory, that's not above the Black Hole Forge. That's completely separate, right? Okay, let me actually do another thing that I wanted to do the entire time already, since I started today, and I still haven't done somehow. I'm gonna go back to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Is that what it was called? I think so. And I want to send my probe in there to see the exact movement of a quantum moon, so that I know when it will come by Brittle Hollow. And while my scout drone is in there, I can try and get into the observatory, maybe. Okay, that's the observatory right there. Let's see. Is this big enough to fly into it with the ship? Might be. Thankfully, the ship, even though it's made partially of wood, is very sturdy. I guess they were expecting that you'd fly it into all kinds of places. Okay. Sometimes it's quite difficult to navigate once you're in there, because everything looks different. So that's the Hanging City. That's the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. The problem is I need a good place to... Oh. Yeah. I thought about this backwards. That was not a good idea. Because the easiest way to get your probe into the tower is from above. I didn't think about that. Because it has the grate on top, right? Maybe I could just... think this should lead me outside, right? If I'm... Did they have to make all these places so small? Nope. It's gonna fall. Really? Wait, where the... Nope. That was not a good idea. Ah, well. Probably should have used that camera, right? That I, for some reason, refuse to use. Ouch. Well, I think even the Nomai accidentally must have fallen into the black hole a number of times. That's probably why they built the teleporter, to get right back to where you were. I guess that's just likely to occur once you're in that thing. There we go. Oh, wait, wrong side. Let me activate the thingamadoo. Come here. Coach Neok, hi! Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How's it going? I hope you had a great stream. What were you playing? Oh, right. I need to go back up. Oh, yeah. Have a great night's sleep. and a good rest. See you next time, hopefully. Right, I did read that. The whole bit about, yeah, it happens. It happens that you fall in. It's kind of crazy to think about how just nonchalant they are about, oh yeah, sure, there's a black hole and you can fall into it. But don't worry, that just happens. Same game. Oh, okay. Well, make sure you don't get spoiled, because it's an incredible experience. I hope you're having a lot of fun with it too, because it's been absolutely beautiful so far. Okay, what will my best approach here be? Problem is I parked the ship at a very inconvenient location now. It might be easier to just, but the problem is I don't have my lock with me now, right? So I was thinking about maybe just walking to the tower? That's on the equator, I'm pretty sure. Ouch. Okay, this is not that easy to navigate in the dark. Let's see here. Having a blast. Oh, that's nice to hear. It's such a, honestly, very unique experience. Okay, wait a second. If I go, this is the equator. I can see a tree. That's the ship. Alright. So let's just go this direction on the equator, and in theory I should get to the tower. Or not. Wait, it didn't fully fill up my red figure at the top, though. Maybe it's just that the suit broke? Ah, well. Technically, this is probably going to be quicker anyways, because it just allows me to fly back with the ship to the place I wanted to go to originally anyways. Is the observatory in my log? So that I can target it right away. I think it might be. Hopefully. Let's see. Rumor mode. It should be, right? Hanging City. That's the tower. Mark location. Alright. Pick up the suit. Buckle up. And buckle in. There we go. Honestly, whenever I do find out how the teleporters work, I am very much wondering if they're gonna allow you to teleport to each of them, you know, just in a way that you can choose where to go. Because that would be very neat, but it does seem like that's not actually what's gonna happen. I don't know. Teleporters seem to be a lot more specific in terms of what they allow you or don't allow you to do. Really? Oh, come on. I wasn't that fast. Maybe that's, you know, if it was just the landing gear, it would be fine, but having a crack in your cockpit glass sounds like not a good idea to fly around with. Okay, there we go. This is the thing. Let's not break the ship again. There we go. Okay, hopefully this is gonna be... I don't fully remember if the plates that tell you about the location are right at the top. Yeah, they kind of are. Okay, what would be the best location for this? probably just at the bottom. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's currently at Timber Hearth. Now it moved to Brittle Hollow. Okay, so it's here at the start. But it is still rotating around the planet, which that... Don't tell me it moved my ship. Really? Why does it move the ship away from the site, though? Of course it would do that, wouldn't it? Wait, so the weird quantum rock can only move within this small little enclosure, but of course your ship can just be moved far away. Didn't land at the top, did I? Now I'm second guessing myself. I don't think so. No, wait. I landed right next to the thing, right? Oh. Wait, would it move my drone, though? No. I think that stays. Ah. Okay, now it's back at Timber Hearth. Let's wait for a second here. It does stay for a little while. I wonder if it completes like one orbit or something. Because somehow I think... Wouldn't it have a specific... I don't know, something that it adheres to? Because that would be kind of cool if it always traveled one orbit around the specific planet it's at, and then it moves locations again. There has to be some sort of rhythm to it, right? Wait a second. Where do I want to go? To the observatory, right? That was what I was still trying to check out. Probably that's the equator, so I want to go this way. And... That's the cannon. That's the observatory. Okay. So... how do I get into this place? Without bumping my ship into a million places. Maybe... Okay, now I'm back here. Is there a place that is already broken up? There we go. Whoa. And... the observatory itself would be in this ice structure, correct? So let me maybe try and land here. I do see a couple of gravity stones. Let's try to properly land this time. Should probably double check. Is this on the ground? It is. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. It works. Okay. There we go. I assume this is just directly gonna lead into the observatory thing, right? Boy. I don't want to move the... I don't want to move the thing. I'm assuming the ghost matter cloud is pretty much in the middle here. Nope. Oh god, I think I got really lucky there. Ugh. Okay, it's not... Is think it's not actually as dangerous as I thought to go into the ghost matter. It's just that it pushes you out of it as well. I didn't remember that from when I was originally looking at it on Timber Hearth. Okay. Well, that explains how that works then. So they're preventing you from going into those places by literally physically pushing you away. It's not that much about just dying or flat out dying when you move through it or try to move through it. It's mostly about you're being pushed away when you try. Oh boy. At some point I will just fly into the wall and die. Okay. No markings or anything so far. Somewhat unusual. Let's take another look at this. I don't know if this really helps. I mean, it would help if I'm actually... Oh god, this thing's gonna break apart, isn't it? Oh, wait, that's where the... Didn't see that's where the elevator is. Can I make that? Oof. Okay. Well, hello there. Love the dynamic music. Ooh, nice, we can open up the door. I wish there was somehow a way to keep these doors open. I know it doesn't make sense with the time loop and everything, but would be neat. Okay. Should maybe take a look at this first. Giant Steep. Oh. Why do they have stuff about Giant Steep here? This is really not what I was expecting. Konoi, Das, and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Oh! Well, never mind, it makes complete sense. It's because they were building that orbital cannon thing, and for some reason they placed it around Giant Steep. I guess they were afraid that it would fall into the black hole if they would put it close to Brittle Hollow. Or maybe it's got something to do with the increased amount of gravity on Giant Steep, and they somehow utilize that when they're shooting the cannon. Konoi, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using other cannon parts, but we're very curious to know what happened. How could something pass through the current? My gratitude for your interesting question. This is exciting. Spire constructed a model of Giant Steep here at Brittle Hollow's Southern Observatory, and it reveals how an object might sink below the current. Oh, that's neat. So we're going to find out how we can do that. Konoi, I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? Crimson. Gravity becomes gravity. Whee! That is very true. Although at some point it becomes gravity death. If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. There are two trailheads, one at Brittle Hollow's Gravity Cannon and one at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Wait. I'm unable to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If I visit the observatory, would you kindly explain? What was it about? If you don't mind the trek beneath the surface to the South Pole, I'd be delighted to see you. There are two trailheads. One at Brittle Hollow's Gravity Cannon and one at the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Trailheads? Are they... Oh, are they just talking about the small little thingies I can activate to traverse this place? Key is to aim for the ground to miss. That's actually a very good tip because, I mean, that's how orbiting a planet works, right? You're basically constantly falling to its center of gravity, but you're falling past it, so you're staying in orbit. I always found that a very funny way of thinking about it. Oh, this is the gravity cannon. Right. I was actually a little bit confused by that, because I thought that I pretty much looked at everything at the cannon itself. Wait, no, never mind. Oh yeah, okay, it is the gravity cannon. And yeah, I was confused why there would be additional knowledge at that place, because I thought that I had looked at everything. But, okay, this was completely on accident, but I never went to the gravity cannon when it was pushed into orbit, or when it was pushed into space because of the cyclones. Maybe that way I would be able to discover something new. Did they cleverly use this, like the phenomenon of the cyclones, to utilize the gravity cannon to shoot something into space? Because that would be a very clever idea, right? You could just build the thing on the surface of the planet, wait for a cyclone to come by, it gets shot up into space, then you shoot whatever you want to shoot, like your spaceship or whatever, and then it neatly comes back down to the surface, and you can, I don't know, dock another ship there? Oh, what the hell is this? Probably shouldn't waste too much time. Falling sideways enough to keep missing the ground, yeah. Are these... No, these are just projections, I presume. Just decor. Cassava's construction yard has been using the cyclones on Giant's Deep to lift orbital probe cannon parts into orbit, but one component was pushed down past the current that usually prevents anything from sinking. Right, so they used that gravity cannon on Giant's Deep to build the big probe cannon in orbit. How did they prevent the big one falling back down? I guess it just had a very high orbit then? Spire and I are crafting a model to determine why this happened. An update. It's now clear there are two different types of cyclone. Most cyclones on Giant's Deep rotate clockwise. These are the cyclones Cassava typically use to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. My gratitude, Spire. Kono is showing me your handiwork, and I'm intrigued by this secondary type of cyclone. But was it really necessary to build a model to tell me that? The model will be useful as we continue monitoring Giant's Deep. Also, I very much wanted to make a model. Right, so this one's spinning clockwise, this one's spinning counterclockwise. But in terms of actual looks, they're very similar. So, if I go to Giant's Deep, would I have to... I guess I could try and look for the counterclockwise spinning cyclone and just follow it and try to land on an island that it approaches. It's gonna be somewhat difficult though, right? Douglas Adams said that? Lift one foot off the ground, then the other? I mean, sometimes it's as simple as that, right? When you're overcomplicating things, sometimes it can obstruct what you're actually trying to do. This is a pretty beautiful place, isn't it? Imagine working in a place like this. Awesome. Also, surface integrity. Oh, wait, that's from my probe, though, right? Not myself. Okay, it's back where it was originally. Or it's back where it was the last time I checked. Huh. It's actually quite difficult to properly assess where it moves. How should our methods change as we continue our search for the Eye of the Universe? We know what the Eye looks like thanks to the quantum moon, So what if we try to find the eye visually instead? Let's send out a probe. Right, I completely blanked on that part. They have the ISOM. The quantum moon somehow warps to some location that is connected to the eye. So I guess that's why they know more about it, right? I didn't really consider that, you know, like an hour ago or something when I was thinking about the eye information more closely. So they had that information on the eye. They know what it looks like, which must be so weird. We'd need to build a probe launching mechanism to cover those long distances quickly. A cannon in orbit around a celestial body would circumvent the need to escape gravity's pull. Giant Steep would be a good choice. It's furthest from the sun, so it would provide the best angles for launch, and it's moonless, except when the quantum moon is visiting. It's furthest from the sun, but the other thing is further. What was it called? The one with the creepy vine seeds? Yes, let's build the cannon in orbit around Giant Steep. I guess it's not exactly a planet, and they would be pretty scared of it, considering that that's where their vessel crashed, right? So we couldn't find the eye signal using 2 different devices built for this exact purpose. We should discontinue the search method. Manlo's idea is clever, but we have no idea where the eye is in relation to here. The probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. I believe I have a solution for that problem. Have you spoken with Rami and Pai about the technology they're developing? Okay, so this is all about the probe cannon, which the cannon we always see shooting its probe out the moment the loop starts, which I still find is a very curious thing. Nice roof window, it really is. Would probably be very expensive to build, but guess it would be worth it. Oh wait, there's another thing to read here. Let's see. What have we learned thus far in our search for the Eye of the Universe? Those of us on the vessel originally followed the eye signal to this star system, but we were unable to warp to the eye itself. The locator we built on the Atrock and the new, more sensitive locator we built here were both unable to detect any trace of the eye signal. Hypothesis: the eye has stopped emitting its signal. Suppose the eye doesn't wish to be found. Cassava, how can you suggest that? The eye signal called out to summon us to this star system. I'm aware, I grew up hearing the eye story, yet we're no closer to finding it than you were the first time you arrived here. Based on our knowledge of the quantum moon, we believe the eye is in orbit around this star system's sun. This would mean the eye is located within a finite, albeit enormous, range. Okay, I just had a thought. Ooh, this is... what the hell is this? What the hell? Okay, this is probably the coolest observatory I've ever seen. Is that Giant Steep? So it's showing you the planet and its orbit around the sun, I presume. This is awesome. Wait, can you activate multiple things? You can, and it's gonna lift the other one up as well. So by activating all of them, you would show the entire map. Oh, is this calibrated somehow to the planets? Unable to determine orbit. No signal detected matching any known criteria for the Eye of the Universe. Huh. Wait, what does it say? Oh, okay, this is just correlated to this thing. Okay, so when you activate the Eye of the Universe thing, then it activates the message corresponding to it. Yes, okay. That makes sense. So this is just a memo essentially telling you, hey, by the way, we haven't really found where it is. Can I still view my probe? I can. So currently the quantum moon would be where it's at. Hey, never mind. I had a thought that since the Bramble planet, right? That's supposedly where their vessel crashed. So for a second there, and we saw that weird seed on Timber Hearth that seemed to almost be a pocket dimension that I presume shows you the inside of not Brittle Hollow, the Bramble thing. Because for a second there, I thought that maybe that's where the signal of the eye originally came from, and that's why the vessel crashed there. Oh, what a cool effect. Man, this game is so good with that, isn't it? The fact that you can shoot your probe into this thing, and the moment it goes through the black hole, it actually shows you the light distortion while it's falling through the thing. That's so incredible. But okay, so these are Brittle Hollow, Timber Hearth, the Hourglass Twins, Giant's Deep is to the right, Brittle Hollow, yeah, and the Brambles. And then the sixth location is the Eye. So the Quantum Moon goes to the Bramble planet, and you would be able to see that, I presume. So wherever that eye thingy is maybe on a completely different planet? Because it cannot be on the Quantum Moon, correct? The Quantum Moon can just take you there? Or rather it can... Well, wouldn't it take you there? I guess while you're on the Quantum Moon, you have no chance of leaving it again? Maybe? Wait, no, but they... or I guess I don't know until I do it myself, right? Okay, is there anything else I can look at here? Okay, this is just a big sphere or something, right? Just part of the mechanism for the observatory? I'm quite certain this is everything that I can see here. Okay, so far so good. Man, so many things to do still. I'm just... I feel like I haven't really gotten closer to the Quantum Moon. Maybe I should just look at it a bit more, but... Now it's at Brittle Hollow again. I don't know if there would be a way to really determine where it is. The problem is also I don't really have any reference point as to how much time has already elapsed, unless I would, you know, I don't know, use a clock to do it. Just look at a clock, I guess. But, it might be quite difficult to determine whenever it is at any given point. And then once it was there, it might take actually a bit of time to return to wherever you are. So it, well, I needed to be at the gravity cannon, right? Although now I've found out so much about Giant's Deep that maybe it would be a good idea to try to do that next. That would be connected to that orbital cannon. What this didn't tell us is the direction the probe is launched in. I already tried to go to the probe, but it didn't really seem to take me anywhere. Unless you're supposed to just wait for a really, really long time. Maybe it does eventually reach its destination. That would be a very simple solution, though. Yeah, stopwatch. But it doesn't... I mean, at that point, I can also just wait to... for it to come back. Okay, good timing. I need to look at my ship log again. That's always a good thing to order your thoughts, right? Because there's so much that I can still do and so many places I can still visit. But it's very, very difficult to decide what the best one would be, I think. I mean, with the knowledge about the Cyclones, Giant Steep might actually be a good call. Considering that the gravity cannon is linked to all of that, and the probe as well, that might help me understand how to get to the Quantum Moon as well. Because there goes the probe. Because that was my issue when I was trying to utilize the gravity cannon that is on Brittle Hollow. Because it seemed like I missed the Quantum Moon, and I don't really understand how that is supposed to work. Okay, quick look at the log. Okay. Southern Observatory. So we found everything there. That's good to know. The new, more sensitive locator of the Nomai build in this observatory was unable to detect any trace of the eye signal. Based on their knowledge of the Quantum Moon, the Nomai believed the eye was in a distant orbit around the sun. The Nomai decided to stop searching for the eye signal and instead look for it visually by sending out a deep space probe. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. If it is indeed orbiting the sun, just at a very distant orbit, they wouldn't really have to shoot the probe in the correct direction so much as try and hit the right orbit, right? I guess it's kind of the same thing. Most Cyclones on Giant Steep rotate clockwise. There are Cyclones the Nomai use to send components into orbit. There also exists a rarer type of Cyclone that spins the opposite direction and pushes objects beneath the waters and below the current. The Nomai finished building the final module for the orbital probe cannon and sent it into orbit around Giant Steep. The Nomai decided to construct a probe cannon in orbit around Giant Steep. Okay. Construction yard, this island. Yeah, that's a place I might want to visit again. Although the thing that I haven't found yet might only reveal itself if we get pushed beneath the current. But it might also be worth it to try to... I don't know if that's really possible, but it might be worth it to try and land on the broken up pieces of the orbital cannon. I don't really know what that would yield in terms of information. Maybe there's just something written there. I love how the Quantum Moon still has this giant thing here that seems to tell you a whole bunch of it, yet I still have absolutely no idea how to get to it. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to fly to the orbital probe cannon first. At least take a look at it and see if it's even feasible to land on it, or if there even is anything of note there. And afterwards I'm going to try and look for a counterclockwise cyclone. But before I do that, I'm going to take a very quick break. Just a couple minutes. Be right back. Ready. Let's do this thing. One thing I wanted to confirm Dark Bramble was its name. Somehow when you haven't been to the planet yet, it's very easy to just forget its name. I knew Bramble, but it's Dark Bramble, alright. Good, let's... Wait a second. Problem is I cannot mark the location of the probe cannon itself. This is just a question mark, right? Let's see. Let's mark the construction yard, because I do want to get there as well. At least this way I'm going to know where Giant Steep is. Not that you could miss that giant planet, but... There we go. There's the debris. So let's try and get a good look at it. It does seem to have a fairly high orbit, right? Let's see if I can... Ooh, nope, that was a bit fast for the strong gravity a planet has. I think this way it should come back towards me, hopefully. There we go. Oh, you can lock on. Okay, that's good. I do see a blue thing on it, so... Let's try to match its orbit. Oh god. You really need to be careful with these planets, right? There's a bunch of objects that quite frequently just come flying into your path. Ooh, nope, that was too much. Looks really, really interesting. Okay, since you can lock on to the, I guess, back part of it, I assume that's mostly where the interesting bits and pieces will be. Okay. I can't get over how well this is done, right? The fact that you are able to like match its velocity and land on it, on a thing that's orbiting the other planet with this much precision. Well, at least they were clever enough to... Well, I suppose they had to build a proper landing pad on it. There we go. Okay, another one of these hatches. That's good. Really wonder what we'll be able to find here. Ooh, they have districts here too? What's it say? Oh, that's not. Control module? Come back here. Control module, we have... Probe tracking module? But that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. And this is launch module. Okay. So from this perspective, it looks very, very similar, which obviously that makes sense. It looks very similar to the other cannon we've seen on Brittle Hollow. So this is where the probe launches from. Let's just go through them in order then. Let's see, number 1, control module. That still seems to exist. Well, let's just go there. Ooh. I wonder why this is, why this has another hatch. Huh. There's still oxygen here. Oh boy. This is quite a bit bigger than I thought. Wait, this looks like another... Oh, that's clever. Okay, so they're essentially using... Wait, how does it work exactly? Did they put the gravity stones like upside down or something? So it reverses gravity in that location so that you're able to travel between the two planes? Launch module projection stone. And giant steep projection stone. Let's take a look at this first. I have bad news, Avens. Yarrow says there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. I wish I were, my friend, but no. They aren't certain they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on indefinite hiatus. Tell Privet and Mallow they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain at the construction yard for now. An update. Mallow and I will join you and Daz. Privet left to visit her brother. She fears Idea might feel responsible. Okay, so this sounds like it's at least part of the explanation as to why the probe cannon fires so late. So, because I didn't know why it would fire at the moment where our time loop starts, right? Even though it was potentially built hundreds of years ago, or thousands of years ago even. Okay, this is the same projection we saw from Brittle Hollow's observatory, right? I also like how... Okay, this fulfills multiple things at once, right? First of all, it's giving the game a backup for depending on the order you do things in. So whether you come here first or you get to the observatory first, you're able to take a look at that cannon. And then there are two different cases there as well, where either you've already visited the cannon or you haven't, which that would give you new information or it could give you additional information. That's very, very cool. But at the same time, it works so incredibly well in universe because this literally is, well, a FaceTime call, if you will, right? That they utilized. So it would make sense that there are also projection stones that project to the same place. So for the play, and I like that they're doing this. For the player, you don't necessarily get new information because we've already seen this specific projection. But it still works very well because it, like, in universe just makes sense that they would have this. I don't know, for me that's just really cool. Okay, so that was this projection. Can I just put the slit, can I put this down? Yes, okay. Launch module, let's see what this says. Mellow, my bet at 50%. Cassava is sending the last of the cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. Cassava tells me he and the construction yard crew have determined a power setting we are not under any circumstances to go above. And that's probably why it breaks apart when it launches the probe. I see. Am I right to think that consequently we'll be ignoring that setting? I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our natures, so I suggest we do. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it can structurally withstand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can, as far as it can. I'll make some adjustments. The thought of concluding our eldest curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. But why are they trying? So they're trying to send the probe out as far and fast as possible. But why? It seems somewhat counterintuitive to them knowing a rough location of the eye. Wait, what the hell is this? Is that... Oh, yeah. Never mind, I was thinking too complicated. This is just the second part of the station that's broken up. Okay, so I guess it would be worth it to check that out then. And it looks pretty similar to this one for some reason. Okay. Let's see, I assume we're gonna be able to activate this stuff. I thought it would activate the additional... Oh, there it goes. Okay. 8 minutes, 12 seconds ago. Request to launch probe received from Ash Twin Project. I guess we found this, the stopwatch, didn't we? Is this updating in real time? It is. Oh, that's so cool. So this would pretty much tell us the exact time that has elapsed since the loop started, right? Cannon aligned with randomly selected probe trajectory. Gravity field activated. Randomly, huh? Doesn't it shoot into the exact same direction every time, though? Well, it has to, because we're in a time loop. So, is this randomly selected trajectory the right one, and that's why the loop starts? I don't know, I feel like there's still some missing information there, but... Still... strikes me as very, very odd. And potentially not at all random. So that's the probe cannon, that's the Ash Twin of the Hourglass Twins, right? But without the sand. Oops. Oh. I forgot that there's no actual gravity here. Right. So... the information to launch comes from the Ash Twin project, which does seem to be, if you will, sort of the computer that's currently controlling our time loop, or that is intricately linked to the time loop. Because it's the place that that also stores the memories and... I don't know, yeah, that cannot be random, right? It has to have determined a reason for why the probe is launching at that exact moment in time, I feel like. Okay, that's the cannon itself, and that's the probe launching. And then it breaks apart. So it's kind of a replay of what happened. That's very interesting. Begin launch log. Orbital probe cannon launch request received. Probe launch successful. Probe tracking module is receiving data from probe. Orbital probe cannon structure compromised during launch. Damage to multiple modules detected. Okay. This is... that's the thing we're in right now, correct? Probe tracking module missing. So that's floating around next to us, I assume. Launch module viewport function fractured. Module exposed to vacuum of space. We saw that from the outside. Control module intact. No structural damage. That's where we are. Orbital probe cannon damage report. Several structural stress detected. Assessing damage to modules. I read this the wrong way around, but that's fine. Okay. Good. Let's take a look at the other module then. The one that supposedly has the probe stuff in it. So in theory, it's broken apart, but I assume that the module itself would still function in terms of receiving signals from the probe. At least I hope it does. Because if it does, then in theory we would be able to find the probe and or determine its location at least. I love how they're always giving you the option to launch the Scout. I wonder if during testing a lot of people forgot that the thing existed. Okay, yeah, that's where we saw the projection from. Wait, yeah, that's the place where we saw the projection from. So looking at it, I should be able to get into it by going through the window. Problem being that... So it looks like what would be the things that take the information that they receive from the probe, I suppose, looks like that's broken, right? So I don't know how much information we'd be able to glean from it. Because even if it theoretically would have received, you know, information from the probe, it might still be that it's just not accessible to us. Where exactly would that be, though? That's the ship. That's where I went outside. It's on the other side of this thing, right? There we go. Can we, like, get into an orbit where the sun is shining onto this side of the thing? It would be easier to see then. Wait, is this the glass structure? Seems so intact. Or wait, is this the side that I was in that is still intact? It might actually be. Oh yeah, there we go. That's where I fight. I should have just looked to the location of the scout drone, shouldn't I? I didn't realize these were formed like that, like a water droplet of sorts. It's an interesting design. Alright. Should be able to go in here. There we go. Interestingly enough, the gravity floor still seems active. At least one of them. Okay. Yeah, this is all inactive and destroyed. Unfortunate. Whoop. There we go. Probe tracking module projection stone. Imagine, Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I'm honored and terrified. You won't ask the orbital probe cannon to use so much power that it breaks, will you? Fret not, my nervous friend. We only need to fire the probe once anyway, so who minds if it compromises the orbital probe cannon's structural integrity slightly? I don't know if this is considered slightly, but okay. I mean, the thing is, you're also compromising your ability to, like, to view the records of the probe, right? Because it seems to have destroyed the thing we need in order to look at where it is currently. I would mind, Mallow. I would mind, because we won't be capable of receiving our probe's data if the probe tracking module is destroyed. Right. And sadly, it looks like that's what happened. Okay. Something about the statue, like, it's very, very eerie, right? When it's looking at you with its 3 eyes. Oh boy. So I'm pretty sure I know where this is. Wait a second. So... I guess either I just didn't see it? Maybe it happens too fast, or it's from the location where we're starting the loop. It's very difficult to see. So, it looked like the inside of the core of Giant's Deep, right? The black outer ball thingy with the electrical currents going through it. That's what the core of Giant's Deep looks like from the outside as well. So did that thing fall into the core of Giant's Deep when the cannon exploded? Oh, fuel level critical. I think, you know, when you're actually doing this and flying through space so much, it does take up quite a bit of fuel, huh? Or maybe I'm just also, you know, should probably just float slightly through space instead of always using up too much fuel. I mean, it's fine. I should be able to get back to the ship. Let's refuel real quick. There we go. And I do want to take another look at the possible third thing here, though. Or... you know what? Let's do it with the ship. Wait. Ah! There we go. I think this might be easier to fly to it with the ship instead of using the suit. Let's see. So this is the cannon module I was in. That's the part that broke away completely. Oh, okay. Okay, now I understand why holy shit. I really always underestimate the gravity of this thing. Yeah, now I understand my wrong thought process here. So, what I was thinking of is the cannon itself breaks apart, right? And I think what we can see when it launches the probe is the front part breaking off and it breaking into 3 parts. So I assumed that those parts were the ones I should be looking for, but I don't think they're going to give us much information at all. But what I hadn't considered is that, as you can see, the 2 of the glass cylinders are still intact, but the 3rd one is missing. And coincidentally, that's also pointing towards the planet. So not only does the front part break away when it launches the probe, but it also broke away the 3rd glass container thing, and that must have landed in the core of the planet. Alright, that makes sense then. I have absolutely no idea where the heck the other front parts are, though. Because they're there at the start of the loop, right? I guess they're floating around somewhere? Oh, what was that? Oh, that's an island. Never mind. Okay, what is that then? Wait, that looked strange. Maybe I just mistook another planet for... oh, there we go. Ah, not too fast. Those are the front parts of the cannon. Let's see if I can catch up to them. There we are. I don't think they're really gonna, you know, yield any new information, but I just want to take a look. I think they're literally just front parts. They look like they're just essentially a giant stone metal structure thing. Oh, come on. It's not as easy to match the velocity and everything if you aren't actually able to target the thing. Yeah, but it very much looks like there won't be anything here. Huh. Just a big cylinder, essentially. Ooh, there we go. That was a bit close. That's a very front part, it looks like. Oh, you are able to track it, but only if you get very, very close. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I like this design. Something about this is very unusual. It's not an unusual design per se, but it's an unusual design when you're thinking about alien orbital launch cannons, right? Huh. We're quite close to Dark Bramble. Do we just want to try to fly into it? I think we're... well, technically, I should be looking for a way to avoid the anglerfish, right? Right. So I guess let's maybe go to the construction yard real quick, because I might still have some time. Maybe we'll get lucky, or... Yeah, well, let's go to the construction yard first. I was just thinking, I don't even need to wait for a cyclone that's spinning counterclockwise to approach any given island. I could just fly into them, right, with my ship. I feel like I'm always making things more complicated for me than they need to be. That's... not the most beautiful parking job, but it works. Let's see. I actually wonder if there's some significance to there being two of these platforms here, like one for clockwise, one for counterclockwise, but that doesn't really make sense. They're just simple shields, right? Okay, I definitely already looked at this, but maybe let's double check what it said. Building the orbital probe cannon. Gratitude for tireless work. Okay. So this is just about them building it and being, you know, liking that they finished. Ah, sun's exploding. Okay. Although, it does make me wonder what the hell the core is even supposed to be. Because it's not a black hole, right? But it does seem to be some sort of very gravitationally dense something? I mean, the thing is, logically speaking... Oh, give me a second here. I need to plug in my camera. Ooh, sorry. There we go. Alright, should be fine. Theoretically speaking, the planet itself, at least to an extent, is built up like what you would think Jupiter is, right? Like a giant gas planet. But it's a bit more hospitable. Because it seems like the pressure is not killing you. I wonder... So, an interesting bit about the game's sort of physics logic, I guess, is that pressure does seem to be something they not necessarily wanted to implement. And it might either be that it would be too complicated to do, or maybe it just wasn't worth it. I mean, at the end of the day, they're still telling a story here, right? So things that would stand in contrast to that don't really make sense to be implemented into the game. Because in theory, the pressure would crush you to death. I guess you could explain it away by saying the technology we're using here you know, is able to withstand those pressures, which is completely fine. I mean, I don't think that it's a problem at all, that it's not necessarily part of the game, but they do seem to have... Because, well, the reason why I'm thinking about it is because the planet itself looks like it is, at least to an extent, adhering to the rules that would apply to matter under pressure, right? So it has a big gas layer, atmosphere layer around it, and then when you get closer to its core, it turns into liquid, and it has, like, it's a water planet below the thick atmosphere. But then, in theory, the core should be solid, right? Because of the pressure. It doesn't seem to be that way. Or at least, if it is somewhat solid, you're still able to traverse it without... And things seemingly don't break up with traversing it. But I guess that's kind of you know, the black hole also works that way, where it's not destroying everything that comes in its path. Because, yeah. There's definitely some liberties taken here, but that's completely fine because it makes... Well, otherwise you wouldn't have a game, right? If the black hole would kill everything and anything that came into it. Also, in theory, you can always assume that, you know, for example, when they built the black hole forge, they made sure that, you know, maybe the construction of that black hole specifically accounts for the fact that matter would be torn apart when you get too close. So they constructed it in a way where it avoids that problem, right? You can always kind of have that certain amount of suspense. Suspense of disbelief? What is that called again? Something like that. You know what I mean. Yeah. Okay, so it does still show me there's more to explore here. That is interesting. Because the ocean's depths are a separate entry. There's a strong current beneath the surface of the ocean that prevents anything from sinking below. Maybe it's just also the current. Maybe the core of Giant's Deep is... some weird electrical current. It might even be created by those red shining water creatures. Feldspar found a way to reach the core of Giant's Deep. Funnily enough, Gabbro is just lounging there, right? He's just completely chill, essentially taking a vacation of sorts on Giant's Deep. You'd assume that at some point he just randomly came across one of the counterclockwise spinning cyclones and was pushed into the core. Then again, it could also be that he just missed that. Maybe he was sleeping at the point of it happening. The broken remains of an Nomai space station in orbit around Giant's Deep. There are 3 access ways branching off from the central hub area. The orbital probe cannon was created to find the precise location of the Eye of the Universe. The Nomai pushed the orbital probe cannon above its maximum power setting to create the greatest chance of finding the Eye of the Universe. Which I'm still not entirely sure why they thought that launching the probe as fast and far as possible would yield results. Because then you're getting further and further away from this solar system, which apparently was the one thing that called out to them, or that where they were sure that the location of this eye is here. So why would it help to launch a probe far away? The control module recently received a request from the Ash Twin project to launch the probe. The cannon was aligned with a randomly selected probe trajectory. The probe was successfully launched, but the cannon's structural integrity was compromised in the process. Damage is detected on multiple modules. The launch module was badly damaged, but the projection pool is still intact. A Nomai named Mallow argued that it wouldn't matter if the cannon's structural integrity was compromised, since they only needed to fire the probe once. A Nomai named Privet countered that they wouldn't be capable of receiving the probe's data if the probe tracking module was destroyed. Another thing still. We still haven't found an answer to the question of why the probe cannon launched now instead of back then. Because if they had already known that they needed to push it beyond its limits for what they wanted to do, why did it take so long for the probe to launch? Or does that have something to do with the time loop? Like, are they utilizing the time loop in a weird way to send the probe to multiple different locations at the same time? So that they're not Because the entire time, I thought that they discovered that weird anomaly with the warp, and maybe because of that, and that was my line of thinking, that maybe they expected there to, at some point, be a time loop that they needed to somehow get out of. Which that part might still be true, but I suspected that it was sort of an accidental phenomenon that they just expected or knew about because of those weird anomalies with the warp. But now I feel like there might be an additional possibility of them purposefully creating the loop so that they would have more time to find this eye. Because in theory, if you had enough knowledge about all of this, that's what you could do, right? If you already know, like if you're capable of creating a time loop and also know of a way to get out of it again, and at the same time you're looking for something, especially with how big the universe is, but you already know that you have all the components together to find what you're looking for, and the only thing that's problematic is time, then it would logically follow that you would employ a time loop if you had the capability to do that, and just loop all the time with your memories intact until you found the thing you were looking for, and then you go out of the time loop, effectively making it so that you just accidentally are in the one proper time, what's that called, timeline, where you immediately found the thing you were looking for. Is that what they did? Because that would kind of... I feel like that would work better as an explanation as to why they went to such lengths to create something like the Ashton project. The other explanation still works, where they would have created this because they knew that maybe a time loop was coming and they wanted to avoid it or wanted to get out of it, but... One of the orbital probe cannon's 3 modules. Probe tracking module is receiving data from the launch probe. Any Nomai aboard the probe tracking module would be the first to see the coordinates of the eye of the universe. A Nomai computer reports the probe tracking module is missing. I saw the probe tracking module through a Nomai projection pool. It looks like the module is underwater. I can see purple electricity outside the viewport. Okay, so... I wonder if this additional knowledge here is just connected with this. But I still want to go back to the construction yard first. And then I'm going to try to go to the depths and look at that. Looking at the construction yard, though, what is it that I could have possibly missed there? Unless there is some significant change when it gets blown into orbit. I'm saying orbit, it's not actually orbit in space, right? I also wonder if it's worth it to sometimes talk to your fellow countrymen, like to the other travelers. Because they do comment on things that you find, right? But I feel like mostly that's for when you don't really... I guess when you're out of options and you don't really know where to go next, they might give you a hint. That's kind of what that feels like. Okay. It's cool that they always have these projections of what they built. But I mean, looking at this thing, I'm really not entirely sure what I'm still supposed to be finding here. Oh, that looks like the... let's see. Because this I definitely already looked at. Or not. Wait. Have I ever found this? 2 minutes, 24 seconds ago. I guess that's one thing that I missed. With bad news, Avens, Yara says there was a problem with the proposed power source. It won't be asked to fire. I hope you're pulling my locomotive in. Yeah, I definitely already read this. Indefinite hiatus. They could return from the cannon. Wait, that's the... Isn't that the communication we've already read, but from another location? I feel like this is the same message, just essentially in reverse. Okay, so this should just show us the inside of the control module we were already in, right? Yes. I definitely thought I already looked at this. I guess I didn't really make the connection of what it was, or did I and just forgot about it somehow? Maybe I thought it was too obvious in terms of what it was and just didn't really think about it anymore. Okay. Yeah, so these are the 3 modules we can look at. It's so cool. It's even like, it looks like a proper blueprint, doesn't it? Awesome. Okay, well then, let's just walk up to the other side then. But aside from the additional information that I just found, I think that... Or rather, I don't think that waiting for this thing to get Cyclone pushed into space would really change anything. Little hollow projection stone. Oh! Huh. Maybe what I did last time I was here was looking at that one, and I forgot to look at the other one? This is so awesome. Ooh, we need to make sure not to die when I fall back. I don't know. I don't think that this would necessarily give us anything else. I mean, there's nothing that changes when it gets launched into space, right? That was very close. Because the cannon is pretty much purpose-built to work completely independent of where it is currently, right? I mean, that's why all the gravity plates are here. Well, let's take this thing with us and put it on the projection plate. Now I'm actually quite curious. Maybe I should look at my log at, not log, the VOD at some point. That's gonna be funny to see myself, probably just not realizing what I was looking at, or something like that. Okay, there we go. Right. Let's drop this real quick. Remove this one. Let's read the message first, though. Konoidas and I were lifting orbital probe cannon components into orbit for assembly, and one somehow sank down beneath the current. Konoi, you should have seen it. We thought it was impossible for any cannon components to sink even partially below the current, but ours sank straight to the core. Cassava convinced me not to try to recreate the phenomenon myself using another cannon parts, but we're very curious. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is what I read the first time I came here. So I must have inserted this plate and somehow forgot about the other one, or maybe overlooked the other one even. It's exciting. Spy construct a model of giant steep here at Brittle Hollow Southern Observatory, and a revealed sun object might sink below the current. Right, this also gave the information about the Southern Observatory being about giant steep, which I also kind of neglected to think about, but I guess it wasn't really that important. Because once you go there, you realize that it is, right? And I'm able to grasp the answer by looking through the projection pool. If you don't mind the track beneath the surface, there are 2 trailheads. Right. So this once again just explains how to get to the observatory. And I also didn't make the connection of those track paths being about them telling you how to get there. I don't think that's the path that I took, but yeah. And then this is the observatory. I don't think I made that connection either, that it's the... I mean, it seems so obvious, right? But it looks very, very different from the inside than it does from the outside. Mostly also because the glass is only sort of... You can only see through it from the inside out, not the other way around. Okay. 8 minutes, 55 seconds ago. 8 minutes, 6 minutes. What am I reading? Okay. Well. I think it might be worth it to just return to the ship for now. And double check if it still says that there's more information to be found here. Because I did get 2 log updates, I think. So I'm feeling somewhat confident that there isn't anything else here that we still need to find. So it might be time to try and venture below the surface. Just refuel to make sure and look at the log. Yes, there we go. I noticed whether or not I built a craft. For some reason, put the orbital probe cannon on a definite hiatus. The cannon was not asked to fire. According to my computer, a long-range probe was recently launched from the orbital probe cannon. Yeah, which definitely, I'm 99.9% sure that it somehow coincides with the time loop. Okay. So the probe tracking module is in the ocean depths, right? So those things at that point should hopefully connect. Man, we are actually making some progress here, huh? I wonder why Feldspar is over here. It makes sense to a degree because he seemed... Well, we have heard... First of all, he was here on that one weird island with the ghost matter. But we also heard that he was one that was able to actually travel to the ocean's depths, right? But I assumed that Feldspar was also one where we're essentially retreading his steps, in the sense that he was also making the almost the same journey that we are now making. Which actually brings up the question of where the heck is he and why haven't we... I wonder if... Maybe the reason why he never came back is because he was able to find whatever deep universe answer we're looking for. So maybe we're gonna confront him at the very end. But again, why would he be over here in this maze of questions and answers? Anyways, I do hope that it works if we're just flying into a cyclone that moves the right direction. Also, why is there one that is this big? Guess that's just random, or is there something special inside of it? That one's spinning counterclockwise, right? Oh, is the big one creating another one next to it that's spinning the opposite direction? No, wait, am I dumb? It's not spinning counterclockwise. Wait, did it originally? Did it turn? Do they some... Oh, that's definitely spinning clockwise, though. I guess I looked at... I think I just looked at the wrong thing there for a second. Wait, are they changing direction sometimes? Now I'm second guessing myself. Oh, well, this wasn't really fast enough, though. Electrical systems damaged. There is a way to find out all of your theories. I imagine there is. Huh. Well, I don't really need the electrical systems right now, huh? Let's try this again. Maybe I need to be more at the top. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. I think I need to make sure that I'm actually properly catapulted beneath the surface. Yeah, this clearly isn't enough. Oh. I think I flew into the same one again. I feel like it's just not spinning fast enough, huh? Or would I try to... Would I need to try to fly into it? Well, that doesn't really work though, does it? Which planets have I explored? Well, I'm pretty sure that I've explored most of Timber Hearth. The Atla Rock, so the moon. I've explored Brittle Hollow. Pretty much everything there, I think. Like the black hole and everything. Oops. I actually need to be careful not to accidentally fly into them the entire time. Been to the White Hole Station. I don't think there's more that I can discover there. I've explored a lot of Giant's Deep, except for the core, I think. That's the one part that I'm missing. I've recently been to the orbiting probe launch station here. I've briefly been to the Hourglass Twins, both of them, but only fairly briefly. I think there's still a lot left to discover there for me. I think that's it, right? I've tried to go to the Quantum Moon, but wasn't successful. Am I missing anything? Oh yeah, I've also been to the lava moon of Brittle Hollow. I think that's pretty much it. I did once fly up to the probe, but wasn't really able to do anything with it. Okay. So there is this giant cyclone, but obviously this one's rotating clockwise, right? Oh. Wait a second. Why can you not go into this one? It looks so funny every time the islands get launched. Maybe there's some special significance. I wonder if there's a way... How would you do that, though? Like, how would you be able to influence these things? Oh! Well! Huh. I guess that was a good call. I didn't really expect this, to be honest. Wait a second. So what I expected was that maybe the big one somehow is able to reverse the other ones, or maybe we can somehow influence the big one to reverse its direction, but... Well, this is entirely unexpected. I love how you can just sometimes, I don't know, just try some weird stuff and accidentally find things, I guess. What is this? I thought I explored everything here, because at some point it told us that there are 4 islands. I guess that was written down by somebody who wouldn't have known about this then? Huh. So the storm isn't... because we're in the center of the storm, so... the wind here isn't as bad as it is outside of it. That's pretty neat. Once again, they really seem to have taken inspiration from like real world phenomena, but definitely have given them their own touch, right? And incorporated them into the story. That's so cool. Because I can imagine this, the what is it called? Big red spot? Red spot? Is that it? On Jupiter? The big storm that's been existing for the past, I don't remember, several thousand years or something like that. I do feel like I still have a lot to discover. Yes, definitely. Yeah, a lot of the time it's, well, it's a very odd and wonderful combination of the game giving you hints and telling you some things, but also omitting others. And then you're trying one thing, but ultimately also end up finding others. Okay, I wonder if this pool... This almost looks like they at some point utilized this or tried to utilize it to get to the core. But from what I've read about what the Nomite tried to do here, they weren't able to reach the core, right? They discovered it, but didn't do much with it, unless... Maybe somebody eventually did actually buy this device because they wanted to look into the core. I mean, the core definitely seems way too interesting to just leave it alone, right? Be welcomed in this place. This tower shares with all who ask the knowledge needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Okay, never mind. That's entirely different to what I expected here. Why would this be here all of a sudden? That's the symbol for the quantum moon, correct? Now that I'm looking at it, it's a really neat symbol. I guess... So the ring outside symbolizes that it's a moon, correct? And the little dots must be the places it visits, although it seems to be emitting the one, like it going to the eye of the universe as well. Okay, the plants aren't alive anymore. The hell is this? Why would this be suddenly connected to the quantum moon, though? Into this place without friends, however. These are lessons to learn for yourself. Alright, so the one thing that I find peculiar about this place, I've read, maybe I should pause real quick. I've read a bunch of things in the Hanging City, right? We've read a lot about them going on journeys to the quantum moon. It's sort of a coming of age ritual of sorts. And also a bunch of speculation and ideas, when they found out about it and how it connected them when they first crash landed in the solar system, how both separate parties, connected through the quantum moon because they could both see it because it was changing locations between the two planets and all of that. But the one thing I don't either I don't remember and forgot, or for some reason it wasn't mentioned. Because why is this here? When they have a gravity cannon on Brittle Hollow that seems to allow them to just fly to the quantum moon. Unless I misinterpreted that somehow. Or maybe they built this first and came up with the whole gravity cannon thing later. I just, when I saw this, I immediately assumed this was just a device that maybe somebody built to get to the core of this planet. Unless this planet would be connected to the quantum moon, but how would that work? Or why would that be a thing? Because if that was the case, then the projection plate that showed us the insides of the probe control thingy would have been on the quantum moon then. It definitely feels like a very important place. I mean, it's also built... It's kind of built like you would assume a shrine would be built, right? If it's for a special ritual that every one of them had to go through. Especially this gate seems to be very, very important. Also, that is literally all that is here. Huh. I love how it has a brief, like it's breaking your fall. That's pretty cool. Hey, where did you go? Seek the wandering art. Ah, okay, so these are, they're somehow employing the quantum effects here. I wonder how they were able to do that, because so far we've only ever seen this happen when the when those quantum stones were closed. So maybe they were somehow able to incorporate that material into what they designed here. So the archway is wandering as well, which makes me wonder if the location matters in terms of continuing. I guess we'll find out. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I guess that explains what's happening. Yeah, quantum fluctuations. Same signal as the other ones. So this stone is influencing everything up above and I guess below as well. Got the they did an awesome job with the music. It's, you know, it rarely ever changes up its melody and stuff, but whenever it does, it's really, really noticeable and really fitting. Which is quite difficult to achieve. Oh, I guess those must be the 4 different locations the archway could, in theory, take up, right? Because I was wondering why there were these seemingly these stairs that seemingly lead into nothing, but I guess that's because the archway can be in multiple different places at once. Okay, there's another one here. But what exactly is the point of it moving around? I mean, it's a cool effect, of course, but what's the meaning of it? Is it supposed to be some sort of life lesson that, you know, supposed to teach you that you can take multiple ways in life? Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object. These are the same. Yeah, it's trying to teach me something. This very much looks like it wants you to understand how this movement works in particular, right? Because I feel like... Right. So the clever part about this room, I think, is that because of the gravity, you're unable to go up here, right? Meaning, you always have to take the stairs up to these platforms, But in order to reach in order to reach this archway now, I would have to go this way. But that means if I turn the corner, it's going to disappear and change its location, right? So it's not so subtly teaching you how to work with this, which now makes me wonder if what... Oh, wait, the sun's exploding already? I wonder if this would have been the solution. No, it cannot be because the probe... Or maybe it is? Oh, never mind. Okay, before I go down, let's try to do this one more time when I get back here. Yeah. So that's what I wanted you to know. And that's also why I talked about the image of the quantum thing being important. So the image of it is the same as the actual thing, meaning if you observe the image, it's not going to change its location, okay? I think I know what they want you to know. So man, if this is right, this is actually blowing my mind how well this is integrated into the, like, because the room itself, right, is such a simple... Okay, I'm gonna go a bit off topic in terms of the game here, but in terms of game design, the room really is super, super simple, right? And okay, let's pause time here for a little bit. What's also happening is that not only is it a very simple setup, but what it teaches you on the surface is incredibly simple as well. Right? And we've already seen a lot of these quantum objects, and the whole time I've been going through the game, I've always been wondering, up until this point, okay, so what's the point between all of these things just moving randomly around the space? Right? I was never able to determine what the point of it was. It was a cool effect, of course, but it never had any sort of significance, even when I went, like, fairly early on to that grove on Timber Hearth with the moving stone. The stone also kept moving the geyser that I was able to take down into Timber Hearth's core, right, where the mines are and everything. And I always thought that it was odd that that particular place could change locations, because, like, if you still end up at the same place, what's the point, right? Is it just a neat visual effect? Or I was wondering if maybe it was also trying to just show you, well, the quantum moon exists and how it works. And then you come up to that room, and the room's built so simple. And the solution to it, well, I don't know how obvious it is, but you're kind of going, okay, so image, I have my scout drone, I'm gonna launch it at the archway, and that's it, right? And you think, oh, neat, I've solved the puzzle of this room, right? Almost the same as if you would be solving a portal room in Portal, right? And then suddenly it just sort of clicks, and you understand, wait a second, so if I do the same thing with the quantum moon, and I'm somehow able to take an image of it, I'll keep it where it is. I can literally capture the quantum moon if I keep it in my view, and or my probe keeps it in view. And seriously, this is the way the game is teaching you about this, and the way it just makes sense once you understand what it's trying to teach you, is both incredibly simple, yet also super effective. And I can't get over how cool they've done this and how well it works. It's even way, way better as the other discoveries that you can make with, you know, the islands being blown up, where I originally thought that it was doing something else. What was the other thing? There was one other thing that was really cool. Oh yeah, of course, Brittle Hollow, right? When you realize that all of the parts are falling into the black hole and emerging on the other side, and you can actually utilize that knowledge in order to get to places that you wouldn't be able to get to because of the gravity on Brittle Hollow. But once it's through the white hole and it's floating in space, you can just fly up to whatever you want to look at, right? Those are definitely the discoveries that make this game what it is, and make it so incredible and unique in its design. Holy shit. Okay, just to confirm, Tower of Quantum Trials. Right. So I'd imagine that maybe below the room where I just was, there might be more things there that try to teach you something. The only thing that still confuses me somewhat about this is why it's located on Giant's Deep. I feel like I might have... Maybe I just missed that particular part of information, or maybe I glossed over it at some point and didn't really realize the implications of it. Well, the entire time I also was fairly convinced that I already discovered at least the islands on Giant's Deep, and that the one thing that was still missing was the core, right? I hadn't considered that there was yet another island that was hidden beneath behind the big cyclone that I hadn't seen yet. Okay. This tower held knowledge a gnome needed to make his or her first quantum journey. Observing a quantum object, observing an image of a quantum object, these are the same. One little thing that I'm wondering about, though, would this have meant that, you know, when we're talking about a potential journey that a, you know, small gnome kid or whatever would make, they'd have to travel to Giant's Deep first from Brittle Hollow and then go to the Quantum Moon, or come back to Brittle Hollow. I guess I'm wondering if there is another connection there, one that I haven't really discovered yet, where maybe there's a teleporter or something that also can get you to this tower that they were able to utilize. Because would they always fly into that cyclone in particular for that journey? I mean, it is a very profound journey that they're supposed to take, but it's yeah, I mean, I already understood that this is a game that is very much suited for that kind of experience, right? Where you go in and you look at how other people approach the situations. Because there must be, well, not only a ton of different ways in which people discover these kinds of things, but also just seeing somebody else discovering it, making that connection. Must be great to watch, honestly. Man, actually, I cannot wait to also go back, and hopefully other people will have also recorded their journey through the game, right? So that I can go back and watch other people go through it. Because that must be a really, really cool experience as well. Well, I guess for now, there really isn't that much else that I need to do. Let's just go back to that tower and go through it without the sun exploding again. So last time, oh, right. The reason for why time was over fairly quickly is because I at first tried to mess with the core of the planet, right? Which I guess is something that I need to come back to eventually. Because this isn't really gonna help me, right? Ooh, boy. That was definitely too fast. Ah, I guess it wasn't. This works. Okay, now I just need to get back into this cyclone thingy. I guess the good part is, as long as you already have it on your HUD and you can just locate it again, it's really not too difficult to find. Get back in. Okay. Although... I guess all the way at the end, I'm gonna fall down here and enter the pool? Gonna be interesting to see whether or not this tower might also be connected to the core of the planet. Because, at least from what I can see now about this particular tower, I guess let's just go in it, right? If it's mostly about quantum knowledge, then I guess the giant cyclone wouldn't really be able... Oh, oops. I should probably keep it in view. I guess the cyclone wouldn't really be able to be utilized to venture beneath the planet's surface, right? So I still have to find a way to make that easier for me. Because it does seem like I was missing something there. Well, let's just get through here first. And see if whatever else I can learn here will help me get to the planet's core as well. Okay, let's get the probe back. There we go. Is this another stone or is it the same one? I'm wondering. I'm actually also wondering why there are these in-between levels. But maybe it's just to have the stone here? Okay, next lesson. I love that the thing that's instructing you is also moving. The arch and the crystal do not naturally meet. So I have to force them to meet, right? So there's one platform that I can walk up and the archway. Which I guess the gravity stone also moves. Okay. So what I want to do essentially is keep one of them in view and then force the other one to change its location to the location I need it to be in. Let's keep the archway in view. Oops. Oh, come back here. Shoot a bit higher. Unless I'm missing something here, this shouldn't be too difficult to do, right? Because as long as I keep it in view with my drone, it shouldn't change locations. Right. Okay. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. Let me do that again. Let's maybe walk like this. You need to actually keep it in view while you're doing it. Okay. Let's take the probe with you. There we go. This is just another one of the in-between rooms, correct? I wonder if they specifically chose to build this here because of the stronger gravity, because that makes it easier to build the other room. Then again, you could still build it on a planet with less gravity. You just have to increase the height of the platform thingies. This is the last one, but we made it harder. Funnily enough, this tower definitely is quite reminiscent of Portal, right? It's like chambers that you go through, which Portal is one of my favorite games of all time. Because that was also... When it came out, the Portal technology was... Well, it's difficult to compare, but it was definitely equally mind-blowing, I think. Especially in how it could be utilized. Okay. Are there only 2? I guess there are, huh? So... wait a second. I guess I want to go up first. Because the archway is going to change locations regardless, correct? Or would it work in a way where if I don't take the archway's location, or rather if I don't make sure that it stays in the same location, could I run into a situation where I run up and the archway is on the other side and there's no way for me to change its location? Probably, right? Because another sort of subtle lesson that they're not directly teaching you, but that seems to be true to a certain extent, is that objects, like the quantum objects, tend to move when you're getting close to them without looking at them, right? That's when they definitely change location. Oh. Well, that's quite high up, huh? Can I even... Because if I get too close... Well, it doesn't really matter, right? I can just shoot it here and... Wait. There it is. A problem is, though... Let's see. This should mean that the archway doesn't change locations. I just hope that the little bit on the upper right corner of the picture isn't gonna mean that, because I need these gravity stones to change locations, correct? Right. Oh god. Okay. That was too fast. I didn't keep the other one in view. Need to be pretty careful with this. Wait, so I should try this. Okay, now it's there. Wait, God. How can I make this easier? Because I kind of wanted to go there instead of there, right? Because if it's there, then it's going to be difficult for me to go to it. It's going to be difficult either way, because as soon as the one to the right gets out of view, it's going to drop me down, right? So either I need... well, it still works, okay. So I need to look at it... Oh god. Maybe I'm wrong in keeping the archway in the same place? Well, what I could do, right? The way my probe is currently positioned is I could try to let's see, come back down here. I could try to move the camera a little bit so that those things keep their location intact, right? Wait, how do I get them back down? I feel like I'm still misunderstanding something. Oh, well that was weird. Wasn't I looking at it? God, they're changing location so quickly. Okay, let me see. The archway is still in view, and now I also see the gravity stone, correct? Oh shit! I should have kept the other one in view too. So as long as I do this, they shouldn't move locations at all. All right. So now I'm looking at this. Let's try to put the other one back out of view. Oh, wait a second. That's way easier then. So you can, instead of... You need to be really, really careful with this though. Technically the archway should still be in view now, right? Let's try to get the other one. Shit, I don't know where the other one is. It's there. There we go. Okay, now they shouldn't change locations anymore. There we go. So, what I misunderstood, or what I made too complicated for myself, is that I tried to change my own location, which obviously turned out to be quite difficult because I had to look at the stones and I had to like turn around and everything. But what's way easier is to just turn your scout drone, because it's easier to utilize that picture to keep things either in view or out of view. And it also means that you don't have to worry about aligning your character in a certain way, right? Because you can just keep looking at the things without having to move your character in a complicated manner. Okay. So I suppose this is probably a representation of both of their different groups looking at the quantum moon and being connected by it, right? We offer our congratulations. You've learned the rule of quantum imaging. Take this knowledge with you on the remainder of your quantum pilgrimage. I wonder if they too had some sort of... Because they had to have something similar, right? Some similar drone to keep images of it in order to get through here. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Our curiosity goes with you on your journey. You walk in the footsteps of those who came before you. And your path guides those who will follow later. That's pretty cool. What a cool tower! Still not entirely sure why it's on Giant Steep, but it's a very enjoyable experience nonetheless. Oh wait, the stone's back. Why did they mention the other stone locations, though? Okay, wait. Let me pause so that the sun isn't exploding right away. So there's the Quantum Grove on Timber Hearth, I already mentioned, and there's the giant quantum stone that's next to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. I'm just wondering, did I maybe miss some sort of lesson they were supposed to teach me? Or is it just supposed to spark your curiosity about these quantum objects? Because what would be the implication of that, right? What would be the point of those other stones? Maybe I'm just trying to see something where nothing is. I mean, the lock also doesn't really say that there's additional information to gather there. Because I'm pretty sure that even with this imaging technique, those places wouldn't really change in terms of what they're supposed to be. That really is quite weird. Oh. Okay, so it's just that symbol again. See, now I'm wondering if maybe that quantum stone in there, maybe you could take that outside with you, but what would be the point of it, really? I don't think, yeah, I don't think there's a deeper significance here with the pool. Well, I mean, that was certainly a very, very interesting lesson. And, there's just one place that would change, okay. Might be worth coming back to eventually, but I still have so much else to look at. I don't think that's really a priority for now. And there might also be other places that I just haven't been to yet that still teach you other lessons. Okay, one other thing that I feel like is important, though. The quantum moon is slightly different to these objects because it doesn't keep... Like, even if it visits a certain planet, it is still in orbit, right? Or does it actually stop its movement? Because there's still... Like, if I were to put down my scout probe on the floor of a planet, or on the surface of a planet, and point it upwards at the quantum moon, isn't it its relative location to the moon still gonna change? Like, even though the moon is there, technically would still be there because it's in my image? I feel like that's a slightly different thing compared to what I'm doing here with these very static objects. But maybe I'm also overthinking this. Okay. Well, I'm definitely done here. The Nomai called this the rule of quantum imaging. Remember, the other quantum shards have other lessons to teach. Okay. So... does it actually solve my problem that I had with being able to land on the quantum moon, though? Because the shuttle, right? The shuttle that I can shoot at the moon. Last time I tried that, it just kind of narrowly missed it. So I feel like there's still something else that I might need to know in order to properly land on the moon. Because that's... I did mention that yesterday, I think, that I feel like the quantum moon still has one other, like, rule, or it's still behaving slightly differently to the stones themselves. Because if it was just similar to the stone, then you could literally, like, whenever it appeared, you would just be able to land on it. But that's not possible. So there has to be some sort of other thing that is happening there. Do I know about Schrodinger's cat? I do very much know that. So is the quantum moon alive, or is it dead? I guess that's the big question here, right? Or if we were to put a cat on the quantum moon, is it still alive or dead? And in what location is it at any given time? Alright. Well, it was a very interesting lesson nonetheless, and a very important one. And now I'm once again at that weird point where I kind of want to go onto the quantum moon with my new knowledge and want to try certain things there. But I'm also still quite intrigued by the core of this planet. Because clearly, just flying into one of the anti-clockwise cyclones did not yield the solution I was hoping for. It actually might be worth it to talk to, what's his name again? Gabbro? He's on this planet, right? And for some reason, or I guess because there's, like, he found there's the workshop here, right? That created the statues originally. And he found one of them, and that's why his memories got connected to one of the masks on the Ash Twin project. And seemingly that's why he also retains his memories of the loops. I wonder if it might be worth it to talk to him again about all of these things. Define alive? Well, okay, yeah, that... I guess you need to do that in order to determine the proper outcome of your thought experiment, right? The funny thing here with these quantum objects, technically they're always being observed, right? Well, are they really? Huh. I guess they're not really, but at the same time they are. I don't know. Feels like the quantum moon, in theory, is always observed since the... Well, how does that even work? The Nomai built a structure that can tell you where it is, yet at the same time, it doesn't lead to it staying there, even though we know where it is. It's actually quite curious now that I start thinking about it. Well, anyways, a lot to think about, a lot to still do, but I want to eat something. So I'm going to take my lunch break here. Feel free to stick around if you want to. It's going to be a little bit, though, you know, 20-25 minutes, something around that. And I will definitely be continuing for quite a while today, though, because, well, I want to. It's a lot of fun, a lot of interesting things still to discover. But yeah, I'm going to take a bit of a break, and afterwards we'll hopefully come back with new and fresh energy and some brain fodder to continue exploring. I guess it's a good idea to... This is gonna save everything, right? Reset loop, quit to main menu, yes. Just gonna stay in the main menu for that, and we can just start another loop when I come back. So, if you need to head off though, thanks for being here and for chatting and hanging out, but feel free to stick around as well. Again, 20-25 minutes, somewhere around that time. I'll be back after lunch. Hey, welcome back. I always feel bad leaving you guys hanging for so long, but this just works out the best for me, right? Because this way I can just continue. I've tried in the past to, you know, just take a long break, but then it's always... thank you. It's always a bit of a struggle to actually come back and, you know, play, because then you start doing other stuff, and I tend to like to just, you know, do one thing for a very long time and then switch to another one instead of constantly switching between things. So this does work out the best for me, and also, I mean, after eating something, definitely now feel energized enough to get back into exploring and hopefully find out how to finally arrive on the quantum moon. Which, let's take another look at our neat log and figure out what to do next, because there's definitely still a bunch of very, very interesting possibilities. Right, suit up, view the log. There we go. Okay, so that tower taught me a lot about the quantum stuff. But the question remains of how does it work if the quantum moon also has an orbit around the object where I'm trying to observe it? Will it just stay in one place? Will it stay there if I take a picture of it and just keep the picture up? Still not entirely sure. And even if I do that, let's suppose theoretically I would be able to place the quantum moon more or less directly on top of that gravity cannon on Brittle Hollow. Does that solve my problem in actually being able to travel there? Because then we're still in that weird space where it's not entirely clear why the Nomai ship on Brittle Hollow would behave differently to my ship when approaching the quantum moon. Okay. And then the other big question that I was struggling with, and the original purpose of me going into the big cyclone, is how do I get to the core there? Because clearly the big cyclone isn't it. My original thought that maybe in that tower we would find some sort of switch to reverse the big cyclone's direction also didn't turn out to be true. So it has to be something with the small cyclones. I did want to go back to Gabbro and talk to him, so maybe he might have some additional insight on that. One possibility, or one possible thought that I had was I could just wait for, or not wait, but rather instead of taking the ship, maybe try to somehow get into the counterclockwise spinning cyclone just by myself without being in the ship, because then maybe I would have less resistance in the water and actually would be catapulted all the way to the core. But somehow I feel like that's not the correct way to do it. And then there would also, because so whatever that weird core is, somehow that electrical energy around it prevents us from going through. And it damages the ship's systems when you try to approach it with the ship. And it's essentially a barrier. So I'd imagine what would happen, like even if somehow the cyclone pushes you with enough force to get into it, you'd probably still take damage, I'd assume, right? Maybe it would be like going through ghost matter really quickly and with enough force to actually be able to go through it. But I'd imagine you'd still take damage, so I don't know if it's survivable even without the ship. It seemed like such a simple and neat solution to just look for the counterclockwise cyclone and use it, but... Although it's still very weird to me that these quantum test chambers are on Giant's Deep. So maybe... Maybe if I was able to travel to it from the moon? That doesn't really make sense. Well, how would... Okay, so the probe cannon breaking apart must have somehow given the module that is now in the core of the planet enough force to enter it, right? Although I do find it quite interesting that it seemingly still works. Maybe it's a different kind of electricity than to what our ship uses, or maybe it just, you know, it's built sturdily enough to survive something like that. I mean, the core didn't seem too dangerous. Yeah, sure, it can damage your electrical systems, but the main problem is simply getting into it, right? It's not necessarily a super dangerous place. Okay. Oh, that's just feldspar. Just, do I want to go back? I keep thinking about this for so long. I could have used the time to just go back to Gabbro. You know what? Let's do that. Let's, wait. Should probably mark his position, right? Which was... that's the quantum stuff? Was it here? Construction yard, Southern Observatory. That's Rebec, Dark Bramble, Orbiter Cannon, Ocean Depth, Bramble Island. Gabbro's Island, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Alright, let's just talk to him one more time. The funny thing is, right, he notices the loop compared to everybody else. Oh, isn't that the quantum moon? Neatly flying above the planet. By the way, can I not? Oh no, never mind. This launches the Scout too. Because I was thinking that, can I take a picture with my ship? But that's only possible in the sense that you can equip the Scout drone and shoot it out, and that can take a picture. But you yourself wouldn't really be... Well, thankfully the planet has a water surface. I'm still quite curious about this, though. But I feel like maybe this particular island will reveal its secrets more whenever I actually venture into Dark Bramble. Huh. That's Gabbro's ship! So it didn't actually get blasted off into space after all. It's still here, just not close to him. Well, he wasn't really too concerned about it, right? So, which one was this? Oh, that's the... okay. That's just floating by. Okay. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. But in terms of what Gabbro sees, since he is part of the loops... Oh, right, I cannot go through here, actually, right? I completely forgot about there being a ghost matter cave here. Let's talk to him first, before I test something. I kind of wish I'd built a hammock here before we ended up in this time loop. I'm pretty sure that I already asked him all of these questions. So let's go with this. Okay, these two I talked to him about. I found what happened to the orbital probe cannon. Whoa, that's the cannon breaking apart at the start of each time loop, for real. So he does see that too. How does he see that? I guess he sees the a part of it coming down onto the island? Did you figure out why? Isn't this kind of the same thing? Too much power. Kind of scary how much that sounds like something Slate or Feldspar would do. I'm pretty surprised the Nomai built something that actually broke. That is quite interesting indeed. Come to think of it though, broke might be the wrong word, because it looks like the orbital probe cannon is still firing successfully at the beginning of each time loop. It does indeed. It's just breaking afterwards. I reached the inside of Statue Island, so the Nomai created those head statues to record memories, huh? Yeah, I could see the Nomai doing that. I'm not sure what for, but it seems like their sort of thing. Do you think the statues are recording our memories then? Because I remember that one on the beach looked at me funny. That must be my memory friend. Yes. Okay, so that pretty much just confirms... that just confirms... what I already knew about them. What? I guess the ship decided to meet me, right? It literally just slightly changed places on the island. Okay, so I don't know, I think my approach to ghost meta was fairly wrong. Maybe I should have just... I probably should have just done this from the start. I mean, I knew that it was possible to run through it, right? Because I accidentally ran through the ghost meta that's on Timber Hearth, like the one that's supposed to kind of teach you about it, where the kid is throwing rocks at it. I guess I was a little bit too cautious with it, in the sense that I just didn't really want to try running through it. So that's definitely possible, if it's only a small cloud of ghost matter. Was there any point to this, though? Why is this even here? The ghost matter tunnel. Huh. Guess there isn't really any deeper meaning behind that. But still, though, it's more a... It's more a thing of, well, you can go through it, you just cannot go through it multiple times without healing, right? So... There is definitely something that I'm either just not getting in terms of the ghost meta, or some point to it that I'm missing, or something like that. Because if you can just run through it... Oh, whoopsie. Because just judging by the points where I did find it, like all the points where I found ghost meta so far, I don't think there would have ever been enough to kill you, unless you purposely ran back and forth through it. It might mean, though, that I'm actually able to do more on Ember Twin than I originally thought. And it could be worth going back there. I feel like that would actually... Oops. Oh, right, my... Nope. That's definitely not what I wanted to do. My scout drone is still out there. Ah, well. There is definitely way too much water resistance. Which is funny, considering that the gravity of this place is so high, right? You'd assume that that would be enough to help you reach the core. But then again, the water resistance is also pretty hefty. Okay, I was kind of expecting that to happen, but... So they are quite friendly, despite their quite demonic looks. I mean, it's just the color, really, but they're not really doing anything. They're just shutting down your electrical stuff. Now, for a second, I was thinking that maybe, if in theory, these squid things are responsible for the electricity down here, there could be a way to not kill them, but, you know, turn them off or get them to move so that the electricity is gone. But if that was the case, then there wouldn't be any point to the anti-clockwise cyclone. Because then you could just naturally enter the core, right? But doing this without the ship, how would that even be possible? Because I would have essentially have to determine the exact location of a moving cyclone through clouds where it cannot see the cyclone, and then position the ship on top of it, and as quickly as possible exit the ship, jump out, and get sucked into the correct cyclone so that my body would be pushed beneath the ocean without the ship. Somehow I don't think that's going to work. It's a little bit like my idea of how to reach the black hole forge. You know, based on just pure happenstance rather than correctly figuring it out. What confuses me is that the observatory I was at that told me about the cyclones made it seem like such an obvious solution, right? Yeah, sure, you go to the counterclockwise cyclone and it pushes you beneath the ocean and that's it. Wait a second, did I actually ever look at this teleporter? Oh yeah, I did. That's, oh, hello. There it goes. That's the place with the gravity stones that lead up top, yeah. Huh. Yeah, somehow it really seems to me like I'm missing a piece of information here. I really don't think I do, but I also don't seem to be able to do anything. Man, Brittle Hollow looks really, really cool from a distance when it's already broken apart a little bit. Okay. Let's quickly look at the lock again. He said, even though all the systems were damaged. Let's see, can I... Should be able to repair them, right? There we go. Oh! Well... That might have not been the best idea. Ah, well, whatever. I guess I'm repairing them here. Come here. No! Well, bit more complicated than it needed to be, but it works. Okay, before I land though, one more look at the log. Right, so core, Giant's Deep. Kinda know the solution, seemed to be missing a piece of the puzzle. Quantum Moon, it could try again. But... it's one of those moments again where you kind of want to do everything at once. And I seem to be unable to decide what I really want to do. So, big thing that I want to do is definitely go back to the Hourglass Twins. Now that I've just run through that ghost meta, I could just run through the ghost meta that was on Ember Twin as well, and potentially enter the high energy lab, which would probably yield a bunch of really useful information. I really want to go to Dark Bramble now, though, but yeah, I'm still missing the information about the anglerfish and how to go through them. Where was that fossil again? Wait, that must have been anglerfish fossil. The Nomai learned how to evade anglerfish, theoretically at least, by studying an anglerfish fossil they found on Ember Twin. Okay, so that is there as well. Yeah, that really seems like a pretty good location to check out at this point. I really want to check out the asteroid again. No idea how that's even connected, because that doesn't even show up here yet, right? And I only looked at it from the outside. Okay, since this loop has already started, let's actually try and find the asteroid and fly to it. And the next loop, I'm gonna fly directly to Ember Twin and see if we can either find the fossil or the high energy lab again, or do any sort of really interesting information gathering. Because there should definitely still be a lot there. Let's see, that is also the Hourglass Twins. That should be the white hole in the distance. That's Dark Bramble. Let's see. Does the map show me the... it's very far away. Oh, it's actually very close to the white hole, currently. Right. There we go. 23 kilometers. How much time do I still have left in this loop? Probably about half the time has elapsed. Just rough guess. The asteroid really didn't seem to... Seriously, is behind the white hole? Oh, it's very close. Oh. Wait, it's in the same position again? Why does it look like it's completely static? Is it for some reason traveling exactly as quickly as the white hole? Or is the white hole's... The white hole has anti-gravity though, right? Why would it suddenly... Or did they build the white hole with the asteroid in mind? Also, since it has all these crystals... Ah, well, the crystals could just be because it's at a point where it's really cold. So I'm wondering if it maybe is a part that broke away from Brittle Hollow? I don't know if that would make sense. Honestly, it feels pretty unreal to just be walking around on this thing. I don't think this is necessarily snow. This could also be sort of ash, right? Like actual asteroids would typically have. It does seem to have... Wait, let me see. Ooh, this is fun! And you can ice skate on this thing? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it doesn't have gravity. At least not according to my UI. Okay, let's see. It looked like there was something on it. I should be pretty much on the bottom, right? Yes, there we go. Huh. It looks... I mean, it looks like Nomai architecture, but I'm really not sure. Is this a ship or a probe or... Clary. This is troublesome. It seems the comet wishes to submerge our shuttle in ice. If we stay on the surface too long, the shuttle may freeze entirely. So it is a shuttle of theirs. Judging from the outside, it looks fairly different to the... Well, it looks different to the escape pods that we've seen. Even if it did, couldn't someone call it back home to the gravity cannon on Ember Twin? Oh! Wait, never mind. I didn't make that connection. So it's pretty much built like the shuttle you can call back from the quantum moon then. Right, okay. To the gravity cannon on Ember Twin. Yes, but the exploration of the comet would be more difficult if we were without the shuttle until someone recalled it. Perhaps we shouldn't have landed on the dark side of the comet. Suppose one of us remained in the shuttle to keep it warm and continue monitoring the surface. This would be wise, I think, Clary. If you don't mind waiting here with it, Poke and I can continue to investigate the surface. Seems like they were unable to keep it warm enough. Oh boy. Wait, can I not? Wait, is the asteroid moving so... That was weird that it got pushed back so far. It doesn't look like we're able to enter it, though. Because if it really is the exact same as the shuttle that we can recall from the quantum moon, then the entrance should pretty much be where this giant block of ice currently is. Okay. So... The gravity cannon on Ember Twin was used to launch this thing, and for some reason they wanted to take a look at this comet. Which makes me wonder why. It also doesn't really look like there's anything else here, right? So, if the warp core in this ship would still work, and I were to go to Ember Twin, to the cannon that launched it, would I be able to recall it, even though it's encased in ice? I'd imagine so, right? Because... Oh, the sun's exploding already. Because, well, with how warp works, in theory it should only take the matter of the ship, right? And the ice around it, I suppose, would stay, but the ship would be gone. So, yeah, it seems like Ember Twin is a good direction to go now, because we have the fossil to find. I can potentially enter the high energy lab if I just walk through the ghost matter, and if I go to the gravity cannon, I might be able to recall this thing, and hopefully the inside of the ship will give us some information about why they tried to land on the comet. Because there had to have been a reason for it. And, I wonder if it is somehow connected to the Whitehall station. Just seems like an odd coincidence that... that the comet either catches up to the Whitehall station, or they have the same orbit, or something like that. I found a Nomai shuttle almost completely encased in ice. There were 3 Nomai aboard the shuttle. One of them stayed behind to keep the shuttle warm, while the other 2 explored the interloper. There's more to explore here. So it says more to explore here, but we also have the gravity cannon as a separate entry. The Nomai shuttle that's frozen on the interloper can be called home to the gravity cannon on Ember Twin, which makes me think that we might be able to find all 3 Nomai, or at least their remains. So the 2 that were on the comet still remain there, potentially. I always forget to mark the location where I want to go. Let's see. I cannot mark this because we haven't seen it yet. So... Hanging City Vessel, Anglerfish Fossa, Shelter Site. The Nomai survivors who crashed on Brittle Hollow climbed down the cliff to shelter site below the surface. Huh. Did I never go there? I've been on Brittle Hollow for so long, and there's still more to find? I mean, I kind of knew about this because I heard about the escape pod, right? Or rather, I found the escape pod. But since I already explored the entire city, I wonder what more I could find on the shelter site then. I don't know my shipwreck. Where was this? Astronomy gear, North Pole of Ember Twin. Should probably start there again, right? Unusually high number of supernova recently. To the high energy lab. Just connected to the Whitehall station. Alright, let's mark this location. That's where I'm gonna go. And hopefully I'm able to find good new pieces of information. Good morning. Hope you had a great rest. Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason to stop for me. It's way too interesting to just stop. Obviously, I don't have unlimited time today, but I definitely want to go as long as I can. Okay, Church Camp. Oh boy, that was a little too close for comfort. Right, so that's a gravity cannon. Should I just try to land next to it? Wait, why am I in such a weird orbit? There we go. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. I see something there as well. Ah. There we go. Not a beautiful landing, but I take what I can get. Let's see. The difficult thing with this, obviously, is that technically I probably should start exploring it from the inside out because it receives the sand and gets covered by sand. But just come back here, right? This planet sometimes, and only sometimes, has a moon. This is also of note, it disappears if no one is watching it. Isn't that fascinating a fascinating orbital characteristic? Well, we do know a lot about this at this point. This is my first time encountering a natural satellite with the ability to vanish when not being watched. We should study it. Or even better, we should travel there. Alright, so these were their first observations. Right. I need to remember that the second escape pod crashed here. So we're gonna find a bunch of information or messages probably from when they first arrived here, or their first thoughts and ideas that they had to explore the place, right? And their observations. I agree. A first step would be determining a method to track this phantom moon so that we can always know where it is. Given its reluctance to move while consciously observed, it might be a form of macroscopic quantum mechanics. Right, so this seems to go into something I was speculating about earlier in terms of how are they able to know where it is without it staying in one place. They seem to have found a way to do that. I found your note, Malore. Kindly count me among this moon's admirers. What is happening when it disappears? I doubt it ceases to exist. Does it move to another location? I believe so. Not only does the moon appear around Brittle Hollow, I can confirm it sometimes orbits Timber Hearth as well. Yeah, it seems to orbit all the planets. Right. And this seems to be another observatory that they built. And there's the quantum moon again. god, this is a very interesting perspective because everything moves quite quickly relative to each other, right? Okay, so this is another one of their observational thingies here. So I'd imagine this currently says that it's, or it was close to Timber Hearth, right? And now it's nowhere? Oh. Okay, now it's there. Right. Okay. What is very interesting about this observatory is that it seems to take into account that the quantum moon is still rotating around, right? Wait, is it? It might just be my rotation. Because now it's close to Timber Hearth again, but it's not exactly aligned to it. At least not from this viewpoint. Right. Let me pause here quickly, because I don't want the sand to flow while I'm thinking about this. But what I learned on Giant's Deep is that an image of the quantum object is considered the same as the quantum object, right? So what would happen? Because my original, or the kind of a contradiction that I had in my mind that I haven't tested yet, so maybe I should test that first. But I struggled with the concept of what if I put the probe down on a planet, quantum moon appears, right? And I make the probe watch the moon. Because its quantum effects would only take the moon from one planet to the next, but the orbit and relative motion to the planet should still be there, right? So how would that work if I took an image of it, but the moon then moved, like in an orbit, away from my probe scanner? This might be a possible solution depending on what the NOMA utilize in order to determine the quantum moon's location. Because maybe I'm just able to take a picture of this thing, right, of the observatory that determines where the thing is. But then again, I already did, didn't I? Because I shot my probe into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow, because I wanted to observe the movement of the quantum moon from planet to planet, and it still moved, even though I kept an image of it around. Although, no, I can't really confirm that, because at that point I didn't know about this, so I just very quickly moved my stuff around, and also I frequently dismissed the picture that's on the screen, right, and brought it back up again. So maybe it only ever moved when I put the picture away. Yeah, I can't, I would have to test that again with this new knowledge in mind. But it might still be a possibility to keep the moon where I want it to be. Okay, yeah, this keeps all the planets in sight. Wait, so that also means that the rotational axis, the two twins are rotating around. Wait a second. I think I already saw this a couple of times, but never really paid it much mind. It looks like another observatory slash station, but that's really very close to the sun. It also looked like it had a teleporter on it. Ooh, boy. What's happening? So as long as the quantum moon isn't anywhere, it's just wildly rotating? Okay, that sun thingy, I need to keep that in mind. It's easy to see from here. But yeah, that symbol looks like the teleporters, but not exactly the same. And that almost looks like an observatory again. Something like that. What's interesting about this observatory as well is that they apparently, whenever they built this, did not know about the quantum moon also visiting their beloved eye of the universe, right? So it doesn't... That's not a thing that is here. But then again, this also works differently in that it keeps track of the planets, whereas the other thing that shows the location of the quantum moon doesn't actually track the planets, so it's only an image that shows where the quantum moon is. So I guess in that particular case it makes more sense that it would or that it could show that. Because how would you show that on this observatory, right? Is this from Feldspar again? No, that's Chert. Chert's research notes, property of Chert, as he always likes to remind us. Clearly, the Nomai were making astronomical observations here. They chose an excellent spot. What is this big rotating device for? What was it the Nomai were observing? I'd posit there's something special about the orange symbol on that device. Hal and the new astronaut's translator tool would be nice to have handy about now. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Also, right, another thing that I wanted to say before whatever that sun thing is distracted me. The rotational axis of the twins is orthogonal, right, to the plane of the planets, which means that's why the observatory is always sees all the planets, because the way these two are rotating, they never obstruct each other's view of the other planets. Which is quite a neat little thing. I don't know whether or not that's just cool. Wait a second. Is it... I'm gonna read this first before I think about it. Let's remove the scroll. Let's drop this one. This one. The quantum moon locator is functioning. We have markers for each of the places the moon goes. Enona, Burr, I just observed the quantum moon in orbit around Dark Bramble. I added a marker for Dark Bramble. I thought the locator now accounted for all of the Phantom Moon's locations, but sometimes the locator can't tell where the moon is. Perhaps there's a problem with the device. It's also possible that there exists a sixth place in the star system to which the Phantom Moon travels. You've keen eyes, my friend. So this moon travels to a total of 5 locations, not 4. Oh, wait, that was an earlier message. Yeah, so they slowly discovered that there are 6 locations the moon travels to, but they weren't able to determine the 6th one. Whereas somehow later on, when they started building the city on... oh, it's here. Hello. When they started building the city on... Brittle Hollow, they knew about the 6th location. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the other thing that I was, or that I wanted to think about is, from a physics perspective, oh, right, nice. This is the other escape pod. Should probably take a look at this too. One quick pause here. From a physics perspective, the reason why planets normally align on a plane, right, is because of the force that gravity is, like how gravity works, because it's based on the rotational axis of the object they're orbiting, right? So if you had... Does it matter in some way if you had 2 objects that are orbiting each other within this plane? Would they over time tilt their rotation I mean, there are always other effects at work, right? What is it? Neptune, I think, is the planet that has like a very tilted axis, right? So it's not always... Well, that's its own axis, though. Never mind. That's not the plane it's orbiting on. I think... Is it Pluto? Well, Pluto is really small, though. But yeah, if you had two bigger bodies, would they at some point align their personal sort of orbit around each other to the plane of the orbit around the sun, or the most massive object in the system? Does that matter? Wouldn't the most stable position actually be exactly 90 degrees from this? Because then they would always have the same energy. But well, does it really matter? I don't know. I think I need to look into that. Because it feels like, just quickly thinking about it, I might be missing some of the forces that would influence a system like that. Funnily enough, doesn't one of Pluto's moons, isn't it almost exactly as big as Pluto itself? Like, I don't know, 2/3 its size or something? I think that's also a system that's almost similar to this, obviously without the giant pile of sand flowing from one thing to the next, but... Okay, that's just the signal, right? Wasn't I able to read something the last time I saw one of these? Escape pod 2? Maybe not. Okay. Originally, I thought this was their spaceship, but this is an escape pod, which is actually pretty crazy, because that must mean that their original vessel they were traveling with is pretty big, right? And especially in comparison to the planets of the system. We need status reports for all systems, but initial things first. Is everyone unharmed? Our escape pod's passengers are afraid, but physically well, Anona. Everyone survived the crash. This is a relief, at least. You have my gratitude, Burr. Burr, were you able to find the other escape pods' distress signals? I can hear both signals somewhere in the star system, but I don't believe either escape pod crashed on the same planet as us. Which we still don't really know where the third one is, right? I think I've heard it. Is it on the Quantum Moon? How would that even work? Or is it on... Never mind, it might have been on Dark Bramble, right? And we just don't... Because that's one of them. That's the other one. That's Dark Bramble, isn't it? Right. Which also makes sense considering that that's where they crashed, or at least close to where they crashed originally, right? So I guess one of the escape pods didn't really venture too far. Alright. Begin flight lock. Escape pod 2. Vessel has been mortally injured. Emergency sequence activated, awaiting departure from vessel. Launching escape pod 3. Now launching escape pod 2. Collision imminent, preparing for impact. Scanning external environment, scan complete. External temperature is prohibitively high. Verdict, inhospitable. Do not seek shelter on planet surface. And yet, it seems like they did. Or maybe they went below. The heat from the star system's sun is more bearable below the surface. When our escape pod punctured this planet's surface, it broke into what scans show is a cave system with much cooler air. I would recommend we seek a site down there to build a long-term shelter, Nona, but these passages are a maze. Even with this danger, there's still our best chance for survival. We'll form teams and descend into the caves to look for a shelter site. We can mark our findings on the walls to avoid becoming irreversibly lost. Be cautious, everyone. And be aware of the sand as you search. It appears to be arising gradually. Yeah, sorry, I need to... That's a weird description. The sand appears to be rising gradually. So these two planets already had that weird sand connection when they came here first. At some point, we did find something that seemed to suggest that the sand can also flow the other direction. But in the current time loop, it only ever flows from ash twin to ember twin, correct? And it also seems to somewhat roughly coincide with the length of the time loop for some reason. There's quite a lot of stuff here. Emergency escape hatch. Oh, right. That's the thing that I blew off of the other escape pod. The one that flew into the black hole. Keep moving, friends. There is nothing of interest at the end of this passage but rocks. And while these rocks are interesting, they can wait until a less urgent time. Okay, so this is a literal maze then, and they tell you what is at the end of each tunnel. Okay. Do not follow this tunnel to its end. Colliers and I will examine the horror that lies at its terminus later, provided we live through this. What kind of horror, though? Hello? It does look pretty eerie, doesn't it? Oh, there we go! That's the fossil I'm looking for. How cool. Wait, why is it still glowing, though? Is it still alive, or does the weird glow on its lamp thing still just retain light somehow? Okay, there's writing on there, so I assume that somehow I should be able to go in there. Man, that is such a cool visual, right? With the cave? You only... Because at first I thought it was an eye. Okay. I guess I know where the fossil is now. Even though I cannot get to it quite yet. That's pretty cool, though. That the escape pod is the entrance to the place. We found an enormous cavern at the end of this passage that appears promising. I believe we could construct long-term shelter there. The cavern Mallory found is a wise choice for shelter. Could one of you mark directions for the others to follow? This is the start of the path to the shelter site. I've left directions to guide you there. Of note, we must hurry, as the pathway there is filling with sand. Do not allow yourself to be buried by sand and make sure no one is lost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that can happen at some point, right? I wondered about that last time I was on this planet. What would happen if the sand filled up and I was still in it? I'd imagine I'd probably just die. Of note, this passage leads to breathable air. Refill your supply tank there. We cannot tell you how far or deep these tunnels may wind, but do not linger as the area is exposed to the heat of this alien sun. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it is very rapidly filling with sand. Oh boy. So it might be a good idea to come... Well, I need to come back here either way, but I need to remember to check out that passage as well before going here the next time. But I'd imagine, yeah, it looks like this is already closed off as well. Okay. So... Too much sand. It's coarse and rough and goes everywhere. Right. Anything that I would still be able to do here with the sand being as high as it is. What's interesting is that the Ash Twin doesn't look fully devoid of sand yet, so You do need to be quite quick in exploring the cave systems, I'd imagine. Does seem to be filling up very, very quickly. Like too much lava. That's exactly right. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to get to the high energy lab either. Because as far as I remember, the entrance to that was also at a point where the sand reaches quite quickly. Right, let's check out the cannon then. Whoa. Always so fast. Interesting angle that they chose. I wonder if it was supposed to look like this or if it tilted for some reason. Legendary Hayden Christensen. Yeah. Although, you know, I have to admit, as somebody who saw the prequels as a child, I do like the movies. They're obviously not great movies by any means, but I feel like there are worse ones out there now. Although that, I guess that is a really backhanded compliment, isn't it? Well, okay. Nothing to do here with the sand being as high as it is now. They were what they were, yeah. I mean, the internet can be cruel to these kinds of things. Oh, hello there. Huh. This looks like they potentially built another underground shrine that also was dedicated to the Eye of the Universe. I'd imagine there is a cave behind that. Or a cave that is probably inaccessible now. Well, I mean, that just means that there's still a lot to explore here next time I come here. Right. Maybe, since the sand has already filled up so much, let's just try to go over here again. I tried going here once already. Where did I leave off, though? I do remember being on one of these bridges at some point. But I think I really didn't do that much. Ooh, shit. Wait, I didn't realize that the sand would push you off the planet. Oh, hello. Well, that's a teleporter. Oh. Okay, seriously, Nomai. Was it that you build, like, teleporters and spaceships and whatnot, but every single door is broken? What was happening there? Well, that's unfortunate. Boy. There is a scroll missing here. Well, that's quite neat, isn't it? What are you doing here? Why are you normal looking? Ouch. I mean, clearly he's still dead, but So he may be preserved below the sand. But I mean, well, if the sand constantly shifts from one planet to the other, wouldn't he still have been exposed for a very long time? Why are you here? There has to be a reason behind this, right? Also, I feel like we're missing a scroll. And he doesn't seem to carry that. Okay, I need to be careful with the sand. Yeah, we're definitely missing a scroll here. Okay, so this place has a bunch of reverse teleporters on it, or actual teleporters. I guess the white ones are technically the reverse ones. So, since it looks like both of these planets are orbiting in a way we can always align with all the other planets, that means that this would be a unique position. I think it's exploding. This would be a pretty unique position that would allow you to build all these teleporters where they would actually align to one another, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, hopefully I'll still be able to read this. Let's see. So I think, hopefully, I might be able to solve the teleporter problem. Can I look at it without standing on the plate? No. Friends visiting from the Hanging City. We're planning the Ash Twin project at the High Energy Lab on Ember Twin's equator. I became lost on Ember Twin. My gratitude that Rami found me, but the High Energy Lab is the building with the large solar panels. I'm surprised I didn't see it. Okay, I haven't really seen solar panels either. I imagine our otherwise immensely clever Connor would lose his own head if it weren't anatomically impossible. Okay. Well, maybe it was just that I didn't see them as solar panels. That might be it. Okay, but still. Wow. That looks really impressive, doesn't it? Especially since I think it's expanding quite a bit before it actually explodes, which makes sense because that's how a supernova works, right? But expanding to the point where it actually is physically very, very close to this hourglass twin thing. There it goes. Boom. It's impressive every single time, right? Okay. Well, couple new bits and pieces of information there. So, those are actual teleporters, right? And the thing is rotating, which I think should mean that it would align with the different planets at different times. So if I were able to stand on the correct teleporter when it is aligned properly, much like the one in the Whitehall Station. So, if we're looking at this from the perspective of the Nomai building this stuff, right? As far as we know, the Black Hole Forge and the Whitehall Station were their successful attempts at recreating warp. Which probably means that both the black hole teleporter, I'm just calling it a black hole teleporter, so the teleporter that has the black element, right? And the white hole teleporter, that would be its corresponding thing on Brittle Hollow. Those two were probably the first ones that were built, I'd imagine. Maybe they even tested its calibration or something via the rotation of the White Hole Station. And then, because Ash Twin seems their ultimate project, right? That's what they technically built last, I'd imagine. Or completed last. So while they were building it, they probably had these teleporters in place here to be able to like go back and forth between Ash Twin and all their other stations and whatnot. Okay, so far so good. Right. Big problem would still be, though, that I'd have to figure out what teleporter responds or connects to what planet. And I think while I was standing on them, I wouldn't have been able to look at the alignment, right? So... Huh. But then again, I didn't really have the time to look at everything there. Because it might be that they have some sort of manual for it. Or another place. There might be a place that literally tells you what the different teleporters are aligned to. There would have to be, right? At least in the Hanging City, they were quite... Both in the Hanging City and in the Orbital Cannon, they were quite good in terms of putting up signs where everything was, right? The Ash Twin project was planned at the High Energy Lab, a building with large solar panels on Amber Twin's equator. I wonder if they... If the planets, if the sand that's moving between the planets was a constant back and forth, maybe they even utilized? Because I just assumed that High Energy Lab... I mean, it is close to the sun, and with big solar panels you would be able to use high energy, but... Wonder how that connects to the sun. The Nomai on Amber Twin observed a moon that would disappear when no one was watching. Right. Quantum Moon sometimes disappears, possibly to an unknown 6 location. And this is the Quantum Moon locator. A Nomai device created to track the Quantum Moon's location. The Nomai hypothesized that the Quantum Moon might be a form of macroscopic quantum mechanics. Quantum Moon travels to a total of 5 locations. Tower of Quantum Knowledge, Quantum Shard. Wondering why this doesn't specifically mention that there is another observatory kind of deal in the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. I guess it's not that important. It doesn't really tell you much, right? It tells you its current location, but that's about it. I guess you can't really do that much with it. The Nomai survivors who crashed on Amber Twin decided to seek shelter in the caves beneath their crashed escape pod. The Nomai discovered a promising long-term shelter site at the end of one of the passages beneath the escape pod. Right, escape pod 2. One of 3 Nomai escape pods that crashed in our solar system. All 3 escape pods were launched from something called the Vessel, which was badly damaged. And I found a cave with an anglerfish fossil inside, but the opening is only big enough for my scout. Right, but there should be another path to get there. Cool. Right, so I need to plan this out properly because the sand is filling up somewhat quickly. So the first location I want to go back to should probably be the escape pod. And then I can try to... I will check first on the tunnel that supposedly leads to oxygen. I think that's probably just going to lead back outside. I don't imagine there's going to be much to it, but maybe there is. And then I'm going to check, obviously, on the other one that should lead to their shelter site. And hopefully somehow around to the fossil as well. Afterwards, if I still have time, if the sand hasn't filled up too much, I'm going to go to the High Energy Lab. And once the sand has filled too much and it has been removed from Ash Twin, I'll go back and check on the teleporters again. Right, it literally told us this. The White Hole Station was used as a model for these towers which were built for the Asteroid project. The problem is, at the point where I got this information, I don't think I actually... This was something I read, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I actually made that connection that it was specifically the teleporters they were talking about, and the teleporters they modeled after the ones that were built for the White Hole Station. Right. Okay. Good. So K first, fossil, and then possibly checking out the teleporters again. And I really... Why was that body of the Nomai lying there? Why was it not turned to bones as all the other ones? It might have been preserved beneath the sand. I guess it's the most likely theory here. Because otherwise... it wouldn't really fit with our assumption of them being here a long time ago, right? And a lot of the other bones that we found were technically also in places... Well, I guess places that where... oxygen and stuff was able to reach them, but still, that's definitely very, very odd. Anyways, let's go back. Right. Oh, this way. But it's honestly still pretty crazy to me how much there seems left still. I mean, I haven't even visited Dark Bramble yet, right? Ooh. Need to be really, really careful with that. With the Ash Twin. Come here. There we go. Should be really, really early. I think... maybe this leads to the high energy lab. Let's take the same entrance though. Because I don't want to miss anything, and I want to make sure that I'm taking the same path as I did last time. Even though it might be a bit longer. But once I figured out where all these passageways lead. So I wanted to check on this again. Looked like it just led back outside, but... Refill your air supply tank and return quickly. Oh! Right. That makes sense. So... Oh God, they absolutely nailed the audio part of this thing coming by. That's such a cool thing. Okay. Well, that explains why they thought this was fairly dangerous, because I was slightly confused what would make them like turn back right away, but yeah, I guess a giant pillar of sand coming towards you really isn't the most pleasant of surprises if you get caught in it. Right. This looks to be fairly deep. Can I go through here? Oh, shit. Okay. Sand's always pushing you down, so... I wonder if there's something behind it. The path to the shelter site is somewhat convoluted, so follow the instructions ahead closely. So I guess we need to be jumping from message to message. To search the shelter side, walk forward until you meet the sandfall at the pit, then turn left. Continue to the room filled with rock column formations and climb upward through the opening above them. The sand here is rising, so you must be cautious but swift. Forward, left at the sandfall pit, climb upward with rock columns. Okay. Oh, this is just... okay. I think that's the same path, actually. Wait, is there a way to turn left, even? Clearly, it's not this one. Wait, what do they mean by turning left? This is where it came from, right? Maybe it's not. Oh boy. Okay, this seriously is quite confusing. Right, so it wasn't where it come from. I'm supposed to go upwards, right? Let's very, very quickly check. I don't really think you would be able... it does look like it is somewhat of a linear path, right? It can get quite confusing, but it's... all the other pathways seem to be leading, or seem to be dead ends. For the most part. Which makes me think that however we're able to access that fossil probably isn't from this cave. Might need another exit or something. Be cautious crossing the chasm ahead. The bridge Mallory and I crafted will do its job, but it isn't strong. Once on the far side, look for the tunnel hidden behind the falling sand. Follow it and you'll reach the shelter side. Alright. So we'll need to take the stairs then. Ooh, I wonder if this is behind... yeah, this looks to be behind the... where I tried to go through, right? I wonder if you can somehow get here more quickly then. There we go. You're doing well. There's only a little further left to go now until you reach the shelter side. You can rest there. Hurry before the sand comes. Up there? Why didn't they mention the huge chasm here? I mean, there must still be some... I wonder what would happen if I just were to fall down, because I have a jetpack, right? I cannot die from falling. So would we just enter the core of the planet, or how exactly does that work? Okay, that's probably the shelter side behind the door. But I'd imagine that this is the actual exit entrance they built after the fact? No, wait, this looks like a window. This is amazing. Look inside the cave. How did this come to rest here? We haven't encountered others in these caves. I think this is a rare find. From what we can see, Colliers and I believe the specimen must be very old indeed. Imagine what we might learn if we could examine it. We both agree it's unlikely this dry planet is this horror's place of origin, especially considering what we observed during the vessel's evacuation. Clearly this hole is too small for it to have fit through. Hypothesis, there is another entrance to this cave. If there is, Colliers and I will find it. We can't leave valuable information undiscovered. An update. We need to find a way inside quickly, Mallory, because when I returned here to search for an entrance to the cave, there were children playing on the specimen. Okay, right. So this is same fossil, I'd imagine. Yeah. And they definitely were able to enter it somehow. Right. Quick pause here. That makes me think that... So we know that their vessel crashed on Dark Bramble, right? Or close to it, something like it. So maybe the anglerfish played a role in that crash, right? And potentially were the reason for them having to evacuate their ship. The other bit of information is that on Timber Hearth, we found a seat that stems from Dark Bramble And I was able to launch my scout probe into it, and it seemed to connect to Dark Bramble somehow. At least I think so, unless it was some sort of weird pocket dimension within that specific seed. I don't know, there wasn't much to see there, but at least my first assumption was that it was some weird connection, or maybe it's not a connection, but more a sort of visual. But wait, if I can send my scout drone into it, yeah, that means there needs to be physical space behind it, right? So maybe those seeds also can create some sort of weird warp field or something. Either way, I'm just wondering. We saw another one of those seeds on Giant's Deep, right? Is it Giant's Deep? Yeah. Almost as if whatever is living on Dark Bramble, or whatever is producing these seeds, as if it wants to take over the solar system. Maybe that's a bit too much interpretation of what's going on, because then I'd imagine we would find quite a few more of those. But it is such an interesting connection. I'm just wondering, so if I can send my scout drone in, this anglerfish seems to be quite big, but maybe somehow there was a way for it to go the other way and emerge on this side, and then it just died because it didn't really have, I don't know, its typical environment around it. I don't know. In that particular case, there would have to be a seed nearby. Unless, I mean, this might have been a long time ago, so technically the seed could have also perished, right? Because it is still a plant to a degree, I'd imagine, so... If the fish died, maybe the plant did as well. And there's nothing left of it to see. This looks cool. Wow. Man, it's so cool how their architecture clearly is always the same, yet all of these places have a very different and distinct feeling to them, right? Anglerfish fossil overlook, 40 meters. Oh. Huh. So, yeah, that was their first path into this place, right? How they originally took shelter here, but later on, I'd imagine they built an actual entrance that they could utilize, and this just became the path to the fossil for them. So much to look at. Let's go this way first. Okay, this is turned off though. It looks like it would be leading over there, right? I guess I could come back up. Yeah, this leads over to whatever that is. Huh. Now we have bones again, though. No scroll. Okay, before I go further down, let's take a look at whatever this is. This looks pretty awesome. Should we build the sun station to power the Ash Twin project? The what now? Are there other ways to generate this level of power? Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. I can't imagine discovering them in our lifetimes. I understand this proposal is unsettling, but the sun station must be built if we hope to complete the Ash Twin project. Idea. Oh wait, that's the name. Idea. I forgot about them, like one of them being called that. I almost can't comprehend this is being suggested seriously. The purpose of the sun station goes against every standard we hold ourselves to and everything we believe in as a species? That sounds rather harsh. Why would a thing that just harnesses energy from the sun go against their standards? Unsurprisingly, idea, I disagree. We're pushing a possible new technology further than ever before. That, in my experience, is the defining characteristic of our species. If we fail, and the probability of this is not insignificant, we will without question destroy ourselves, all life here, and the rest of the star system. I wish to protect these species. The potential annihilation of an entire star system is too severe a cost. We shouldn't build the sun station, no matter how badly we want the knowledge that comes with it. Fear of failure is a poor reason not to try, I believe. If we're cautious, the sun station will work. I believe in Pi. Poke, I'm deeply honored. Idea, I comprehend your position. However, if we aren't all but certain the sun station will not cause destruction once we've built it, then I won't support the station's use. Okay, so whatever I saw floating around the sun clearly is what they're referencing here, right? The sun station. Huh. Okay, so... well, I still have to go to the high energy lab. I'd imagine we will get more information there. But so far it seems likely that even though they can utilize, you know, solar panels to power the high energy lab, I think, for some reason, I guess the Ash Twin project required way more. But why? What would require that much energy? So, is whatever is on the sun station, it looks rather inconspicuous from the outside, doesn't it? It's like a floating observatory or something, floating teleporter maybe? That's what it looked like from afar, but it didn't look like it was... like the way they're describing it, you would assume that there would be like a giant beam of energy or something, right? Like even as if they're sucking hydrogen out of the star or something. That's what it sounds like, but that's not what it looks like. Unless it's not active anymore for some reason. So I was thinking for a moment, is the sun station or whatever's on it responsible for a supernova because they somehow are utilizing too much energy? The one thing that might be contradicting that, though, is the fact that there are a lot of other supernova going off. That can't be connected to the sun station in the system, right? Yeah, that doesn't really fit. There's definitely a big piece of information still missing there. But either way, it does seem somewhat likely that they did ultimately utilize the sun station. Although it is very, very hard to tell whether or not that turned out to be a success or a failure. High Energy Lab Trailhead. Eye Shrine District. Stepping Stone District. Anglerfish Overlook District. Does this like call in some sort of elevator? Oh, no, it turns on the lights. Oh, that's neat. Right, let's just light the place up for now. Oh, why am I pressing R1? Wow. What an awesome way to show you this. Make the entire cave dark and light it up yourself? Really awesome. Okay, it feels like I need to come back here anyways. That's a lot to explore, and I don't think I'd be able to explore all of it in one go, especially since the sand looks like it's already rising quite high. It might be worth it to check on the top floor first, because that way maybe I can find another entrance that would make it easier to get here. Yeah, that is an awesome way to, like, not only does it immediately tell you and visually show you where everything is and what corresponds to what, but it's like making the player do that themselves, even though it's such a subtle thing, it immediately makes you feel as if you're the one discovering it, right? Even if you, quote unquote, just turned on the lights. It's like lighting up an entire city. It's just a bunch of sand, a lot of bones. Ooh. It's equally confusing to traverse as the caves, though. Have you missed a lot? Oh, when did you head off? I don't... not that much, I don't think. What have I done? I've done a bit, but also not that much. I've found out a lot more about the quantum stuff. Potential theory how to reach the quantum moon, or at least how to make that easier for myself. Oh, this seems somewhat dangerous. Explored the Southern Observatory on Brittle Hollow. Found a possible way into the core of Giant's Deep, although I haven't been able to do that. Okay, can I jump over there? There has to be another path to that, though. Oh boy. Where does this lead? Gravity cannon, alright. Well, let's check this out first. Although, considering that this door is on the inside, and probably does not open... Oh, never mind, it opens from the outside. Maybe this is an easier way in then? Ugh. I guess I retract that statement. Huh. Or not. Weird. So there are all these crystals here, but no ghost matter for some reason. That's... No, there is... Wait, what? That was a bug, wasn't it? Oh, when I went on break. Well, I haven't done that much since break, I think. I was speculating a whole lot. Wait, where is the ghost matter? Oh, over there. Okay, so it was behind the wall. That's why it alerted me. Okay. So it's here. Alright. Huh. Well, I wouldn't have wanted to go that way anyways, right? Yeah, I could definitely go inside of the city from here. Yeah, for a second there I was confused and thought that suddenly maybe ghost matter means that you can like walk through walls or something, but... Okay, well, this just leads back outside. Well, I definitely missed this part. So this is the gravity cannon that fired the ship that currently sits on the asteroid, right? The Interloper? So... yeah, if I need to get... if I go here more quickly next time, I'd be able to call that back and potentially find out something about that. So would it be a good idea then... Let me see... If I travel directly to this cannon... It's kind of funny, right? I was here last time as well. but obviously did not see that particular cave entrance. Let me see, can I find this again? It was on the side of the cannon, right? Or was it further down? No. Was it on the other side? Is there some sort of visual that I can use to find it again? Oh wait, right? Is there a button? Right. Sir. Oh. Okay, you can just... Right. You can switch between photo mode and launch mode. Okay. I never actually noticed that. Definitely helps with the ghost meta. Well, guess this was a bit of shorter trip than what I imagined. Probably should have tried to go back to my ship quick and more quickly. Come on. Really? 1 second too long. Oh well. I did find out quite a bit about this. I think this was the first time that I died because I didn't have any oxygen left. Typically, you always find a place to replenish it. Wait, didn't I replenish it when it was inside with the trees? Why was it already empty? Huh. I like the touch of your character always catching their breath after you wake up again, right? Because that's probably what would happen in real life if you thought you... Or, well, if you actually die because of something like that. But you restart because of a time loop. And it makes sense you would still kind of automatically try and catch your breath. The Sunless City. A Nomai city built into the walls of a huge underground cavern. The city is divided vertically into 4 districts. The Nomai debated building a sun station in order to power the Ash Twin project. Several Nomai opposed its construction, arguing that failure could result in the destruction of the solar system. I wonder, when I looked at the sun station earlier, I didn't really see something that I would consider a landing pad of sorts, although I guess it must have one. It did have the sort of teleporter symbol on it, so I'd imagine that maybe that would be an easier way to get there. Because it is quite close to the sun, I don't even know if my ship could make it. So maybe you're supposed to teleport there or something. The Nomai debated building a sun station in order to power the Ash Twin project. I mean, it would make sense if it powers the Ash Twin project and it has a bunch of teleporters on them, that's where it would lead. Interestingly enough, those teleporters, at least, well, I don't know, but I'm fairly certain that one of the teleporters, hopefully, will lead me to the one that's upside down on Brittle Hollow. So that I'd finally be able to visit the Black Hole Forge. Why is the... Oh, wait, that's the shelter site from the other one. Okay. Does it make sense to mark this location? Where's the gravity cannon anyways? That's completely different. Gravity cannon. Huh. I guess it still counts it as not being discovered because I only ever went there when the sand was already way too high to do anything. Might be worth it to go there first then. Because with a little bit of luck, I'd actually be able to discover a better entrance into the city. It definitely seems like there should be an easier way to get in there because, well, going through those caves every single time definitely takes too much time. I was just thinking about something else, but kind of forgot my train of thought there. Right. This also has a teleporter on it, and it has this weird, whatever this is, that I'm now almost crashing into. Well, that was planned. I think I've already been here, right? This one had a projection plate. It's been quite a while since I looked at this, though. So I actually don't remember where this was connected to. Or did I not... it might have also been that I didn't find the projection plate. Hey, another broken door, right. I do remember this one. High energy. Right, this was the entrance to the high energy lab. We need to remain closed for some time. Running this based on extraordinary findings from the Whitehall station. Right, so they were testing stuff with the weird time dilation problem that they encountered during warp. I can prove the other wrong. It's inconvenient. Apparently can only be accessed by the path from the Sunless City. Door must remain closed. Okay, right. So for most of these, we do seem to have to go to the Sunless City. Oh, this leads into it. Interesting. That's good. And this just looks like every other teleporter site. Right. I really can't remember if I found a projection plate here somewhere and put it into that one. So that seems to be directly above the Sunless City. Consider this... I guess that's one of their solar panels then? Maybe? It looks like it's drawing power and distributing it down into the city, right? Okay, well this says Sunless City, so let's take this path instead. Okay, so this, yeah, seems to be running from the supposed solar panel tower thingy. The way this looks really makes it seem as if the planet really just has a completely empty core. Oh, that was the interloper, right? Sunless City, 120 meters. Okay, so... Oh, I could have utilized my photo mode. I'm pretty sure I could just run through there. Crash site caves. Did it refer to this, or... I do quite like these canyons. I don't know, something about them is pretty cool. I think I was already at this staircase at some point. This is where it just was, right? Yeah, teleporter and everything. Okay. Oh, I've been there? Okay. Well, yeah, I might be misinterpreting what the tower is then. Oh, right, so this is the crash site. That makes sense. That's where they originally came from. Okay, so from the crash site, I could also just go to this staircase. Right. And that then leads you back to the teleporter and everything. And that's where the tower is. Cool. Oh boy. It's not exactly where I wanted to go. Looks pretty awesome though. It really just is a giant cave of sorts. And all of the sand is accumulating at the bottom. Right. Huh. Okay. I did not expect that, because just looking at it, it didn't seem to me as if that was more ghost matter than on... Wait, where did I run through it? Was that on Giant's Deep? Well, wherever it was, it looked to me as if it was about the same in terms of how much there is. So that is interesting that I died here. I mean, clearly this is not the intended way to handle it. I'm just at a loss as where to find information about it. A vision of the solar panel? I might have seen that, yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't... Where's the boy that throws rocks at the ghost matter? That's somewhere over there, right? And let's just take the ship. It's probably faster. Yeah, there he is. Ooh, what the hell? Was I hanging on some sort of weird... I don't know what I was hanging on. Anyways. They must think that I'm a complete idiot, right? Just launching and landing like 100 meters away. Pocket of ghost matter, strange and dangerous substance that's invisible to the naked eyes. Goodness is you can detect ghost matter with a camera. Moving through ghost matter is uniquely painful, will probably kill you. Don't complain to me if you hurt yourself fooling around. Right. It evaporates. Huh. Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hope your work goes well. I'm just still confused by this. There has to be a way to deal with it, obviously. But the only hint we get is that it evaporates. Which is not much of a hint at all. Because I don't have anything that can make things evaporate more quickly. Or do I? Not really. I suppose it's not super important right now because we still have way more to discover on Amber Twin. There's still, you know, a lot of places that I haven't even checked on. Where is it? Where's my... There it is. Oh, there's the small little sun station thing floating around. Right. I still feel like you're missing something more obvious with this ghost meta type deal, because it seems so simple on the surface, right? Like something that just evaporates. Okay, let's actually go to the cannon first, because this time maybe I'm able to find out more about... Wait, did I look at... I did, right? No, yeah, no new entry. Right, so maybe now I'm able to recall the ship. This door still works. Sunless City, right. So if I come here early enough, I'm definitely able to enter the Sunless City through this. Right. The shuttle is currently resting at the comet. Call the shuttle home is to the right, and activate the gravity cannons to the left. Which I'm still not entirely sure why that's a thing that you can do. Activating the cannon. Because I didn't really understand what it was doing. Oh. Well, it definitely took some ice with it. But not the giant block that stood beneath it. That's good. Technically, the ice should now melt, right? Because we're really, really close to the sun. I don't necessarily think that's a thing here. Well, I guess you wouldn't necessarily expect it to melt within, 20 minutes or however long the loop is. Oh. Huh. Wait, so the thing with the mask, is that their spacesuit or something? So maybe the Nomai that I found on Ashtwin was just wearing their spacesuit, whereas all the other ones we found were just normal remains? Because those were in all their cities and whatnot, right? That looks funny. Yeah, it's literally their spacesuit, it looks like. And those are the remains of the poor Nomai that perished on this ship. I fear our situation may be dire. Piepoke and I landed here on this comet not long after its arrival in the star system. Our shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Huh. Piepoke were able to locate a fissure in the ice on the comet's sunward side, and they descended inside to investigate the source of the readings. I did not actually see that. Maybe it needs to be close to the sun for the fissure to be there? But Pie and my sister have been gone for a long time now. They haven't contacted me since descending below the surface either. Should I leave the shuttle to look for them? I want to follow protocol, but I don't know what I'll do if they aren't well. Poke, Pie. Come back to me safely, my friends. Aww. This is actually really, really sad to see this like so directly connected to one of the bodies you find, right? Because most of the other ones were just bodies to us. I wonder what the point of this is. Like, what's the point of it still being able to launch? Wonder if I could do something with that. Guess the shuttle wouldn't really be that different to my own ship, right? Well, either way, I mean, there's two possibilities. Either I just didn't see that fissure in the ice of the comet, or it really is dependent on how close it is to the sun. Like, maybe it does melt whenever it gets closer to the sun, and that might be the point where you need to land on it in order to to access whatever place they went to. Okay. Let's just quickly make sure. I don't think there's gonna be much else here, but... It's also funny that it looks so tilted. I wonder if they built it like this originally, or if after a while a bunch of the sand that flowed in just became solid rock. And that's why it looks like this now? And that's what happens if I do this. Oh, then it just starts. Oops. Huh. I accidentally shot it into Ash Twin. Sorry. Okay, well... That answers that question, right? Let's put it back here. Oh. Well, that's not nice. Did they really have to... Oh. Did they have to bar our way everywhere? Hazard. I can see that. Is there no way to get rid of this stuff? They're just plans. Okay. Well, that's the cannon then. How the hell do I even get out if the door doesn't lead anywhere? It's actually cool how often these things rotate around the sun. Like the day-night cycle here is pretty crazy. Okay, this is actually somewhat annoying. Wait, how are you supposed to get out here? I guess I could slowly try jumping on these things. Nope, that's really annoying. Wait a second, this... there we go. That is easier. Ooh, nice. Okay, that's also where... Right, I need to remember that. So it's directly on the opposite side the cannon's pointing towards. That's where the entrance is. Okay, nice, nice, nice. That's back in this cave where the ghost matter is over there. Huh. Whatever the comet is, it does look somewhat similar to the ghost matter stuff. So that could be a potential way to find out more about it. Okay. There's even more ghost matter there. That's unfortunate. Let's... First of all, refill my oxygen so that I don't die again. High energy lab trailhead. Ice Shrine District, Stepping Stone. Let's check out this first, because I feel like I already saw most of it. Anglerfish Overlook, right. This is where I came in originally, correct? Anglerfish Fossil Overlook. Right. That's the path that I took originally, and this just leads back to the funny window. Okay, good. Because I'm fairly certain that this is a part of the city that I've already seen almost everything of. And these would then just be living quarters, I guess, for the most part. Where's the door? Is there no way inside? That's a scroll. I love the eerie music. Like, it's not super eerie at all, but it does have a certain uncertainty to it. Okay, seriously, this does look like eventually I'm supposed to somehow destroy these things, right? Huh. That just attaches to it. Okay. The sound really is top-notch. They've done an incredible job with that. Especially all the cool effects. Like when you're sucked into the black hole, when the sand goes by. The sound when you're recalling the warp ship, right? All of those are really, really well done. Because they're never, like, overbearing or too spacey or, you know, the type of really overdone, super neat Hollywood effects type deal, right? But instead they're mostly... Oh. Well, that was a bad call, huh? Is it just gonna push me back through this? Oh, wait, I can just fly up. Never mind. Alright, so the sand's already rising pretty high, it seems. There we go. That's unfortunate. Wow. Man, once it really gets going, the city's just gone. Am I stuck here now? That's where it just came from, right? Ooh. Am I gonna die here? Because it kind of looks like it. Wait. I'm gonna... Nope. Never mind. Oh boy. This is not like an emergency teleporter or something, is it? Pretty sure it's just a ceiling light. Unfortunately. Maybe I can get out this way? Where was this? Oh, right. This is the cave I was in earlier. Okay, so this way you can potentially still get out. Yeah. Looks like that's the case. Okay, well. At least I made it out. Hopefully that was everything I could find out about the shuttle in terms of the shuttle itself. Like, obviously there's still more with the interloper, with the asteroid, but for now, I'm pretty certain that that's everything I could know about this. Really? Oh boy. This is not how I imagined this to go. Oh god. Can you stop pushing me into like different directions? Ah! I guess I just need to wait for the sand to carry me up. Probably shouldn't use up my oxygen then. Although this might take some time. Now I wish I could recall my ship like this one. That would be awesome. Oh boy. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Why? Really? Come on. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna die again. This was, kind of a bad decision then. Man, the sand's rising really, really quickly though. there's not a lot of time to discover things in that city. I guess I did look at the cannon. Or recall myself to the ship. Yeah, that would probably be... Well, both cases, I think, would be pretty beneficial. Thankfully, we do have the loop. Oh man, imagine being stuck in a loop like this. Like the Grabo, right? He's stuck in the same loop. So what if he's also just doing something where he's dying? Because, you know, why not? You know, the loop will reset. I will live again. And at a certain point, we'll find a way to exit the loop. And at the same time, he decides to do something that will kill him. Oh boy, that would be a very unfortunate death. Alright, let's see. Hopefully it marked the discoveries about a ship. Yeah, nice. Okay. Gravity cannon. A huge cylindrical structure that generates a strong upward gravity field. I recalled a Nomai shuttle from the interloper. That'll still make me wonder whether or not I might be able to utilize these things somehow. Like, maybe that's a way to really, really quickly get to the asteroid. But at that point, you'd have to fire it at the exact correct time, right? The Nomai landed on the interloper not long after its arrival in the solar system. Oh, wait, I actually misunderstood what they talked about. I thought they meant they landed on it shortly after they arrived in the solar system, but it's the asteroid arrived in the solar system. Cool. So it wasn't really here originally, and I guess it got captured by the sun's gravity, and that's why it's now doing an orbit within the system. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Clary, the Nomai who stayed behind, lost contact with the other two after they descended below the interloper's surface. Alright. Subsurface energy readings. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Two of the Nomai located a fissure in the ice on the interloper's sunward side. They descended inside to investigate. Okay, this doesn't really mention anything about it needing to be close to the sun to open up that potential fissure. So I'd imagine it's just there all the time and I must have just missed it. Oh, just being able to recall it to Timber Hearth would... Well, it wouldn't really help me that much. Because we're recalled there by the time loop anyways. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending. Right. Okay, so the gravity cannon is, I guess you could say, explored. Cool. The Anglerfish Fossil District still had a scroll inside one of the rooms. And I'm wondering whether or not I would be able to access said room, because there were a bunch of these sand puddles that I could go through. The problem is, I think, if the sand is not risen high enough yet, my jetpack actually cannot fight against the flow of the sand enough to get back out. So once I choose one of the holes to fall into, I'm just stuck there, I guess? Huh. Or maybe not, because... Where am I? Either way, let's go back there. Since I started exploring it now, it definitely makes sense to find out everything there is in that city. I also very much appreciate their approach. Once again, it shows how well thought out a lot of this is, because they knew that you wouldn't be able to explore everything in one loop, right? Which is why, in terms of gameplay, they decided to break it up into multiple different districts. Whenever you visit a bigger city, it's the same with the Hanging City as well, right? Where there are clearly defined districts that you can visit. So it's easy to keep track of where you have been and where you still need to go. But at the same time, it just, once again, makes total sense, right? Because that's how you would structure a city. So it works really, really well in both directions. Okay. Let's try and aim for the gravity cannon entrance again, though. If I can. It should be here. Also, maybe this time around, let's place the ship not on top of the canyon. In case I forget to grab fuel again. Right, I think... There we go. I'm actually looking forward to finding out more about the ghost meta, mostly because I want to see if... if I'm gonna be feeling incredibly stupid because I overlooked something really, really obvious, or if it's gonna be some sort of really, really cool explanation that I wouldn't have thought of either way. Okay. Anglerfish District. I might have to turn off the Anglerfish District stuff if I want to utilize that particular teleporter in the other direction. Okay, let's double check. So, the scroll is there. Right. And the... Where's the elevator? Okay. Elevator, so it would be... Not exactly... It's the one slightly to the right. Second one slightly to the right. Ugh. Hopefully I'll be able to determine the correct one here. This one. Boop. There we go. Who's been computing shuttle trajectories to the sun station? Don't worry. A station is in such a low stellar orbit, we've constructed a different, safer way to travel there from Ashtwin. So I was kind of correct in that. But I guess you would maybe theoretically still be able to fly there as well. That would be Pi. I told her we wouldn't be traveling there by shuttle, and the sun station doesn't even have a landing pad, but she said she knew. I mean, that's what it looked like from the outside. It's a purely theoretical exercise on my part, Yarrow. Who doesn't love computing a good low stellar orbit shuttle trajectory? Pi, I look forward to working with you, but I'm also relieved it will be easy to return to Ashtwin regularly. Okay, so these guys were preparing to work on... Oh, hey. Neat. On the sun station, then. Right. Guess my fears of being stuck in there until the sand rises were unfounded. I don't think there was anything in the other rooms, right? I'm pretty sure we would have seen that. Okay. Right. I feel like that's the Anglerfish District done, hopefully. Stepping stone, whatever that means. There's one below it. Do I need to turn the other thing off? Oh, not really. Oh no, better not turn it off, because this way I'll be able to return to the surface. Oh, not the surface, but the other district. Not gonna lie, it's somewhat unsettling knowing that at any point in time the sand can rise higher and trap you somewhere. Oh, no. More kids. We're meeting in the fossil fish cave to play the game. If you're too big to climb through the anglerfish overlook hole, you'll have to go the long way, but it isn't far. Go to the stepping stone cave and then up and into the fossil fish cave. I tried to get to the fossil fish through Stepping Stone Cave, but I couldn't find the entrance. Where is it? Remember to feed the fossil fish first? If you go to the anglerfish overlook and throw a light into its mouth, he'll show you the way. Wait, what? If you go to the... Throw a light into his mouth. Okay. Tag it? Can't fit through the anglerfish overlook hole anymore because he grew bigger. He's taller than Levi now. Who cares? Ilix is still tallest. I really, really love the touch. I think I definitely saw this earlier in some other location, but the kids riding being a bit more or a bit less, you know, sophisticated is a really, really cool touch. Right. So if I aim my probe cannon in a way where I can hit the mouth of the fish, it'll show me the way, supposedly. And it also means that somewhere here there has to be a cave that leads to that fossil. Stepping Stone Cave. That was easy enough to find. Okay, that just leads down to the other districts, correct? It's a very long staircase. Okay. Well, let's check on this first. As soon as I have all the information here, the cool thing is I can just move on to Dark Bramble, right? Hopefully utilize this. I haven't thrown any light into the cave, but hopefully I'll still be able to find where I need to go. Okay. Well, sand's definitely coming already. Is that where I need to go? Shit. It's crazy how fast that is rising. Or is this where it came from? Wait, what? Oh. Wrong direction. There we go. And... God, this is confusing. Are we playing the fossil fish game tonight? I fed the fossil fish a new lantern. If you go to Stepping Stone Cave, the entrance to the fossil fish cave is easy to see now. Gratitude, Solanum. It's good you're small enough to climb in through the hole at the anglerfish overlook. I'm still small enough. You won't be for long. Mom and Dad are tall, so you and I will be tall too. Okay, this is the other side of the... yeah. Other side of the writing. So not the way I should have gone. And unfortunately... I feel like my time might already be up in terms of actually reaching that cave. This is also awkwardly looping, right? Actually not that easy to find the proper... Ah, really? Shit. Maybe I should go back to the ship instead in this case. Oh wait, that's... no, wait, wrong place. I want to go to the trees. There we go. Yeah, maybe it would be worth it to go back to the ship for now, because I might be able to finally take a look at a couple of ash twin things. What was lighting up? Trail ahead. Alright, that's the long staircase. That door is where I need to go, right? To the stepping stone cave. But shouldn't the fossil be further up? Maybe it's actually helpful if the sand is rising in here. That's definitely the wrong path again. It's just a giant dark cave. Yeah. I guess throwing a lantern into the, you know, fish's mouth definitely seems the way to go. I'm just back here. Because I'd imagine what would happen is that you would just see a light here somewhere. And that would make it easy to determine where you need to go. Alright. Most of these parts just look like they have ceiling. It should be above me, right? So even if the sand is rising, in theory, as long as I'm not waiting too long, there should be... God, this is confusing. Holy hell. Yeah. Going with that light trick. Oh. Well, never mind. I mean, yeah. You would have definitely found this way easier had I actually thrown a light in. Now it also makes sense why they said that, because the light would have fallen down into the cave and marked where you need to jump up. Whoever was it when we ended last time is the anglerfish. Rule change. The anglerfish now has to wear a blindfold and do not peek. So the one that's looking for the others is the anglerfish. That's a pretty fun kids game. Why are we changing it? It's too hard if you can't see anything. On Pi says real anglerfish are blind, so you have to wear a blindfold. The rule still stands. Or the rule stands. Rule update. It's okay if younger kids don't wear the blindfold when they're in. The rest of us will still wear it for scientific accuracy and to make the game more even. The rest of us, the little fish, oh that's really cute, line up against one wall. When the anglerfish says go, the little fish sneak across to the other side. If the anglerfish catches you, you're eaten. Last little fish to be caught is the new anglerfish. The old anglerfish gives the new anglerfish the blindfold and becomes a little fish. That is such a cool game. Honestly, this probably would have been a ton of fun if you had been a kid here. Even though the cave itself for kids, well, I mean, I guess if you're used to it, it's not that scary, right? Right, so the real thing is blind. Why does it have a lantern on its head then? Sounds weirdly contradictory. Maybe I'm missing something there. But, if it's blind, does that mean it goes by sound when it's locating people? Ooh, hello. Nice. More information. Anglerfish study. An update. Mallory, while I was here making sketches of the anglerfish, I observed the children I saw earlier playing here again. They've added a rule to their game that incorporates our research. It's wonderful. I'm entirely delighted. It's never too early to appreciate biology. And it's such a cool way too, right? So they're playfully learning biology. That's the best way to learn. I actually avoided being trapped. Don't know how I did that, but I did it. The long growth protruding from its head is bioluminescent. Perhaps it used this growth to attract prey or lure. Ooh. So like an actual angler catching fish. Visually, the specimen appears to be of the same species as the anglerfish and dark bramble. We don't believe it originated from this planet. This anglerfish's digestive tract suggests death by starvation. Right. So it must have somehow, potentially through one of those weird seeds that seem to be somehow connected to dark bramble. It must have ventured here. Oh, that's a random exit to this. Okay. It must have ventured here and perished. Oh, this doesn't actually lead anywhere. Never mind. So this is the exit then. I guess they just built the exit to be able to more efficiently study it, right? Cool. So if I go to Dark Bramble and these fishes appear, what's the play then? Do I need to just not move my ship? So just silently drift along? Well, I already know the first thing that's going to happen. I'm going to silently drift directly into the mouth of one of these things, right? Okay, well, let's refuel. Let's actually take a quick look at this, as it also stops time. But I think that's all the information we're going to get on these things, right? So, should be enough to explore Dark Bramble then? Oh, well, I did know about the anglerfish being a real deep sea fish. Did not remember that it actually uses its light to lure prey to it, though. Huh, that's a really, really cool detail. I mean, clearly it was based on the real thing that we know from Earth, but yeah, I didn't remember that. I thought the light was... Well, it makes a weird sort of sense, right? Because if it was the other way around and they were using the light to see for themselves, then they would be very easy prey to other creatures that got accustomed to very dark surroundings. So they would have probably easily perished. So the other way around definitely makes way more sense now that I'm actually thinking about it, yeah. Very neat detail. Again, they seem to have taken a bunch of... So, because the anglerfish, I think, are kind of the prime example of really, really cool deep-sea creatures, right? And the deep sea on Earth is kind of unique in that it's one of the places that we know the least about. I think I've read articles saying that there's, I don't know, like 10,000, 20,000 species or estimated species still down there that we just have never seen, right? Because it's actually surprisingly difficult to not only get to that depth, but also properly study what's down there. Because there's also a couple of issues with, I think, you know, if you bring it back up, because there's such a strong pressure at that point, a lot of the species are, like, you can't take them out of their environment because they're literally gonna expand when you bring them up. I think there was, isn't there this weird picture of like a blobfish type of thing where it just suddenly it looks really, really awkward and big and slimy, but that's not actually what it looks like when it's down in the deep sea parts. The scales are red and the light is blue. So they're basically invisible. Whoa. Wow. Okay, that's a really cool detail. What an insane thing that nature has just sort of created, right? Yeah, that's us knowing more about space than we know about deep water is also something that I've read quite a number of times, actually. It kind of comes up every time you have your, like if you're watching a documentary about the deep sea and stuff, right? They'll always mention that. We know very little about it. which is a neat detail. Fun fact, the science stations on Antarctica, I think, have a somewhat similar sort of funny, or I guess for the people there it's not that funny, but detail to them, in that they're actually, it's more difficult to bring like food and other things to Antarctica than it is to bring stuff to the International Space Station, right? Because I think there's like a fairly long period of about something like 4 months where no airplane or anything can approach Antarctica because it's just too cold, right? And there's like it's windy, and I think there might be some emergency things that could potentially do it, but it's also fairly far away from any other portion of land, and yeah, it's all in all a fairly hazardous place to live, which, well, obviously also explains why nobody actually is living there aside from scientists and, you know, a couple of stations from certain countries. Although technically I think, especially during the summer months, it's quite a few people that are there, like around 1,000, I think, or even more. Yeah, well, it's probably from whatever point of view you're talking about it, right? I mean, obviously the scientists from different fields will tell you that they know more about their own, or that they, no, they'll probably tell you that they know very, very little about their own field, because there's still so much that they want to, you know, research and find out. Well, it's also something that, well, it's not really able, you're not really able to quantify it, right? And you can't really compare deep sea with space. It's just so different, right? How would you quantify how much we know about either one of those things in comparison to the other? But it's funny to think about, and it's kind of crazy that there is so much we still do not know, even if it's so close to us. I think another example of that is actually the magnetic field below, or rather not the magnetic field, but how the magnetic field around the Earth is influenced by the liquid metal below the Earth's surface, right? So the liquid part of Earth below the crust, but above the core. Because it's metal, it will influence the magnetic field and the electromagnetic field strength and stuff like that in places. And apparently there are storms below the Earth's surface that, to a certain degree, act like actual storms, and that they'll, well, slightly confuse certain things, and also influence the ozone layer. I think is one thing that might, or that where there's speculation or theories about it, in how it might influence that in terms of its thickness, I think. Many things we know we don't know. Yeah, it's a definitely funny way of thinking about it too. Thankfully, I feel like we'll be able to know a lot more about this particular solar system that we're currently exploring. Also because it's technically a lot smaller than our actual one. There is a way to safely travel to the sun station from Ashtwin. Yeah, that's what we've learned. Already read this. No, my children used to play a game here. One player was the anglerfish and wore a blindfold. The rest of the children, the little fish, that's such a cute name, lined up against one wall. When the anglerfish said go, the little fish had to sneak across to the other side. The blindfold rule was added because real anglerfish are blind. The adult Nomai were delighted to see the children incorporate their research into the game's rules. Right. Well, so if I do want to go to Dark Bramble, now I know, hopefully know, how to get to... Well, I don't know how to get to whatever's on Dark Bramble, I guess. Cool. Okay, So, since some time had already elapsed, or has already elapsed rather, and the sand has risen quite a bit, that hopefully gives me another good opportunity to take a look at the elevators on Ashtwin. There we go. Okay. So it does very much looks like this bridge just continues all the way around. So I wonder if every single one of these towers has like multiple teleporters in it, depending on where they're aligned to. Yeah, this is definitely another tower. Ah. This one has a glass roof. So this looks like you'd be able to teleport actually to a number of planets, huh? Whenever they're aligned with this thing. It pretty much looks like it just had aligned with Giant Steep. Good. Here's our first delivery, Yarrow. One warp core fresh from the Black Hole Forge. Root is installing its core sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write. I think I've already read this. My gratitude, Clary. With this, the Ashen project is underway. I confess I'm deeply curious about what you and Poke found on the Whitehall station that started this project. Could I visit sometime to learn more? I recommend you do. The Whitehall station is the model for the towers being built for the Ashwin project, so a visit to the station would be doubly useful. I suppose more precisely, I would like to visit the Whitehall station with you, Clary. Yarrow, stop using the scroll wall to flirt with my sister. I've definitely already read this. But did I read it here, or is this... I mean, there's no projection plate here, right? I do remember that I went to Ashtwin very, very briefly at one point. And I think the sun exploded very quickly after I arrived, so it might have been this particular one that I read. When it came here for the very first time, and it just, since I hadn't been to either the Black Hole Forge or the Whitehall Station, and I really didn't have any clue as to what this could be, I guess I never really thought about it too deeply. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure that I'm not accidentally being blown off a planet. That looks beautiful. Wait, did they design a bunch of these teleporter chambers after wherever you're able to teleport to? So is this designed after Timber Hearth? With the trees and everything? That would be quite neat. Although, what does that mean for the room I was just in? And wouldn't all these towers rotate on the exact same axis? So do the teleporters need to be calibrated specifically still? Or can you, in theory, travel to every single teleporter from here? That's Brittle Hollow. Might not be the worst idea to look at everything first, and then determine where to teleport, if I still have time to do that. It's funny that that there is a teleporter right there. Where the heck does that come from? Because would it even be able to ever properly align to Ashtwin unless there is a platform like slightly off the center axis? It's no. Get me on the... Thank you. It's a slight bit concerning when you know that a lot of time has already passed, and you just want to find out more. Okay, this thing I already looked at, right? Pretty sure that I also looked to the... Oh, no. Upper portion as well. Oh. This looks like it's just broken. Okay. But both of these teleporters definitely also have glass roofs in order to be able to see where they're going. Okay, makes sense. And they're slightly off the middle, so maybe these are the ones that would align with the Ember Twin. Oh, right, that was the broken door. Can I, like... do this? Oh, boy. Sand. Wait, what? Why is it... It's just stopping here? Okay. Some time has passed since I checked in with you, Pi. How are you and Idea progressing with the Sun Station plans? Presently, my assessment is that our plan will either fail explosively or succeed explosively. I don't know if that's a great lookout, but... Pi, you know I don't find that funny. Yeah. How curious. Rami thinks I'm a gas, and I don't recall requesting that you monitor this conversation, Idea. I don't see what state of matter you are has to do with this. I don't recall supporting the Sun Station's construction, but here we are. I think the Nomai have a really cool sense of humor, honestly. Hypothesis. Time spent away from the station would be beneficial to you both. I'm immensely interested in testing your hypothesis, Yarrow. That, at least, we can agree on. Okay. So since this is the last tower on this middle portion, I wonder if this is the one that could teleport you to the Sun Station? It also, because everything's broken, seems to be the least accessible. Which typically means that it hides like a bigger secret, right? Oh boy. That probably wasn't the best idea. Aw. I wanted to land on a little bit in between the death by cactus. Do they really expect you to fly through there? I guess they are, right? Pretty sure I have to do that. Right. There is the problem that I'm not directly able to fly back to Ash Twin to look at those teleporters again because, well, it would take at least some time for the sand to vanish before I can look at that again, right? Then I might build something called the Sun Station, but not everyone supported its construction. Right. But... okay, in theory, I could just sleep next to a campfire, right? Pass a couple of minutes and then just fly directly to the Ash Twin project. But there's still a bunch of stuff to discover on Ember Twin, so might as well check that out first. Okay, just to do a very small recap here. So there were two teleporters. I could have also still gone the other way. So I basically arrived at the end, like one end of that bridge. So it doesn't go all the way around. It ends at some point. So there has to be another end on the other side too, that I still would have to go to. And in between, there was one platform with a teleporter directly in the middle that had not much to it. Looked very normal, inconspicuous. The next one was also in the middle for some reason, but had trees around it. So somehow those two teleporters would connect to two different planets, even though they technically would be aligning with the same things. Not entirely sure how that works. The next one, though, seemed very different because that had the teleporters off to the side, right? So it looks like one of them probably connects directly to the teleporter of Ember Twin, because it looked like that was pretty much directly above. Wouldn't the other one then be... maybe there's something that is slightly off. Maybe the other one then connects to... No, the Sun Station teleporter, I'm fairly certain, is the last one. Maybe. Well, no, not maybe. Very, very likely, because that's where I found the text about the Sun Station next to, right? So it makes sense if those messages were there, that the teleporter also corresponds to that, right? Okay. So next time I get the chance to go to Ashtwin, I should probably first check on the other side of the bridge, although it might be difficult to determine which direction to go. No, wait. This time I went, I think, towards the sand, right? So the sand was always coming towards me. So next time I want to go away from it. Right, okay, that's a good way to look out for that. And once I see the other side of it, I then need to figure out which teleporter would potentially correspond to the upside down one in Brittle Hollow. If that is in fact on Ashtwin, I definitely want to go there first, because then I'd be able to find out more about the black hole. Or the black hole forge, rather. Right. What's this entry? The ocean is surprisingly calm beneath the current. Some sort of electrical field surrounds the planet's core. Oh! Did I not realize that there was an update to this? I guess not. Ocean depths. Yeah, that electrical current definitely still poses some questions. Right. Okay. So Sunless City first, again. Check out the... I think there should be 2 districts left still, right? Visited the fossil, which was technically the second one from the left in terms of the districts that I could look at. And every single time, Ashtwin just flies in the way for some reason. Oh wait, this way. I guess a couple of the teleporters do just exist for flavor though, right? Unless maybe... there could be scrolls or projector plates or something with other messages that maybe you're able to teleport over to other planets, and that way you would be able to, I don't know, get further information out of them? I don't really know. The one time I actually tried that, it wasn't really all that successful though. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I know. Still not really using the landing cam, honestly. Well. Here, right? There we go. Just refuel for the sake of it. Right, so... High Energy Lab, Trailhead, Eye Shrine District. Aishan District is all the way at the top. Maybe I'll get lucky, and I think at least it is. It should be, because that's where I saw the, ouch. That's where I saw the... What's it called? Like the window from the outside. So I assume that it's all the way at the top. So it definitely makes more sense to explore the ground first. This is quite deep as far as I can see. So does that mean that the high energy lab is literally like close to the core? Wonder what the significance there might be. Okay, that would technically be the way back up. I assume this is the entrance. Hopefully I didn't skip any messages here. I don't actually think so, but... Let's see. High energy lab. 400 meters? Why is it so far away still? Great! Another dark cave. Although the cable is a very neat visual indicator. I'll give it that. Ew. That looks problematic. Of course. At least it didn't damage me. Wait, are you kind of forced to wait for the sand in this place? I mean, it's still really, really early, right? I don't think you can get here any more quickly. Like, slightly quicker, but not significantly. So maybe you're supposed to wait? Nope. Yeah. I think that's pretty much impossible to do. Well, let's just wait for the sand then. Might have to be really, really quick though, going through the cave. Because... It's crazy that you have no chance of using your jetpack when you're in like sand thing like that. Wait, what? Oh boy. This way maybe? Okay, yeah, initially it looks easy to get here, right? But they definitely throw in a couple of more difficult scenarios as well. Alright, there we go. Great! Well, this worked. At least the actual energy lab seems to be a lot higher up, right? Ah, this is the thing we would have been able to go through if I would have been able to go through the ghost matter, right? Pretty sure we would have come out here. That's very cool. This is one of the bridges that, or one of the like connecting parts between the two sides of the planet. This looks pretty broken. Hopefully this is the correct entrance, because hi. I wonder if this is another symbol, because so far I've only ever really thought about the symbol in terms of the teleporters that are located on most of the planets, right? But maybe it's actually their symbol for the sun station and or high energy stuff? Although, how would that connect to the teleporters exactly? Huh. Remove warp core. I could just take warp cores with me? That's an awesome window. Okay. Oh, that looks empty. Is this some sort of test chamber, maybe? Why are there just warp cores here that you can remove? Oh, this looks awesome. This is the giant... like from the other side, you cannot see through it. It literally is a giant window. What a cool aesthetic, right? Imagine working in this place and you just see a planet go by with a giant pillar of sand. I mean, after a certain while, I guess the effect wears off, but... Records show Nomai arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow very slightly before departing from the Whitehall station. Rami and I are devising an experiment to test if this is a real phenomenon or simply machine error. In theory, what we want to try to reproduce is a negative amount of time elapsing between something entering the black hole and exiting the white hole at its destination. Initial things first, our experiment setup will first pair a small black hole core with a small white hole core to mimic the setup on the white hole station. Hypothesis. It is possible for an object to exit a white hole before entering the corresponding black hole. Right. That's the weird phenomenon that apparently they observed. Let's take this out real quick. And let's see what this says. An update. Our experiment here reproduced the anomaly in arrival and departure times, but Pi is unconvinced it's more than an equipment error. I hope to strengthen the effect to render it visible to the unaided eyes. Ooh boy. That sounds... If you make an effect like that stronger... Hopefully they didn't accidentally create a time loop through that. To that end, we've decided to try adding more energy. I imagine the Sunless City's energy supply should prove sufficient. Wait, they just used the energy supply of the city? Okay. Of Nordrami. Yarrow requests that we let him know before we reroute energy to the experiment. I'd hate to leave him in the dark. Oh boy. What a pun. All available energy has been rerouted from the city to our experiment. Rami and I are about to run a new test. Hypothesis confirmed. I saw it, Pi saw it. This is beyond extraordinary. This changes everything. What a beautiful day for the intersection of abstract theory and practical application. Risky? Yeah. I don't know. A little bit. Probably. Maybe. So, did they ultimately utilize the sun station's power to an even greater effect and that then created a time loop or something? What's this even doing? Oh, wait, is this... This runs to the city, correct? Ah, okay. So this way... controller again. Maybe if I was able to reroute the city's energy to the controller battery, it wouldn't always run out after a couple of hours of play. I think Sony should look into this. But what happens, though, if I do this? Let's see. Are there a couple more? There is another scroll here. Bunch of information. That looks really, really interesting. A couple more blueprints, huh? Hopefully, well, technically I should still have some time, honestly. The Southern Observatory is asking if creating a 22-minute interval is possible. I have a feeling that is exactly the time loop we're currently in, right? 22 minutes? I don't know exactly, but it just... As a rough feeling, I would say that it's very, very possible that that is what is currently happening. That is to have something arrive 22 minutes before it is actually sent through the warp. We've learned the negative interval of time between departure and arrival can be increased by adding more energy to the warp core. Problematically, the energy required to extend the interval increases at an exponential rate. Yeah, it kind of always does with these things, doesn't it? Creating a 22-minute long... Why 22 minutes, though? Interval is possible, but we are currently unable to generate the necessary energy. The energy is currently unavailable, you say. You're a gas pipe. My pun was unintended, Rami, so I believe it's you who's Ariform. Oh boy. Rami, I believe it would be necessary to invent a new method of producing energy, a thrilling but enormous undertaking. We would also require advanced warp technology able to handle such energy. We would also likely need an enormous space to fit these proposed new energy and warp core technologies together. The only location large enough would be Ash Twin. Okay, but... Well, first of all, why 22 minutes? I don't think... This is the first... It doesn't say why 22 minutes. Maybe at some point we'll find more about the reason behind it. Sony Sun Station 5, yeah. With even less availability. Oh, I did not know that fact about the first atomic bomb, but it's definitely something that humans would do, isn't it? Could this potentially destroy the entire planet? Yeah, maybe, but let's test it. I guess the risk of that happening was still fairly low, right? Because, I mean, after all, it is a... Like, it's a reaction that keeps happening over and over again, like a nuclear reactor, but eventually it's going to run out of fuel. Because as strong as atomic bombs are, technically they don't contain that much material, right? I mean, it's more than enough to devastate, you know, entire chunks of the planet, I guess, but still not technically infinite, right? Although, well, not even nuclear reactors. Like, if they melt down, they're still eventually stopping. It's just, it's incredibly dangerous to be around, right? Okay, so... What is this? It somewhat looks like the planet. Oh! I guess this is the map for the teleporters then, right? Ah. So... Okay, so by how they look from the outside, we're able to determine which one leads to which teleporter then. Not really sure about this one. Because the picture up above, or is that just what the tower looks like from above? That could also be it. So they did design the towers to somewhat resemble the planets they're connected to. Which makes sense since we found the trees inside the one that's supposedly connected to Timberhearth. But at the same time, I don't know what these are though. Like, these are the Hourglass Twins, right? But they are... We're already on one of them. Yeah, with the fusion it does, right? But with fissure, it's a bit different. Well, technically not, but it's just more difficult to control. Wait, did I already... Oh, must have already removed the other one then. The Ashwood project will be one of our biggest undertakings, metaphorically and physically. To build it, we need a way to travel quickly between Ashtwin and each location that holds crucial project materials. Alright, so this is the reason for why they built the teleporters. What if we used warp towers, like the one we have on the Whitehall Station, to connect Ashtwin directly to each critical location? Of note, each tower on Ashtwin will warp to a different planet. My gratitude to those who noted my imprecise language. Yes, the sun is not a planet. I believe this has been sufficiently clarified. Kindly stop reminding me. Poke, Root, and I can begin work on this immediately in the Black Hole Forge. This will keep us busy. We can design each tower to visually reflect its warp destination. That's pretty cool. The giant steep tower, for instance, could resemble a cyclone. We could model the Timber Hearth Tower after Geysir Mountain. Right. But... So Brittle Hollow, for instance, has two, right? One on the inside, one on the outside? Or am I... Would the one on the inside work differently? Let me just double check that I read all of these. I think so. Yes, definitely read this. It's pretty cool that it visually shows you that you read this already. Yeah, right. So anything else before I do whatever you can do to the energy here? Ah. That's the door. Don't know if it's a good idea to open that, but might as well. Okay. But now we have the energy. Oh yeah, this is directly... I didn't even realize, but of course, yeah, this is where it pretty much landed originally, and looked down. So this is the solar panel tower thingy that creates all the power for this place. So, huh? Oh, it just, okay, because of the scout drone? I thought that I was maybe able to throw these things in here, I don't know. I don't think I've seen any place where you could put these in. Any other place like the teleporters just didn't have them in there already, right? Oh, wait. Oh. Maybe it's automatically starting the experiment if you close the window? Or do I need to wait for the time loop to be over? What would that do, though? Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why it has these weird little symbols here. Oh, hello. Well, that's not gonna work, is it? Nope. That was unfortunate. Oh god, now I have this thing in my hand. Well, at least now I know how it works. So... I guess I need to come back here and... There we go. Yeah, I pretty much need to come back here right away. Wait, if the sand is rising, let's get back to the ship and test one of the teleporters. Should be able to do that, right? I can find my ship, that is. I love this traversal, by the way. How you're able to jump across the planet, essentially creating like a mini orbit. Such a cool thing. Okay. Oh, wait. Just very, very quickly do this. Right. Okay, so the towers physically resemble the counterparts. I probably shouldn't land the ship here, but then again, if I'm using a teleporter, it doesn't matter either way, right? Oh, please don't fall down. Okay. Right. So... what did I say last time? I ran into it, right? So let's follow it this time. Although... well, that was a bad idea. Well, that looks cool. There we go. Okay, now we're back here. The giant sand pillar is actually moving more slowly than I thought. Really? Doesn't even look like it's still close, and it still grabs you. Okay, I've seen this as well. Wow. That looks really impressive with the sun behind it, doesn't it? Okay. I'm still not 100% on which teleporter I would like to use if I actually have an option here. Yeah, when it's coming at you, it definitely looks like it's moving faster. In general, I think it just looks faster from further away. But that might also be because it's essentially technically moving in two directions when you look at... like, not two directions, but it's flowing away from this planet and onto the other one, right? So both planets are rotating sort of against each other. Oh, there's more of these guys in their suits here. Also, it looks like they didn't complete the bridge, huh? It's weird that this is not connected. And now we're back here. Okay, so either they didn't finish it, or maybe they didn't have the chance to finish it. The more I see these corpses everywhere, it just makes me wonder whether or not, for some reason, time is even weirder than you'd think. I don't know. That's just a feeling. I'm not really basing this off of anything, but it just makes me wonder if maybe they didn't die as far back as we thought they might have. Okay, that's the sun going. Which one of these would lead to Brittle Hollow, though? I mean... So I need to check on that experiment again. And I wonder if we can just... Is it there to duplicate cores? I'm not entirely sure. Because there were empty cores, ones with black hole things in them and ones with white hole things in them. So what would that mean if you combine them? Because theoretically, I would think that white and black cancel each other out, so you would just, I guess, delete them? Would you be able to copy them? Or maybe make the dark hole bigger? Black hole bigger? Either way, though, with those teleporters, somehow it feels as if the teleporter that's connected to Brittle Hollow would just teleport me to its surface. Never mind. No, it wouldn't. Maybe. Because the teleporter that's on the surface of Brittle Hollow is the first one they built and is connected to the White Hole Station, right? So if I'm using the one on Ash Twin, will it bring me to the Black Hole Forge? Normally I plan to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. I'm assuming that at some point we're going to find out why. Because as cool as the idea might be to increase that time dilation, there still had to have been a reason for it. Also, I'd imagine... Now I find it incredibly weird that the time loop started, right? Or rather, how it starts. Because when the game originally starts out, when you still need to grab the launch codes, there's no time loop going on. It looks like it's starting when the statue gets activated, right? That's from our perspective. That's what we as the player and as the playable characters see. And it enables us to go through the time loop all the time because it stores our memories and keeps them intact. Okay, so far so good. But judging by what we've just learned, the actual beginning of the time loop, in theory, should have been some sort of warp experiment, right? More or less disconnected from the statues? Because the statues are just, at least as of now, they look more like a backup? Safety backup of sorts? To get out of the time loop again. And or, well, obviously retain your memories throughout a potential time loop. But how the heck did it start? It coincides with the orbital probe cannon launching. Just makes me wonder if there's somehow a connected system, like their central computer or something on Ash Twin, that determined that for some reason it had to start all the processes that they had set up. So it's not the statue that started the time loop. Rather, I suspect that there had to have been an event. Something. No idea what it is. And some sort of central computer or some system determined, hey, this now is the time we need this loop, or we need to activate certain things. Maybe it's not specifically the loop so much as other things as well. And it just activated everything in terms of their technology that was still active or that could still have been activated. So it launched the probe cannon. It activated the statues as well. And well, what else is there? Well, the loop itself. Although it would mean, I mean, somehow it still needed to If the statues were just activated at the same time, something still had to activate the loop itself. Which maybe that's the sun station. Maybe that has a, well, not a switch, but some automatic switch or something. Huh. Okay. Ash Twin Tower designs. Designs for each of the towers on Ash Twin's equator. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not actually a planet. Well, you're also not warping to the sun, but rather the station orbiting it, correct? Each tower is designed to visually reflect its warp destination. The towers allowed the Nomai to quickly travel between Ash Twin and all other locations crucial to the Ash Twin project. And the High Energy Lab, the Nomai successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly first observed at the Whitehall Station. Warped objects appear to arrive before they depart. The Nomai discovered they could increase the negative time interval between arrival and departure by adding energy to the warp cores. The Nomai wanted to know if a 22-minute negative time interval was possible. They concluded it would require new technology to produce the necessary energy as well as an advanced warp core to handle those energies. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. It doesn't actually say anything about there still being more to discover, for some reason. So I wonder if whatever you can do with those warp cores is maybe just visual confirmation of what we know. I mean, I kind of still want to take a look at it. Well, the problem is, in order to get back into the lab, I would have to go the same way again, right? There's no other way to access that thing, I don't think. So obviously the door doesn't stay open. Do I really want to do that again? There is still the Eye Shrine at the top of the city to check out. Let's maybe do that first, because that's something that I haven't looked at yet. Can always take another look at the warp core later. Or cores, rather. But it might really just be... Well, that's the thing I want to know. It might just really be a... yeah, some sort of visual thing that you can see them fusing into each other or something. Although, it does make me wonder if somehow we'd also be able to accidentally increase or decrease the time that the time loop takes. I don't think that's a thing we might be able to do, but... Sunless City, let's see. Where is the cannon? That's the lab. There it is. I was so careful to park my spaceship close to the ground every time so that I wouldn't run into the same issue with not being able to get back up the mountain, but turns out I never really needed to go back to the ship at all. Although, wait, I did go back. I did fly to Ash. Never mind. Disregard that. There we go. Right. So this one was left. That's to the right. I love how even though they're different levels, they're still very much accessible everywhere. Oh, it just closes the door again. Yeah, I don't think I will be able to go through there. Oh. Wait, what's the Where does this lead then? It's an interesting camera tilt effect. I guess they're doing that to make it easier for you to traverse these places, so that your camera isn't constantly tilted. That's a neat touch. Didn't know the game was doing that. Holy shit, there's a lot of ghost matter here. Wait, is there though? Oh yeah. The whole ground is full of it. What is up with these crystals, though? Are they the ones creating the ghost matter, or is the ghost matter slowly transforming into the crystals? How do they even appear? They have to come from somewhere first, right? They can't just be here. Huh. Spacesuits or masks or whatever. So this is kids riding again, right? Solenum, yeah, I think that was one of the kids. I don't know why everyone says the eye is important. They say it brought us to the solar system, but is that good? Dad told me lots of Nomai died when our clan came here. What if the eye wanted that to happen? What if the eye isn't something good? There's always the kids with the best questions, huh? Wait, this doesn't actually go anywhere, huh? That's where it came from? So first it looked like... Isn't the actual place... Yeah, the actual place is up there. Oh, there's another eye symbol. Oh, never mind. I think last time I just jumped into this house. Didn't actually... Yeah, I went in here, right? Yes. But for species like the Nomai that are describing a lot of stuff very scientifically, well, obviously, and seem to have a lot of knowledge about a lot of different things. Oh wait, this is where it came from. Wait, what? Oh. So I have to go in here? It means I have to get to that thing. That's unfortunate. Can I even do that? Oh. That's not what I wanted. Okay. It looks like the ghost matter is only on the ground of this building and nowhere else. That's the teleporter, I guess. I really wonder if this ghost matter stuff is just... Is it supposed to be an obstacle? Because I still feel like at some point maybe there might be a way to deal with it, but maybe not. Go. Okay. Be welcomed in this place. This shrine is a space to reflect on what brought us to the star system, a signal from the eye. We observed the eye signal in our travels and followed it here to find its source. What we know is this. The source of the signal, which we have chosen to call the Eye of the Universe, is older than this universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to its possibilities. Though I have to say, at least the small part of me does connect this idea of the eye of the universe, because they're saying it's older than the universe. It doesn't exactly fit, but it does remind me of the cosmic microwave background, right? In that it's something that we can observe, but is very, very old. I don't think it's really going to go that direction, and if it's actually older than the universe, and for some reason they can determine that, it would be very different. It's just mentally, I guess it's a connection that you could make. If the eye called to us, why won't it reveal itself? Why is it so difficult to locate it? Did something happen to it? Did the signal stop? Does the eye no longer desire to be found? Wait, did it stop? Was that ever confirmed? Perhaps this isn't the eye's choice. The eye may not be able to communicate with us more than it already has. I wish they would have elaborated a little bit on what kind of signal it sent out, because if it was... like constantly the same thing looping, that would be very different to a signal they just received once and then it stopped. Because at least to a certain degree, it did seem to be connected to Dark Bramble, right? Which still seems like something might have happened to that planet. Like it wasn't always what it is now. Is the eye natural or artificial? Maybe somebody built it. The eye is older than the universe itself. How could something exist before its creator? It could be naturally occurring, though this doesn't answer how the eye could be as old as it is. How do they know that? We still don't know why they think that it's older than the universe. Did the eye deliberately call out to us by sending the signal, or did we hear the signal by coincidence? Because, okay, just a quick thought here. We know that they were able to create a time loop, right? If, theoretically, either they or we would be able to end a time loop as well, what would happen? Because in our universe, right, the distance that light traveled and how far things are back and how far we see were determined by redshift, things like that, right? Which tells us potentially how old the light is that reaches us, or rather when it started to travel on its journey through the universe. But what if you were to put, like if you, I guess it also depends on whether or not these time loop things would be local, which they kind of would have to be if they're depending on some sort of warp technology. I'm just wondering what would happen if you, like, if you would be theoretically able to send something through a time loop multiple times and then make it exit the time loop again. For an outside observer, if they didn't know about the time loop, would it look like this particular particle is older than it actually is? Or rather, I guess it is actually as old as it is, but it's not as old, like it's not necessarily older than the universe just because it's older than the universe. That's a very weird way of saying it, but I mean, obviously what I mean is that it would be, it's only older than the universe because it had a loop to go through, whereas the universe didn't, right? Don't know if this is ever going to come up or if it's even important, but still, I guess the idea is really interesting. We could be seeing meaning where there is none. Suppose the signal was produced incidentally. Doesn't mean the eye is any less important, though. No, not necessarily. Perhaps the eye wanted to be found, could be sentient, maybe it chose us. Does the eye desire something from us? Could it need us in some way? Maybe it doesn't have to be us. Okay, once again, they're not elaborating on why they think they know that the eye is older than the universe. They're also not elaborating on what kind of signal it even was. Why do they think that it either chose them or that it's of some importance? Because, at least in terms of our universe, by the way, I think this is the window, yeah, that's the window that I saw from the outside. In terms of our universe, no matter what we look at, right, no matter what kind of particle or message or bit of information we see from other systems, it's always radio waves, essentially, right? What changes is the frequency, and visual light is just a specific spectrum of that frequency. Oh, that's a really awesome effect. They definitely knew where they built this window, didn't they? Well, I guess I can go out this way? Yes. But yeah, unless it was some sort of language that also actually looked like a language, why would you ever think that that something would try to communicate? Okay, the sand's already too high, that's unfortunate. Well. I mean... No, wait, that's not the exit I came from. Wait, is it? No, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's the other. Never mind, it is. Seriously. Okay. That worked. Bit messy, but it worked. Well. Oops. That's not where I wanted to land. I really... maybe I shouldn't be flying while I'm thinking about this stuff. But... I guess... if we received something... or... yeah, if we would find some sort of signal, some sort of radio wave or whatever... that looks really, really different to everything else we've ever observed in the universe. And it's just one specific, you know, very deliberate signal. I guess then it also would pique our interest, right? I don't know how easily you would try to point to it as some sort of, you know, specific call or specific message from somewhere, but if it was different and unique enough, I feel like we would most likely think that it was a very, very specific message, potentially, right? Well, let's see if I can figure out which one of these towers might connect to Brittle Hollow. Oh, you're right. I probably should have double-checked my fuel. That's the sound. Okay, that's the double tower? Wait, what was behind it? That's definitely a good call on the fuel. I wonder if you can accidentally teleport if you're just blindly running over these platforms. Wait, maybe it would... you know what? Now that I'm back here, it might be a better idea instead of walking to just take a quick peek at these things from the outside. It might be that one, huh? So that's Timber Hearth? That's the one with the trees inside, right? This is the Hourglass Twins? For some reason this is supposed to be the one that goes to the Sun Station, at least judging by the messages. Is it really, though? Ooh, bit too fast. I mean, that kind of looks like the Hanging City. Yeah, and the top of it definitely is Brittle Hollow. Okay. Right, let's see if we can figure out a warp. Any other bit of information here? Not really. Ooh, okay. That's Giant Steep, correct? So does it really only activate when you're aligned to... How would they... I guess I was thinking about this in a little bit of a wrong way, because I always assumed that it just automatically targets like any teleporter that's in its way. But maybe somehow it's important... Because the machine that we looked at, right, the high energy lab, it almost looked like they were creating, or they are creating, both the black and white hole bits together. So maybe these machines are calibrated that way. Or not even calibrated, but they just only function with the corresponding connection, right? There we go. Oh boy, this looks weird. Okay, it did actually work. That's really cool. The one thing that I still really don't understand is why you're only ever able to warp back once you've warped already. Or maybe they never actually activated these things, and we're technically activating them because they weren't active before, right? Black Hole Forge. Maybe whatever activates everything else also activates these teleporters. Return warp status charged. Step on the warp receiver platform to activate return warp. And once again, the difference in time. It's really, really neat. Also, wait, no, this wouldn't work. 951 seconds? 600 seconds would be 10 minutes. So this would be 15... almost 16 minutes. Wait, that could work, right? I wonder if these are accurate. Probably. I mean, it would definitely fit with the theme of the game and the way everything else works. Man, it's so weird to think that we're walking upside down, because it really doesn't look like it, does it? Okay. Well, obviously this thing isn't active, so if I want to try this again, I need to change its position and then activate the warp. Great. Be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Hole Forge is in operation. I wonder if the corresponding plate is inside the Black Hole Forge. You'd think that they would have implemented a second switch to call it here, right? But I guess that wasn't really a concern. Or maybe there was a specific reason why they didn't want to do that. But yeah, the whole bit about teleporting always being specifically connected to or rather the backwards teleport, needing you to activate the teleport once. That seems rather curious. Okay, there's not much here, I guess, as long as the Black Hole Forge isn't active. That is really, really unfortunate. I guess I could just teleport again. Well, if I were to jump, I could activate it, but I couldn't get back here. And if I teleport back to my ship, fly here, activated it, fly back. Don't think I'd have time for it. I think I know where this leads, though. It's really cool and really weird at the same time when it just suddenly, like, tilts your entire body the other way. Exit to service. Yeah, this leads back to... This is the elevator that I found when I first came here. The one that has the broken component next to it, yeah. And the other teleporter. Which is definitely another interesting aspect of this. Because the way they were talking about it at first made it seem as if the teleporters themselves really had to essentially look at each other, right? In order to be able to communicate. I guess that's not really the case. They do need to align, but it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of planet surface between it, I guess. Between the two halves. Hey, I never noticed this drawing. Looks pretty cool. Oh, I think that symbolizes the two teleporters, right? White hole, black hole. Which is definitely... It is very, very interesting to me that the Nomai, for some reason, decided that to them, this warp technology, maybe it was because of the circumstances of when they arrived here, because they were split apart, and I guess recreating warp technology definitely meant that they could see each other again, and that they were kind of saved, I guess. So maybe that's where why they're putting it up on a little bit of a pedestal. Because otherwise, I find it a bit strange that they would. Because they always talked about recreating this technology. Unless I slightly misunderstood what they meant, it sounded as if most of this technology had already existed on their homeworld or wherever they came from, and they just recreated it. Obviously, the whole time bit they only found here. But with the way they're looking at this technology, especially with, you know, that drawing on the wall and everything, I feel like they're placing a lot of faith in it, for lack of a better description. Maybe that's just the way they are, though, right? It's definitely similar to how they're treating the eye. And what kind of implications that might have. Oh no, I thought I would see the explosion from here, but sadly that was behind the horizon. Ah well, this way we see it. That would be awesome if you could tell him about it, yeah. I do, that's the one, like, small thing where I wish that maybe it would have been cool if the other NPCs would be a bit more interactable. I don't really think it fits the theme of the game that much because it's mostly about you exploring, and the time loop is too short to put in too many interactions like that, I think. But still, well, they definitely could have added a lot more there, but it's difficult. Difficult to say if it would have added or distracted from the overall experience, I think. Alright, let's do it properly this time. So first to Brittle Hollow, activate the black hole thing, then to Ash Twin, and teleport properly. Quickly double check. I don't think I technically discovered any new information. I didn't. Right, so... Wait, should probably mark it though. How do I... That's the Hanging City, correct? I want to go to the Hanging City, yes. And then I need to go to... I think it was on the... Oh boy. I need to remember how I entered that place. What was my proper entrance? Technically the meltwater district through the glacier, right? Or through the running water river cave thing. Right. So let's go there. It should be on the North Pole over here, right? A little bit too much sideways trajectory. There we go. There's the cave. Boop. Oh. Yeah, it's a fine parking job. Okay. Oh boy, that was almost a bit too fast. Also, this might have actually been too... No, it wasn't. This is where I want to go. There we go. Is it moving? Yes. And back to the elevator I just came from, which was that one, right? Yeah. God, even if you were here quite a bit, like remembering all these pathways, especially after you've been to another bigger city, not immediately obvious where everything was. Although it's interesting, once you actually go back to the places and look at them, it's really, really easy to, you know, remember it. But before you're actually arriving, it's sometimes a bit confusing. All right, there we go. I feel like it should tilt over a little bit more, but maybe it has some inertia stabilizers or something. Wait, that's not the right word. Ah, well, either way. I definitely want to go back to the comet as well. Oh, no. Yeah. Eventually, not now. Okay. It's always surprisingly close. I mean, these planets also aren't really that big, so I guess initially you're overestimating the distance between everything because it's it looks way further away because it's fairly small. probably try to make sure to not exactly land in the sand pillar. Right. This might also be a good opportunity to check on how early you can teleport with this thing. Because it does take a while for the sand to be removed, right? Which, incidentally, brings up the question of what's going on with the sand? Because if... Oh, wait. Ooh, wrong way. Okay, that is already visible. So, yeah, you're able to do this quite early, I think. Huh. That might be the wrong side. I think I want to be... I think I want to be on this side. Yeah. Maybe I should have parked the ship on the sand, but... Oh well. But to get back to that question, now I'm wondering, because the entire time, even though... Okay, maybe that was a little bit of a dumb thought, but... the way these planets are set up, I did kind of look at them in terms of a... as if they were a natural phenomenon. With the whole sand stuff, especially when the Nomai talked about this going back and forth between the planets. But now I'm thinking if maybe they were using this as an actual hourglass. I don't know if that would be possible. But the reason why I'm thinking about it is because clearly they put a lot of effort into this Ash Twin project, and they built teleporters and everything. It probably took a long time for them to build this, to work on it. It probably took a lot of manpower. You know, everything that's connected to this place seems very special, right? And yet, even if we assume that the time loop would stop, if it in fact takes about 20 minutes for the sand to constantly flow back and forth, wouldn't that mean that you'd only ever have, I don't know, 10 minutes to work on stuff and then it would be covered in sand again for a while? And then you would have another 10 minutes to work on stuff and then it would be covered in sand again? I feel like that would be very annoying for a place where you're trying to build a very, very important project, right? Which makes me wonder if they could somehow manipulate the sand in a way where they... Why are you flying? Ooh. I guess it got caught in the sand. Oopsie. I guess it got caught in the sand beam, huh? Sand pillar? Beam? Pillar. I guess you would call it a pillar, right? Huh. It is interesting. When I initially walked on this thing, I never really noticed that it apparently decreases in elevation. So some things are accessible at like first, and some things are only accessible later, it seems. Weird. I guess the question at that point would be, and I haven't really found any evidence to support this theory, I don't think. But the question would be if they were somehow able to control the flow of sand. I don't know. Maybe their original idea was to somehow utilize the sand to reverse the effects of the time loop, or to contain it in some form. don't know. Does seem a little bit far-fetched, but then again, with everything that's going on here, I really don't think it is. It's just that we haven't really seen much theories to support it beyond maybe the name of these twin planets and, well, I guess that the fact that we're in a time loop. Oh boy, hopefully I'll be able to warp within the next 3 minutes. I didn't really think about that. Although, wait a second, there are trees in here, right? Thankfully I don't really need fuel after I warp. Where's the bridge? There it is. There we go. Come on. How's there sand in here? Ah, well. Guess that's a little bit of artistic liberty taken. Okay. I think the next one over should be the one I was looking for, right? That is definitely something that I noticed as well, which is why I wasn't entirely sure if it was even connected to the time loop at all. There is definitely a brief period before the sun goes supernova where the flow of sand stops, right? And it's completely drained out of ash twin and everything's on ember twin. All right. Hopefully it won't take too long before the planets align. I mean, this thing is rotating really, really quickly, right? So the only thing that needs to work out is that the planet can't be behind the sun when it rotates into the correct direction. It is pretty awesome, though, that it works this way. I mean, obviously they thought about this before they built it, but yeah. If the rotation wasn't as quick as it is, it would be kind of pointless to have these teleporters, right? Because at that point it would probably be quicker to just travel between planets by ship instead of through teleportation. Right, 733. So these definitely represent the correct second, or the correct amount of seconds that elapsed since the last time loop, or since the time loop started, rather. Okay, which again, why would it even count like that? The only, well, is it the only explanation? That's the question here, right? But an explanation for this would be that the teleporters were started or restarted, question mark, together with the time loop. So if my theory that I mentioned is correct, in that everything started at the same time or was restarted or something to that degree, all the nomad technology restarted at the same point in time, then it would make sense that it counts up that way. Unless for some reason, whatever it bases its calculated time on gets jumbled up because of the time loop. That could also be a thing, I guess. But there has to be a reason why it only counts time since the time loop started, right? Because without a time loop, what would it display? Okay, there we go. God, this looks awesome. This would look crazy if you were really, really close to the black hole. But I guess you cannot really move this thing while you're in it. Or maybe there is a possibility to do that. Okay, we have a scroll. Why is this here? Black and white. Okay. Those are the same kind of symbols that we saw next to the, like in the high energy lab. And I was speculating before when I saw this from the outside that it is some kind of arm that... Well, at first I thought that it literally just pulls like a tiny black hole out of this black hole and somehow creates tiny versions of it by doing that. It might be something like it, right? I mean, that's what it looks like. Maybe they're inserting those empty teleport thingies into it, and then they move it really, really close to the black hole and, I don't know, take a little bit of its energy or matter away or something. Oh, this looks awesome. What is that, though? Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twin, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned with the center of the astral body to which it is tuned? We don't need the alignment angle to be exact. It only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body center. That's... 5 degrees is a lot of wiggle room. When it comes to, like, universe-sized things. Of note, this gives us a slightly longer warp window. I imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. Ooh, does that have something to do with the dilation? As such, any nomai stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platform for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. Yeah. I enjoy precision as much as the next nomai, but if, for example, the tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with its astral body. That is true. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next nomai, provided the next nomai is not poke. Okay. Oh, wait, that's an empty warp core opened. Yeah, they were definitely utilizing the... Oh, there's a bunch of them here. So they were really just building them here. It's an actual forge. And not only like one at a time. It looks like they were building them on a massive scale. Well, massive for the solar system we have here, I guess. Where am I taking this first black hole core? And where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? The white hole cores are for the warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. The tower designs in the high energy lab on Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow, he's familiar with them. All of the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, so the black hole cores will go there. My gratitude. In that case, Poke, Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. Poke. I'll return to the fort shortly. I'm going to catch up to Root and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twin, just to make sure Yarrow receives it. Of course you are. Although, judging by how many there are here, I wonder if there is also some margin of error here, or some... Like, maybe it wasn't always successful in creating the cores, right? So they had to have a bit of backup to make sure that they had enough functioning ones. Off note, Yarrow believes he spotted a flaw in the warp tower designs, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because its warp receiver will never align overhead. Okay. Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment point is its receiver? Does he not know that a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. I seem to recall that was your understanding of warp technology at first. No, Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the Hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body, with a shared alignment point in between them. Okay. In close orbit around. So this then explains why you can warp to the sun station, even though it's not directly aligned with it, because it's aligned with the core of the sun. Okay. I feel like I still don't fully understand why the Hourglass twins even play such a big role in this, because you're already on them, right? Why is this here? Is that in case something goes wrong with the black hole? So that whoever works in here can immediately activate its memory component thingy? Because I refuse to believe that it's just decoration. It seems a bit too unlikely. Alright, let's take this with us. Really still not sure what the hell that thing is supposed to represent. Oh wait, that's the 5-degree angle though, right? The slightly angled lines. So is it just supposed to be a general? It even lights up. Is it just supposed to be a general representation of how the warp works? Maybe it's the alignment of this astral body specifically, but I feel like it rotates a bit quickly for that, doesn't it? Because looking at it, doesn't it always align like every 30, 40 seconds with this? Well, I mean, sometimes... sometimes the feeling of time plays tricks on you, right? But I would say that that's too fast in terms of being the potential alignment between Brittle Hollow and Ash Twin. Okay. Right. Haven't really seen this in a while. Okay. Whoa! Wait, what? Okay, this is eerie. Was that intentional? Did I, like, turn in a weird way? There's definitely some sort of walkway there, isn't there? That might have been some sort of weird bug or something. I don't know. But that's interesting. So the inside of... like, that's the core of Ash Twin, right? And the inside of it does seem to somewhat correspond to the outside, in that there is another bridge-like structure, but on the inside of it. And at one point there are the memory statues, but it looked like there's something else there, actually. I've good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Advanced warp core. A central chamber? Sounds like the thing where the masks are. I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here working on the Ash Twin project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. No, it isn't? Wait, what? Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability could still be improved. I need more time. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. Huh. I don't know. That sounds like they really weren't in agreement about how well their design actually worked, huh? Is there much point in me going back? I feel like I wouldn't really be able to do that much more during this time loop, unless... But I could technically warp somewhere else, right? Maybe? Don't know how long that thing still lives. I think all the sand is already gone, right? Let's see. Let's try one of these for fun. If I even find what they align towards. It's a big sun. Big sun already. But still, so... What I just read, right? Advanced warp core and everything made it sound as if they, at some point... So they established all these warp cores, they built all their teleporters, and then they built one really, really advanced warp core. For creating the time loop? Is that what it would do? So it needed to be really, really advanced so that they could pull off the whole time gets, you know, set back by 22 minutes type of thing. But I thought that was mostly corresponding to the energy used. All right, let's take another look at the ship's log. But so, I mean, the Nomai were definitely, they're discussing a lot. I mean, obviously we've already read a ton of messages that they sent back and forth, and when they were discussing, you know, the eye of the universe and everything, they seem to be very comfortable in, you know, properly arguing with each other about scientific discoveries and everything. But, funnily enough, at certain points, it sometimes seems as if they're kind of... How can I put this? Like they're being almost not cautious enough? Not that they should be, because otherwise it wouldn't be as interesting, obviously, but... Huh. Okay. Right. So that was everything about the Black Hole Forge. A warp tower's alignment point is not its warp receiver. Rather, a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body. The warp receiver must be located on or at close orbit around the relevant astral body. The hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point in between them. All of the warp towers were being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers were being constructed at different locations. A Nomai named Poke successfully forged an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. Oh, right, it even tells you about the diagram. Okay, so that, I guess it's really just for education, right? To visualize that angle. A diagram depicting the alignment angle between a warp tower and its corresponding astral body. Warp tower alignment angles are not exact. They only need to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. This results in slightly longer warp windows that last roughly several seconds. Anyone stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. I don't know. Does this actually have something to do with the weird time thingy? I mean, it seems very, very different, right? This talks about several seconds, a 5-degree alignment. How does that how would that translate into like a 1,000th of a second difference in arrival and departure time? And also that doesn't necessarily, because if that had something to do with it, you'd have to adjust the angle or something, not necessarily, unless the energy influences the angle, but that would bring up a whole bunch of other problems that I don't really think play a role here. It's just interesting that they're pointing it out so specifically. But maybe it's just an explanation for why you could potentially warp to the sun station or something. An advanced warp core was approved for installation in the central chamber of Ash Twin. I like how it's actually at the center here as well. Okay, well, I do think I've been able to do quite a lot today. I want to get to the end here because it's been a while, and yeah, I do still want to do some other stuff today. So I think I'm going to stop here for now. As always, it was a ton of fun. I made some accidental, some deliberate discoveries, some really, really interesting ones, one absolutely mind-blowing one. I'm not entirely sure what I want to continue with. I would like to go back to the high energy lab at least once, so maybe that's what I'm going to start with. You know, start with something familiar, I guess. But that needs to be done pretty much at the start of the time loop because you need to go through that weird tunnel cave system. So, I just want to do a double check on if you can actually start some sort of experiment there. It might be connected to something else entirely. Maybe you just need to prepare that. That could also be the case for whenever we actually discover how Ash Twin and everything works. I want to go back to the interloper and take a look at the insides with the supposedly small fissure that exists on its sun side. That might not be too difficult to pull off. Ah, thanks. I mean, it's difficult to gauge your own progress in this game, I think. Definitely feels like I've done a lot, but some central questions definitely still remain to be answered. Oh, by the way, I think there's one thing that I skipped here. Nomai traveled to the solar system in pursuit of a signal from something older than the universe itself. They named the source of the signal Athenos. Okay. Yeah, so obviously one of the biggest things still is the quantum moon, which I wonder if me having figured out how the whole teleportation thing works is going to come into play there. Because that is something I kind of started the day with it, I feel like. It's definitely some time ago. And I discovered the whole, you know, look at the quantum object thing, and I got so distracted with everything else that was going on. Like, Ember Twin really turned out to be quite a literal gold mine of information, right? But yeah, that is something that I haven't even tried. If I can somehow catch the quantum moon. And there's definitely that mystery of the core of Giant's Deep that I wasn't really able to figure out for some reason. And teleportation wouldn't really help there because I'm pretty sure I've already been to the teleportation point on the planet. Unless teleporting to it does something weird or changes something, I don't know. And one tiny thing that I just noticed here all the way to the, you know, bottom right. This is something that I pretty much looked at almost at the start of the game, and I still haven't visited the small little satellite that is producing the galaxy map for us. Or not galaxy, the solar system map for us. I always suspected that the only thing that it really shows is the quantum moon, but maybe I'm wrong in that. Maybe there's something else going on. Either way, still a ton of things to see and to discover, which is great. What an awesome game. All right, back to the main menu. Whoa, this was, does really feel like a pretty successful day in Outer Wilds. There really are a bunch of things that make this game really special, huh? I mean, there are definitely a couple of mind-bending discoveries you can make, and I think those are definitely the pinnacle of the game. Whenever you realize some really, really important correlation between your observations in terms of how the planets and their, I guess, physical systems and stuff interact and work. That is awesome. But I think, well, there's so much to this game that just works really, really, really well, which leads me to believe that they also had to have a pretty extensive sort of testing period. Or I don't know, maybe they also had a really good iterative process to that. I don't know, but one thing that is also really, really impressive to me that I want to say no other game so far has really pulled it up as good as this one, and that is your progress, right? Especially since, I guess, at least partially, you could definitely place this game in maybe the puzzle genre part, like at least a bit of it definitely belongs in there, right? But you're never really getting stuck. I think the beauty of this world is that they create it in a way where it's the different locations and whatever you're visiting, they definitely have a big theme that is going on and a big central idea that they were either working on that particular planet, or some sort of story, something that is centered around a central theme. But the way everything interconnects and is linked means that, in theory, if you're getting stuck at one point, so I guess as an example, the Black Hole Forge, right? I wasn't really able to access it. I didn't really know how to do it. I tried it once, kind of failed, but I did realize there was more to it as soon as I figured out how the teleporters work. And then you move, or you go to Ashtwin, maybe for an entirely different reason, and you find out how the teleporters work, and then you can go back to the Black Forge, right? And the way everything is connected, you never really get stuck. At least that's what it feels like. You always have something else to go to, and if you're stuck at some point, or if you don't know how to do one thing, just do something else, and at some point, naturally, you'll just discover another important piece of information to the thing you were stuck on, and you can go back to it. It's a really well-designed system. And yeah, I wonder how much they had to push around and change and think about what they even wanted to have in the game for that to work. Also makes me wonder how exactly they wrote this. Because I feel like the backstory of the Nomai so directly ties into your discoveries and their discoveries that it seems like I had to have changed both things kind of dynamically during development whenever somebody came up with a really, really cool idea for how a planet could work, or a cool story of how or what they could have done. Yeah, really, really great. Yeah, if you're really stuck, you can also visit. The ship lock's another thing that's just immaculate in its design. Because it's a great place to come back to order your thoughts, but it never spoils anything. It just says, hey, there was something you already know about, and there is more to it, right? which is such a brilliant way of doing it, and sadly something that not a lot of games, for some reason, are able to pull off. Right? There's a lot of games that either never tell you that something is finished and that there's nothing else to do there, and sometimes you keep looking because you think there has to be more to this, but nobody ever thought about, you know, putting more of it into the game, and so you're kind of getting stuck and frustrated, and then you find that, oh, actually, you know, I already know everything about it. Well, cool. So yeah, they're doing an awesome job with this. And I'm really, really excited to see where this goes. When you jump, the entire star system moves away from you? Right, because there was this thing of... So the world always moves around you, right? We talked about that yesterday, and... I guess if you jump, well, yeah, that's what needs to happen, right? Everything needs to move away from you briefly. I would almost like to see, like, that specific point in development, right? Because I feel like that would be a very, very funny situation where somebody comes up to you and, you know, they're kind of working on it, you know, somebody realizes, oh, well, we should make the world move around the character because then we can, like, all the physics and everything will work better. All right, let's do this, right? They implement it, and then, like, some developer over there just starts and jumps, and suddenly everything messes up because they weren't prepared at all. I mean, maybe they thought about it beforehand, right? I mean, they do seem to be very, very clever. So when they designed this game, so maybe they thought of it beforehand, but just in my head, I sort of imagined somebody just randomly jumped and suddenly realized, oh shit, this is not going to work. And we need to figure out something else because of how we changed the world and changed how the character's movement works in relation to everything around you. I do have the DLC, yeah, and I definitely want to play it after the main game. Or whenever it pops up, I don't know. Maybe it's also something like that happens in between somewhere. Although, how would that work? No idea. Well, wherever it is and whenever it happens, I'm gonna do the DLC, yes. Which I hope it will... I mean, it says the DLC is installed, so it should work, hopefully. Well, anyways, I should get to the end here. I will continue tomorrow, same start time as today. Not as long though, because I don't have that much time tomorrow, but yeah, definitely same start time as today, roughly. Maybe I could get 3 to 4 hours in and continue playing the game. And tomorrow evening is going to be another raid session with Final Fantasy XIV, our proc, through the Omega Protocol. So yeah, if you want to check out more Outer Wilds, you can come by tomorrow. So that's 7 AM UTC. I always need to convert it into UTC to make it kind of... I need to integrate that on my overlay at some point. But anyways, it was a ton of fun. I can just repeat myself in saying that. Really, really awesome game. Thanks a ton for hanging out. Thanks for the follows that came in. Thanks for being here and experiencing this game with me. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you're having a great rest of your day, morning or evening, wherever you are. Until the next time. Bye-bye. I always forget where my mouse is. Anyways, thanks for watching.